This is a test message. Okay. We are live. What's up, people? What's going on? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Once again, another day, another step in the journey. So today, I got some good news for you guys. Today, we're officially transitioning from vibe coding to spec engineering. That's the new buzz phrase right now going around. So you're gonna hear a lot about spec engineering in the coming days, and this is a progressive evolution when it comes to programming and vibe coding. And I think it's a logical step towards actually creating code and shipping secure, clean, and functional code. So let's talk about it. Come on in. And once again, we got Amar on the Discord server. What's going on, Amar? Welcome. Are you there? And don't forget, once you come into the stream, you gotta drop a like. We are live on Kick, so give us a follow on Kick. The Discord server is wide open, so the voice channel is open. So if you want to talk to your guy, come on in. So once again, we're going to be talking about spec engineering. So if you haven't heard the phrase yet, this is the latest craze, ladies and gentlemen. This is a natural progression from vibe coding to spec engineering. So here's the tool we're going to be talking about today. Have you heard of Kiro? I think it should have been pronounced Cairo because it's K-I-R-O, Cairo. But anyway, they call it Kiro. Kiro, okay? It's the AI IDE for prototype to production. Okay, Kiro helps you do your best work by bringing structure to AI coding with spec-driven development. What does that mean? Okay, basically it means before the AI agents write any piece of code, what it does is it creates a document, a PRD, right? And what that allows you to do is basically you're able to not just vibe, but to actually create software to spec. Okay? And Amar says, I can't hear you on Discord. I can't hear you either. Give me a second. Discord. Let's see if we can jumpstart this. Discord. Audio. Let's see. Right. So in the meantime, while I troubleshoot this Discord audio issue, what are we talking about? We're talking about Kiro. Kiro is essentially a... Can you hear me? Alrighty. Reconnect. Can you hear me? Yeah, for some reason, the Discord audio seems to be problematic, but mind you, it's a new... Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me?
Hey.
All right, cool. Yeah, and I think I know what's happening actually, because I'm using I'm actually using a beta version of OS 10. I'm actually running Tahoe. So this might be This Mac OS Tahoe is the next version. Right now it's in beta number what 26. So it's a little bit problematic when it comes to audio routing. But anyway, let's do what we can. I think now you can still hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, I can hear you. Cool.
All right.
So, what's going on? What's up with you?
Yeah, it's good, bro. I did some recommendations for post at
Mhm.
X and LinkedIn because I don't know what to post.
On LinkedIn.
And at X at both.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, post about any aspect of the smart glasses, and it doesn't really have to be something that super in depth. You know, you could just and also remember anything that has a question built into the post will garner more engagement. You know what I mean? Because I think you had one post that has sort of a question: "What would you do?" Da da da. Or what features would you like to? And it doesn't really have to be that complicated. And you got a lot of tools at your disposal. For instance, ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude. You know what I mean? So you got to utilize those. You got
Yeah,
to ask them, "Hey, okay, this is what the plan is. What do I do?" And you'll get
yeah, I do
suggestions.
it. I do it. I
Yeah. So
regularly do. Like, I ask ChatGPT. By the
right.
way, do you know? Like, okay, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for how much time, like, without taking breaks, for how much time can you work, like, without taking any break, just sitting at a, like, let's say, just sit at one sitting, how much can you work maximum
Mm.
without taking any break and
Good
burning
question.
out?
Yeah. I usually okay. I recommend 20 minutes at a time, which I don't always do because either I'm really into what I'm doing and I don't get up every 20 minutes, but you know, I try to either take a break every 45 minutes to an hour or so. And even if it's just to get up, to go, you know, get some water or stretch or do some push-ups or, you know, do some sort of exercise. Um, it helps. But you know, I've done 12-hour sessions. But I do get up. You know, I do get up periodically to make sure you get, get your blood flowing. Either you go to the bathroom or you go get a snack or you go get some water, whatnot. So yeah,
Yeah,
take take
bro.
take
So I
breaks.
just read, yeah, true. Like, I just read that this guy, Nikola Tesla, he
Hmm.
used to wake up at 3 a.m. and just guess how much time he used to work, like,
Yeah, no,
without any
I
breaks, by the way.
no, I know about Nikola Tesla wasn't the only one who used that method. A lot of guys like Leonardo da Vinci, Tesla, who else? I think Ford as well. Those guys, they would, even Einstein, they would sleep 20 hours and then they would wake up and work and then they would just sleep 20 minutes rather. They would sleep 20 minutes and they would wake up, maybe work in a couple hours, then take another nap, maybe take 15-minute nap. And it's something that is, I don't know how sustainable it is because I've never actually tried that, but apparently it's very efficient. That way you always keep
Yeah,
your,
like,
yeah.
uh, I just read that Nikola Tesla, he used to wake up at 3 a.m. to work, and without any break, he used to work till around 11 p.m.
Yeah, well, that works for him, all right? And
Right? Like, that is insane, bro. That is something not everyone can do, right?
yeah,
Without even
exactly.
taking breaks.
Well, kind of like what Elon is doing now as well. Elon, he sleeps at the factory, whether he's at, SpaceX, whether it's a Tesla, he sleeps at the factory, and then sometimes he doesn't sleep for 2 3 days, and then he sleeps for a day. For you, for which is why I don't really recommend any of these things because we're all different. So you have to do what works for you. You know, you may be able to do that for, let's say you sleep you sleep let's say 4 hours, and you wake up and you work 12 or 13 hours, and you sleep for maybe another 6 hours. Some people require 7 to 8 hours, some people require less. It all depends on, it's very individual. I don't really recommend uh you follow anybody's regimen, because what's going to happen is you can experiment, you know what I mean? So you could try Tesla's method, try Elon's method, try Beethoven's method. You can try the Pomodoro method. The Pomodoro method is, you can Google it. Is basically you set up there's a clock, you can set it up, you work 20 minutes and you take 10-minute break, you work 20 minutes like that, or you can work 20 minutes and then take a 5-minute break, and that way when you come back to your work, you're really fresh, you're really refreshed. So that's another option. Experiment, see what works for you.
Yeah. By the way, I again realized one other thing. Like I was reading about, like greats like Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, Newton, all those, and I realized something, that like we use their techniques, right? But they never used anyone's technique. They were just so much obsessed and curious about their thing, about their work, that they forget to eat, forget to sleep. They just wanted, not like they just doing this for money or something like that. They just wanted to do it because it was their identity. It was what they were known for. It was their life.
Yeah, for sure,
And
for sure. Because now we have the luxury of having predecessors. Having people who left a history, a trail of things to try. But we were fortunate that way, where those guys, even though they may have had other people who's done it before them, but they did not have a way to communicate with the world. Leonardo da Vinci,
yeah,
he couldn't communicate with somebody, let's say, from Italy to America, or even to the United Kingdom. In order for him to communicate with those guys, it would have taken weeks, sometimes months, to send a letter. You know what I mean? But by the time the person received the letter and they reply, it would be a couple of months, 2-3 months. So they didn't have the luxury of
yeah,
communicating, you know what I mean? So they may have had people who was done what they've done, but because they're the famous ones, so everybody knows about their process. But it's safe to say that they may have been other people before them who did these things, but we just don't know about them because they're not famous.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and also here's one thing, right? You could try a system. Of course, it'll take some time. It'll take, let's say 3 months. Maybe a month to get into it, and then to try, analyze, and then see if it works for you. If you feel you're sluggish, you're not really productive, then take a break, and then try again. Try a different method, and eventually you'll find a method
Yeah,
that works for you. You know what I mean?
yeah, true. Yeah. I mean, of course we can try them, but in my opinion, the best thing is just be yourself, and you'll figure a way out for it.
Exactly. Yeah. It's
Like,
just
people like us think that we should uh we should copy what greats like Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, Tesla, Newton used to do. But the greats themselves never followed someone else's routine, right? Like they were like,
Yeah.
okay,
Well, which is what I just told you. You know what I mean? Uh, do what works for you. If you want to try any of those things, yeah, it's up to you. But you know, I always do what works for me. You know what I mean? And it's never the
yeah,
same thing.
just
It's never the same thing because you might do one thing in this season and it works for you, and then you get off it and you try something else. And it doesn't mean you're trying to emulate somebody else, but you're doing something that works for you. And it's the same thing. For instance, if you take multivitamins, right? Or if you take supplements, the best thing you can do is to cycle out. Okay, you cycle in. That means you take it maybe for 6 months to a year, and then you get off of it, right? And then let the thing work into your system. And then if you feel you need it, 6 months later, then you jump back in again and you cycle in once again. Otherwise, it's never recommended to stay on one thing without a break, because eventually your body gets used to it. Yeah. Your body gets used to it, and then it's
yeah.
it's not it's not efficient anymore.
Do you know that multitasking ruins your attention span and focus?
Of course. Yeah, there's
Like
been there's,
I
there's been research done about it, because you can never really fully concentrate on multiple tasks at a time. If you think about it,
yeah,
it makes complete sense, because if you if you start with 100% of focus, right, and you think you can focus on two different tasks at 100% each, no, you can't, because you only have 100%. You don't have 200%. You don't have infinite focus. You don't have infinite uh, um, capacity to perform tasks. So the only thing you do, actually, multitasking doesn't really exist. What you do is basically you jump from one task to another in lockstep, you know, and you'll never be able to put 100% on each task. So you might be 80% on this one, 20% on that one, or if you're doing more than two tasks, it might be maybe 15% here, maybe 20% there, right? And then 65% there. You can never be productive in that sense, which is why you got to focus on one thing, do it. Then once you complete it, or you put it aside, then you put 100% on the next task.
yeah. By the way, do you know I was like the website that you shared? I was watching. I just opened this website,
Which one?
Hero. Hero.
Yes. This is what I'm talking about today. Right now
Yeah.
we're entering the next phase of agentic coding, and Kiro at the moment is the front runner when it comes to creating a PRD. Okay, to get your planning. First of all, planning is important. All right. Once you plan properly, this piece of software will allow you, right, to actually create clean code that's secure and that's production ready. And the way it's going to do that is each task. In fact, let's go over that real quick. All right. So what is Kiro, right? Kiro is an AI IDE for prototype to production. What it does, it helps you bring structure, and that's the key, right? it 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 brings structure to your coding. In fact,
Hi, this
let's
is
watch the
Kiro,
demo.
the new agentic IDE that works alongside you from concept to production. Let me give you a tour of some of the features of Kiro. First, we'll click on that ghost hand icon on the left-hand side. Now I'll click the Generate Steering Docs button. This will help Kiro better understand the application when we prompt it later.
Can you hear it?
Now that the docs are created, you can find them in the
Yeah, I
Kiro
can.
steering folder. These files describe a serverless full-stack web app that we're using
Yeah, I can.
with a
Cool.
Next.js and a AWS backend. Let me show you one of our most powerful features, Spec. I'll ask Kiro to add a new way to sign into our app using Google. Kiro is going to help us code this up and give us a step-by-step process so it gets it right.
All right, let me pause right here. So right away, this is very powerful because it's not just gonna spit out a bunch of code and then in the end it's all broken and then it doesn't make any sense, right? So what it does is because this agentic coder, what it does is it creates the document and then you analyze it, and you could reiterate also, which is what's really powerful. So once it creates the document, right? You'll be able to say, oh, okay, this is missing or that's missing. Let's say you want to use, you want to create a mobile app and React Native, and let's say you want to run it through Expo, and it says, okay, and it's BRD in its file, right? It documents, let's say, Expo SDK 52, because a lot of these LLMs don't have a cutoff date, so they don't know that 53 is available. So the only thing they know is SDK 52, so they put 52. But if you use 52, the Expo Go app that you install on your mobile apps to actually run the app over your Wi-Fi, it won't be compatible. It won't work. If you have SDK Expo Go with the SDK 53 installed on your phone and you run SDK 52 in the app, it will not work. So you have to have 53 on both sides, both SDKs, or you got to downgrade on your phone, which you don't want to do that. You want to have the latest. So then you could go into the document and say, hey, change SDK from SDK 52 to 53. And make sure all the dependencies are fulfilled, and it'll go back and say, oh, then it will search for them on the internet. Then it will use the browser, it will use the search tool and find the proper files, proper dependencies to actually make sure everything works together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I was also reading that how coding has evolved over time. Like we are, using AI to code for us today to build apps and softwares. But when during people like Bill Gates, right? Let's say Bill Gates. At that time, do you know how coding was like? Hello,
Yeah, I lost you for a second. Go ahead.
hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me properly now?
Yeah, I can hear
I
you.
can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So like I was talking about yeah, so I was talking about like do you like if we talk about people like uh let's say Bill Gates.
Mm-hmm.
So during their time, the coding and like till today, the coding has evolved so much. Nowadays we are like telling the AI agent to write the code for us. But like for them, like the Bill Gates and all that, like the great software engineers, they used to code for 12 hours a day. Can you believe like Bill Gates used to be awake till 4 a.m. to write code for the software that he's been working upon. Uh, So like back then there was no fancy code editors, no Python, no C, no C++, nothing like that. It was just a terminal, a command prompt, right? A terminal with pure white text, and you had to memorize the syntax. It was just that back then. It was no fancy coded editors, no fancy AI assistants, no GitHub, no LinkedIn, no X, no Discord, right? It was just pure obsession and engineering skills. It was just talent, raw talent. Do you
Yeah,
know,
but
like,
how long
to
did
review their
how
code
long did it take to release software?
around years? Like what we can ship in a month, it used to take Bill Gates 2 years to
Mhm.
build.
Exactly. Also, uh, um, Bill Gates only coded for a very small portion of the life of Microsoft, right? Yes, he created quite a bit of the initial codes, for Microsoft. Um, but he transitioned very quickly to management, and he really didn't code for that long. And also, coding, um, nobody really memorized syntaxes and stuff like that. You know how people coded back in the day? People had books, references, because
Yeah,
nobody knows
like
any
they have
language.
physical, like nowadays we can just go to ChatGPT and ask for documentation or explanation. But back then there was no explanation, no documentation. There were only books from which they used to take knowledge from and learn the syntax from,
Yeah, exactly.
right?
Yeah, so
I
nobody,
but
nobody coded from the. This is stuff in the movies. Nobody coded from the top of their heads. I mean, some really gifted people would be able to do that, but nobody was coding off the top of their heads. Codes just flowing out and they're typing 1,000 words a minute. It just doesn't happen that way. And after books were kind of phased out, not really phased out because people still use books, right, to this day. Certain places where internet is not really stable, it's not available 24/7. So some people still use books. But then after books, you know how they transition to coding? Even a lot of top level coders, you know how they used to basically code? Stack Overflow. Have you heard of Stack Overflow?
that platform, that documentation platform, right, where you can
Yeah.
learn, like,
Yeah. If
read the
there's a yeah, if
documentation
there's a
for the
problem,
sample.
because it's a community base. So if you have a problem, chances are a lot of people have encountered the problem before. So you go to Stack Overflow and sometimes you find code snippets, sometimes you find a workaround, and Stack Overflow that goes still around. Not a lot of people use it anymore, but some people still use it, but not at the rate that it used to be, utilized. And now the next phase. So now AI is no different than Stack Overflow or books, except now AI is more prolific. AI is more concise, more immediate, and more streamlined. So it's just a natural progression from from books to Stack Overflow on the internet and now to AI, which is amazing.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that is.
Um, yes, exactly. So George Asiedu, yeah, it says it was always said someone has experienced the problem before. Yeah, exactly. Because whether you're programming, and whether it's JavaScript or Python or C++ or whatever language, you're not unique. You're not the only person who's going to encounter any sort of problem. So a lot of people would have encountered the problem before, and documenting the problem then in a community forum or anything like Stack Overflow, or there were other offshoots of that, even Reddit, and some subreddits, you're going to find a solution. And now with AI, because AI has access to all these sources, whether it's Stack Overflow, whether it's subreddits, whether it's personal blogs. The AI was trained on all these sources, so it'll find a solution for you. I mean, you still have to validate it. You still have, because you can actually inadvertently copy malicious code snippets into your program, and all of a sudden you have a backdoor to your application, and you have no idea because you didn't validate the code snippet.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah. So, spec engineering. So let's get back to Kiro. So are you still reading? Are you still reading about Kiro?
No, no.
Okay. So Kiro, right? Kiro is I think it's the next evolution. It's an evolution from vibe coding where things were pretty much the wild wild west. So many tools, from Cursor to Windsurf to what else? Zed to there were so many, augment code, Tray. What else? What am I missing? It's quite a few. I've tried pretty much all of them. And one of the main things is basically when you get to experience what these AI assistant coders, when you get to experience what they do, then you sort of realize, you see the potential, right? You see what exactly is possible. And again, which I always say, you have to know what you're doing, because it's not a magic wand. You know what I mean? It's not a magic wand. You still have to do what you need to do. And okay, George asks, is Kiro a fork of VS Code? I believe so. Yeah. Because if you look at the layouts, I haven't even installed it yet because I want to do a clean install live. I want to do a clean install right here. But I believe it is. Looking at the layout, right? I'm seeing the same sort of UI. Okay. All right. Well, let's keep reading. Let's find out. Let's do a quick search. VS Code. Okay. So far, I don't see anything. Nothing came up with a VS Code search, but I'm pretty certain it's a fork of VS Code, kind of like was it Windsurf? I think Windsurf was a fork of VS Code. So, Kiro, what does Kiro do? Kiro brings structure to AI coding with spec-driven development, right? And so, Kiro, what does it do? It turns your prompt into clear requirements. So it creates a requirement document first and foremost. It will never start, spitting out code before it creates a clear requirements document. Structured design, implementation task validated by robust tests, and also it create test hooks for every piece of code that everything it implements. It tests it before it continues on to the next task. Okay. All right, Amar, are you still there? I think you're jumping on and off.
Yeah, I am here. I was just listening to you. I'm here paying attention to you.
All right, cool.
Like Yeah. By the way, have you realized a common sort of pattern that most, I mean, yeah, I mean, the famous entrepreneurs that we know today were coders back then.
Yeah, because I mean, here's the thing, right? You
That is
have
a
to,
common,
yeah, you again, which I always stress that you have to know what you're doing. Because the one of the major misconceptions that people have is that anybody with their grandmas can wake up tomorrow and create the next Netflix or Amazon. Okay, it's not that simple. You have because it gets really complicated fast with smaller projects. Okay, your grandma could create an app, but I could tell you what the app could be. She could create a calculator app or a weather app or a to-do list or a shopping list, something really simple, you know what I mean? You could create a landing page,
yeah.
no crazy logic behind it. Anybody could do that now, okay, with Lovable, Bolt, Replit, and all these other platforms. It's basically a single prompt, maybe a couple of iterations here and there. But once you start having multiple layers, you start having to think about, APIs and endpoints and, databases. And it gets really complicated really fast. So it's not going to happen that developers are still going to be in demand. You still need somebody who knows what the hell he's doing to create something substantial.
Yeah.
But anybody could create a landing page if you use Bolt or, any of these platforms. Anybody. All you got, as long as you can speak, you can write, you can type, it'll create it for you. Okay. A silly little calculator, a silly little, uh, you know, uh, basically shopping list, you know, a to-do list. Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. George, thanks for the follow, buddy. Thanks for the follow.
George. Uh, by the way, I was thinking of, dropping a video on my socials tomorrow about explaining my project. What do you think about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do it.
Actually, I'm sort of, shy, and the thing is that nor do I have a very good, like recording experience, and nor do I have a very good mic to, record my voice and then upload it on social media. And I'm not gonna show my face either. And I don't need to show my face, but of course we will need to explain our project, we will need to speak. And
Yeah.
I'm sort of, I'm shy to speak as well.
Yeah. You know what you could do? Just go on X, go on Twitter, and then look for project in the space. See what they do. Not a lot of videos have an explanation, with a voiceover. It could just be text based. And then as you get more comfortable, of course, the more you practice, right, the better you're gonna get at it. So you have to get into the habit of speaking. I mean, you're speaking to me right now, right? So
R-
when you're
yeah.
recording,
So like, yeah. So
when you
what do
when
you think about my voice?
your voice is fine because you this is authentic you. So the only thing you can do is to be you, right? You're never gonna sound like me, and I'm never gonna sound like you. Therefore,
Yes.
you get out there, and if you're not comfortable doing a voiceover right now, just uh, do small snippets. You know, just do an introduction. For instance, you could say, "Hello, everyone. My name is Amar. I'm 15 years old, and this is my project. And right now, I'm going to show you a brief uh, description of what it's all about. Enjoy." That's it. So you're gonna have to sit there
Yeah,
and
we can do that.
you know what I mean. You don't have to explain the
Yeah.
whole thing. So just do a quick introduction, and then do a screen capture, and then put text to explain what's going on. And then at the end, you can say, "All right, thank you for watching. So
Yeah.
if you have any questions, just hit me up. I'm here to answer your questions." Boom, done.
Yeah, yeah, that could work. That could actually work.
Yeah.
By the way, did you notice something on Kick Chat? Did you notice something?
Hang on, let me bring up Kick. Oh, boom. Yeah.
Notice something in chat?
Yeah, this is yeah, chat booster. I mean, you see a lot of those. If somebody's trying to basically it's actually a bot trying to sell their services so I can get views or followers.
That is all bullshit, okay? That is scam.
Of course. I never answer to those. Yeah, and when you do those, once the platform finds out, you could get banned for that. So, you may pay these guys,
Yeah.
you pay these guys to get that, and then basically they make money, and then you're off the platform. Nah. Nice try though. In fact, yeah, it's
Hey, the
he's
Black G.
yeah, his thing is it's on the screen right now. I mean, basically I bring the chat from Kick and YouTube into one central chat into my software, and then I push it to the stream. If you look at the bottom of the stream, you'll see even now, yeah, your comment from Kick is there as well. Do you see it?
Oh yeah, actually, yeah, there's some. Okay, how do you do that though? Like from the chat from both of the platforms is visible in your stream. How do you do that?
Yeah, that's
How do you
the
set up that?
yeah, the software that I use is in fact, these guys should pay me because I'm always pushing their software. Hang on. This one right here. It's like OBS, but it's new. It's a new piece of software. This is it, Meld Studio.
Oh,
All right. So with Meld Studio, so this is what my setup looks this is what Meld Studio looks like. And then from here I could bring in, let's see, chat. Meld Studio. Oh, come on. You're not going to show me the chat window? So basically, hang on. I'll show you. Melt Studio.
by the way, is it paid? Is it a paid?
Say what?
Is it a paid software?
No, it's completely free.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's completely free, and then it's available for Windows. It's still in beta for Windows, but yeah, check it out.
Oh my God.
And it's not only a streaming software, you could actually record your videos with it if you don't want to go live. So you could set all your scenes, right? You could set up all your whatever, your transitions, and then instead of going live with it, so you record and then you change scenes. For instance, right now, you see when I do that, this is a different scene. This is another scene. another scene. So as you record, right, you could change your scene, and then instead of going live, you record it onto your computer, and then you could do some more editing, whether either with CapCut or DaVinci Resolve, and you're good to go. Yeah, so this is what the chat looks like. So here, I could bring in wherever I'm streaming. If I'm streaming on Twitch, I could bring in my Twitch. See here? Can you see the screen right now?
Yeah, I do.
Right. So here, you see where it says go live and it says record. You could also create clips. So it'll record either the last 30 seconds or the 90 seconds to create an interesting clip while you're recording or while you're live. And then here, you see it says Twitch, YouTube, and custom. So this is where you could stream to many different places at the same time. And then here, this is where the chat appears at the bottom.
Yo. And yeah, it's good. It's a good platform, and like considering that it is free,
Yep.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. Like it shows you chats, like let you stream at multiple platforms
multiple
at the same
platforms
time.
where you don't have to pay for any of that.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one, right? Appreciate it. Like anyone else would have paid, like would have, asked for money, but
Oh,
these
for sure.
guys, yeah, they're offering for free, and it's
But
good.
yeah, for them, I've been using them since last year. At first, they were just for Mac. It was a Mac only software, but they started developing the Windows version, and now it's still in beta. So you can get it. But eventually, because I saw an interview with the CEO, and he basically soon there's going to be a paid version, but this version is always going to be free. And the paid version is going to allow you to record all your sources separately. It's called ISO. It's called ISO recording. ISO means isolation, right? So with isolation recording, if right now I'm talking to you, right, your voice is coming through the Discord. My voice is going straight to my mic into the software. I have a music track. I have the sound effect track, for instance, right here, right? If I do this, did you hear that?
I've
Yeah,
actually got YouTube muted, so I'm only listening to. Also, I have it double on Discord. I'm George.
yo, we have the Black G in the chat, guys.
Nice to meet you all. Thought I'd be here for a short time, but say hey since I just tuned in on YouTube.
Yo, who do we
Yo,
got?
bro, why is your voice? We got the Black G, and his
Hey.
voice is so soothing for some reasons. Am I the only one who's feeling like his voice is soothing? Like it feels like an ASMR listening to him.
Hey, you're still young, bro, so you got to grow into it. Hey, what's up, bro? Talk to me.
Nice to meet you, man. Yeah, no, I just tuned in on YouTube, so I thought I'd jump on to Discord.
Oh, great.
I was just-
Yeah. Awesome,
Yeah,
man. So,
it came up on my
I-
YouTube. I was looking up Kiro.
oh, great. So have you used Kiro yet?
Not at all. I kind of I've been looking into AI. I'm totally a newbie to all of this kind of stuff, and just find it quite interesting. I work in like construction, managing like 3D software buildings
Okay.
and whatnot. So
Right.
I come across somebody that was using Kiro to build a app for the construction industry. and I was like, that's kind of something I'd like to do.
Yeah.
So I've just been reading around and just
Hey,
taking in some knowledge, listening.
definitely. I mean, this is probably the best time to get on board when it comes to these type of tools. It started with as vibe coding, where vibe coding was a bit
Yeah.
of a it was a bit of a loose cannon. Sometimes some of these tools would do things to your code that was unintentional, and then a lot of them didn't have breakpoints, so you would lose a lot of work if you didn't know how to back things up to GitHub or local backups and stuff like that. So you would waste a lot of time and a lot of money as well, because these tools are not free for the most part. So
Yeah.
you spend a lot of money on tokens. But yeah, Kiro, I think Kiro is gonna basically level the playing, the playing field, in the sense that now it's a true agentic, and it's a spec engineering. It's not vibe coding anymore. I mean, these are just semantics, right? Just words, but it's so far.
Even when I heard the word vibe code, and I was like, that can't be good. Why would I want to just? When I hear the word vibe, I feel like it's, I'm just frivolously wasting my time doing something and hoping that I'd come out with something. It doesn't seem like you're going straight for the point on what you want to do.
Right.
It
Yeah.
sounds a bit more like,
Yeah, and
yeah,
I hear you. I
if
hear
that
you.
makes sense.
No, it was definitely that. Once if you go blindly, okay, into vibe coding, yes, it is a colossal waste of time. It is a colossal waste of resources, because it's going to cost you a lot of money. And the only salvation to that, the only sticking point to that, in my opinion, was the fact that you were in on the ground floor, so you understand the flow. And if you know about coding, that's your salvation as well, because then you could go in and say, no, 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 no. I mean, if you go back and check out one of my first videos, that was that was last year, November or something, and it was profanity laced. I was cussing out the AI. Just it was never doing what I wanted it to do.
Probably deserved it at that time.
You know what I mean? It just started getting better and
Yeah.
better. But the main reason that I got into it early, because I know the basics. You know what I mean? Because I've coded. I've coded in Python, C++, and JavaScript. So when it because you got to realize the AI is there to please you, and sometimes it hallucinates. If it doesn't know the answer, it fabricates stuff, right? And it spits it out. And I'm like, yo, bro, what are you doing? And he was like, well, da 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 da. I'm like, you're bullshitting. Do it again. Then it apologizes. And at the end of the day, it started actually kind of learning from me in the process. And when things like Cursor, Windsurf came out before, after Auto Copilot, then different tools like Augment or Tray, things started getting a little better, because now you could create a memory, you could create a file, a rule file, and say, I need you to do this all the time, systematically. If I'm running a back end, I'm running a front end, I want you to always use port, let's say 3001, okay? Let's say 3000 for my server, for my back end, 3000 for my web, and then 3001 for my admin. Then it won't deviate from that. But in the beginning, it would start, switching ports here and there. And at some point, Cursor and
Did it have the
Windsurf,
parameters?
yeah, they kept using ports. I think it's 5559. And I think 5559 is used by Apple AirPlay. And I was constantly, I say, yo, do not use port 54, 55, 59, whatever it was. That port is reserved for AirPlay, and I'm using AirPlay. So there's always going to be a clash. Do not do that. And it was constantly doing that until I create a rule, and it's in the rule file. Before you do anything, check with the rule file, and then understand that you never use that port. Or I always want you to test things before you continue on to the next task. So that's where we are today.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah. So you say you in construction management.
Yeah, so do a lot of 3D models. I work on a program called Revit.
Yep.
Yeah, like, and I work for a mechanical construction company.
Okay.
I deal with managing models, and I got to audit these models. So I wanted to like make I want to make an app just to make my life easier, because construction's kind of like behind in technology. So even the smallest thing is like an amazing thing to someone. But
For sure.
yeah, but it's just something I'm trying to look into. Yeah, and so it's just kind of where I'm at. I haven't done any coding really myself,
Okay.
but just played with like
What?
basic, really
Yeah.
basic hello world stuff.
Yeah, but hey, that's
Um,
hey, baby steps, man. That's how you start.
yeah.
And believe it or not, and anything. I mean, you're a mechanical engineer, right? So you didn't start.
No, I'm not any of those. I manage the 3D model, so I make sure it gets built on site,
Oh,
but it
okay.
gets built in the 3D first.
Oh, okay.
So it's like so many people involved in
Got
before a
you.
building, and all that kind of pipe work and duct work gets involved. So
Got you.
the small cog in the big scheme of things. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, man, this is a good time to get involved because this is as worse as it's ever going to be. And from here on out, it's only going to be, uphill, man. It's just going to be, well, I don't know if it's uphill or downhill, but it's going to be super easy to uh, to do things, especially when we get true agentic power, where you could
Mm.
anything imaginable. You could say, hey, listen, I need you to build this or build this feature from an existing piece of,
I
software.
tried it. I tried that something like that with Replit the other night, and
Mm.
it wasn't quite working how I wanted it to. But well, obviously I don't know the code and how it works, but looking at it do things, I
Right.
still think it's amazing, even though it didn't work out. I wanted it to I like put a file in it. I wanted to read the file that's in it and extract a piece of information. But now I'm thinking about it and I'm like, that's really detailed. It does
Hmm.
you can't I feel like I can't just tell it to look through this file and pick out pieces of information. I
Yeah.
need more to it. So then I just kept on going and going. Yeah. But it
Right.
made like an export, and I was like, that's good. But it hasn't filled in with the right information. But I was like, that's a start at least. But yeah, it's fun. It's
Exactly.
fun to see it at least do something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Replit is a great tool, but it has its use case. Okay,
Mm.
for anything that's going to be a little bit more involved, code wise or feature wise. I don't recommend these online, in browser tools. I do not recommend them. So
Yeah.
that's Replit, Bold, that new. What's the other one? Lovable. Okay. I don't recommend those because they're almost like I know you sound like you're from the UK. Are you from the UK?
Yeah. London.
Hey, there you go. I'm here in the London. I'm
Yeah,
so
he smells
London. I'm so
British.
South. I'm here in the Stormzy. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Yeah. I'm from the same place.
there you go. Yeah, man. Um, when it comes to putting things together, that's a little bit more involved. For instance, if you want to do something and that will tag on to the work that you want to do, the models and stuff like that. The best case scenario would be to use something like Kiro or VS Code in conjunction with, let's
Exactly
say,
what I'm thinking.
Augment Code,
Mm.
which is one of the best um, basically coding agents. It's a plugin, it's an extension that you install in VS Code, and the main reason is that you have access to every piece of code, every aspect of the project. Also, the context. I'm sure you've heard about context window, right? Context window is basically if you have a large code base, you have 200 plus different files, 40 different folders, 1.5 million lines of code. Most of these tools, online tools, they get lost. The context window might be 230K all right, or 130, 140 something K, where, for instance, the new tools that are coming up will have context windows of 1 million uh, um, tokens. Therefore, you can fit about, the whole Harry Potter library, okay, and it'll read it and it'll be able to answer you adequately without basically getting lost. These other things like Lovable, Replit, their context window is about 140 something tokens for 142 or 45, whatever it is now. So they have to basically keep whatever question or you ask them. They create a task, right? And that task has to remain within the context window, and their answer back to you has to fit within that 142 tokens. Therefore,
Got you.
you see what I'm saying? So it's not
Yeah,
really, so it has to offload
It,
the memory in order for it to actually, and then once you offload the memory, that means you start a new chat.
new
It
chat,
forgets what you talked
yeah.
about
So
3
my
seconds
context is
ago.
gone.
It's gone. So then you got to
Yeah, that's part is
say that again, Amar.
Hey, by the way, I mean I was saying that of course it's a dumb, I mean not dumb, but it still doesn't really know what it's doing because it's just predicting stuff from like maths or the data that it has been trained upon. I was just scrolling through X and I found this post. Like, that post says teenagers should lift weights, old people should lift weights, even pregnant women should lift weights. And I commented, yes, pregnant women should lift weights if they want their baby to die without even coming out.
what are, what are you talking about, Amar? I mean, no, pregnant women can lift weight. It's not dangerous. It's fine.
No, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Lifting heavy, weights for a pregnant woman can cause the baby to die within their stomach.
Yeah, it depends. It depends. It's not conclusive. The
That's
jury's
why,
still out on that one. Yeah. So
most of the pregnant women are, told to bed rest when they're pregnant.
right, it depends. If it's a high risk pregnancy, yes, but it's actually beneficial for pregnant women. The conversation is veering towards something else now, Amar. But uh, if if there are no contraindications, it's fine. Women can still work out till the third trimester, or even right before, right up to till birth. It is fine actually. That's not a problem. Okay, back to Replit and those kind of tools, right? Um, they're great for if you want to create a website and nothing complicated, no e-commerce with stock management, with payment systems. I'm sure it could still do it, but you have to know what you're doing. Otherwise, it's gonna be a wild goose chase. You're gonna be chasing your tail. You know what I mean? So you have to transition to freestanding um, tools like VS Code with different extensions. So let me ask you, bro, what system are you on? Mac or Windows?
On Windows.
Okay, still cool. What do you have? A laptop, or desktop, or both?
Desktop.
Okay,
Use a desktop at home and at work.
right. So
I like having a big
have you
PC for some reason.
right? Have you downloaded VS Code yet?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got VS Code. Have you heard of Augment Code?
No, but I was just looking at it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and I
I believe they still have a
just checking.
14-day trial.
It says community free on the website, but
Yeah, but it's
just trying to
limited. It's limited. The 14-day give you access to the pro features. Then you go down to community.
yeah. Oh, I got you. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, try it out,
Included.
and let me know
Yeah.
how it goes. Is the best. It's got the best context, and but it indexes your code. So for the 14 days that you're on the pro plan, it won't train the LLM on your code. So if you're doing anything proprietary for a client or something that's a little sensitive, don't use the community for that. But if you use the paid version, they don't use your data to train the
Got you.
AI.
No, I won't be. I won't be making anything special
They
just yet.
There you go. Yeah, I hear you.
Purely
Yeah,
learning.
but experiment. You know, always.
Mm, yeah, like you said, it's a great time to get into it. So it's definitely something I want to look at. I'll keep this in mind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So many tools, and of course, you know, Kiro. Check it out. And Kiro is basically in. It's free
So
for the time being.
until Kiro,
Mhm.
so have you got Kiro then, or are you signed up to the waiting? What would you have used before,
I'm
or
still
what are you
using
currently using even?
currently. I'm still using multiple tools. I use VS Code with Augment. I use Cursor sometimes for certain, you know, easy things, and I also use, which I think I just deleted it, Tray. I was using Tray for a minute, but then there were certain things that I wasn't really happy with. But the main thing that I use, I've built 25 different projects with a combination of VS Code and Augment Code. I've also used Windsurf. I've also used Klein, which is another extension, and Rue Code. And a lot of them were just experiments, right? But the one that I've actually used the most was Augment and VS Code.
Do you write code by yourself, or you just rely completely on AI to write code for you?
No, I do write. I do write, but most of these projects you know, I guess you could say vibe coded. A lot of them were heavily documented and heavily, I guess, refactored. You know, whether even a lot of the codes that I didn't actually get my hands dirty per se, I would just say, hey, listen, this is bullshit code. I need you to rewrite it and then use this. Don't do that. And then once I validate the code, I test it, then I carry on to the
Oh my
next
god.
task.
Oh my god, bro, I got street dogs barking outside my house, bro.
I can hear them a little
Common
bit.
Pakistani,
Are you get
common Pakistani experience.
Pakistani road dogs?
Yeah, just see, like a little bit same occurs in India as well. No, bro, like like you live in the United States, bro. You don't even know how blessed you guys are, and you don't even like imagine living a life where you don't have electricity for 12 hours a day, and
That's
you
rough.
know you. Oh
Yeah,
my
but see,
God! By the way,
yeah, we don't have street
um,
dogs. We have the SPCA. So if you know any stray dogs, and you know the SPCA just catches them and take them to a shelter.
yeah, it's true. By the way, do you know like you still prefer JavaScript a lot, right?
No, I don't prefer. I don't prefer any code. I'm of the thought that you use the right tool for the job. Okay. Some of my projects are Python based, if that what's it's you know what's called for. Some of it is you know TypeScript. Some of it is JavaScript. Some of it is HTML. Some of it is you know Go. So it depends. Some of it is you
It's
know
true, you know.
React Native. Some of it is Kotlin. So it depends. It depends what the project is. What the you use the most appropriate tool for any particular project.
Yeah, that's true. I used to do coding in Merge stack, like the stack that is mainly JavaScript, you know.
Right.
So I used to treat it as my main stack, but I was working on a large project, a real-time chat application, which I succeeded in making, but that was a nightmare, bro. It took me around 20 days to make it, even though I had planned for maximum 10 days. It took me around 20 days to actually make it and finalize it, and that was a nightmare. And after that, I haven't wrote a single line of code in JavaScript or React since let's like 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, hey man,
Even
it
though
can
I
be
made a lot of
tedious, you
projects
know.
in web development.
It can be tedious, especially I mean you're a solo developer, so um, you know if you had a team, you know you had a designer, you know you had a, but if you're doing full stack, of course it's it's um it's a little bit of you know you got to juggle so many different, you know, wear you know different hats and stuff, so you got to kind of uh, weigh the pros and the cons, you know, and see what, like the merge stack. But I've never used the merge stack, but you know, for me, the stack, the project dictates the stack. You know, I don't go in and thinking, well, if you try to force a stack into a project, I mean, you're asking for trouble. Same thing if you wanna build a ship, you know what I mean? You won't necessarily buy you know material to build a yacht, even though they're both water vessels, right? They're both you know classified as boats, but you're not going to buy the same type of material for an oil tanker or a yacht. So that's how I look at it.
I mean, you like the example you gave of ships. I mean, you can still make the ship with the materials of a yacht, can't you? I mean,
Nah,
so
mm-mm.
like,
Nope. You know why?
okay,
Because the material you
no, like we cannot make. Yeah, we cannot make a ship with the material of
oh
yacht,
you
but
cannot.
we
Okay,
can make. No, I mean, yeah, can't. I said can't. Yeah, we
right.
can't make a. I mean, a ship with the material of yacht, but we can make that same website with Python or any other tech stack that we can make with JavaScript or any other tech stack. So
Yes and
the
no.
ship
Yeah.
example
Yes. Yes and no
pretty
because
raw.
yeah. Yes and no
Why
because
no? Why no?
because Python for websites. Nah, Python is you know is best for back end. If you want to use Python for, you're gonna be in a world of hurt trying to basically get the front end, okay, to look somewhat decent. You could still use it. You could still do it in Python, but Python is basically is a blunt instrument, right? It's great for back ends, but for front end, it's doo doo. It's caca, if you know what I mean.
Who does front end with Python, dude?
Huh?
I I do front end with
Yeah,
HTML
but I
and
guarantee you,
CSS
it
and
looks like
back end with.
shit. I guarantee you, it looks like crap. It won't be as nice as, let's say, HTML and CSS, or even something as simple as freaking Next.js. I guarantee you, Next.js is going to look better because Python is just not designed for front end. You could do it, right? But
Wait,
why
I
suffer
have
when you can
never
do it
done
better?
front end with Python. I I
Sounds
never
like
knew
trying to
that we
put
can do front end with Python.
Say what?
Wait a second, let me search if we can do front end with Python.
When you could
I
do
never
what?
knew we can do front end with Python.
No, you
I
can.
was
I
gonna
didn't.
say it sounds like putting a square in a circle hole.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? That's not what I said, Amar. Listen, you can, but it's not worth the trouble, and it won't look sexy. It won't look nice. You can still do it. It's almost like using, I don't know if you ever use Drupal or freaking Drupal, or what's the other one? It's very popular. It's basically WordPress. You know, whenever I see a site, I know right away this is a freaking WordPress site. This is a Drupal because they're blocky.
They look it. You
Yeah,
can tell
you know what I'm
straight away.
saying?
I know what you
Yeah,
mean.
they don't look.
Yeah.
There's no swag. You could do it
Yeah.
just like you can use Drupal or WordPress, but it's gonna look like crap.
Yeah, in your chat, I shared the videos that I came across that showed me to keep that. Well, kind of highlighted Kiro to me, and the guy just makes a spec,
Oh,
and
cool. Which
then he's
chat?
like
Where
putting
where
it
did you share
through.
it?
General tech related
Okay, cool.
on one of your rooms. Yeah,
All right.
I mean, if
Let
someone
me
wants
just
to see
read
it,
the
but obviously you see it in your own time. But yeah,
Yep. All right, cool. I see them.
opening the yeah.
he just talks through the spec he made, and he uses Gemini to make his spec, and then that's what he's going to put into. But it was quite cool to see him using Kiro to do it as well. But
Yeah.
he works in like the same. It sounds like he works in the same similar industry to what I do, which kind of led me to it.
There you go. Yeah, because then there's a use case that you might kind of follow, which is pretty cool. And
Yeah.
that's the thing, right? If there's a problem out there somebody's trying to solve, you can bet that a lot of people are trying to solve the same problem, and here you are, you found dude, and then now you're here, and now we're having a conversation, which is pretty dope.
Yeah, that goes. Just got to build something.
Yeah, there you go. And hey, you got to get your hands dirty. You know what I mean? Get Kira set up, and then again, remember, you don't have to limit yourself to Kira. Try VS Code and
Nah,
Augment.
I'm gonna.
You know what I mean?
That's what
Try,
I'm gonna try
y-
that.
yeah, try
That
different
sounds like a good
things.
idea.
Experiment.
While I'm on the waiting list or whatever it is, just might as well see how it actually works and try to understand it. Oh, that's what I think is quite good with all this AI stuff. I don't understand something, I just drop a screenshot in there, paste it in there. Even on the program I use for work, I do the same things in there. I just throw it in there and see.
There you go.
Oh, am I doing this wrong? Am I doing this right?
Yeah.
Can I, what's the alternatives? It's good to
Yeah.
bounce things off.
Exactly, and even with
Yeah.
all these apps, you could highlight a piece of code and you say, explain this to me. What does it do? And then why is it placed here but not, you know, why is it at line 40, not at line 13? And I was going to explain it to you. Well, because in order for, when you execute codes, it goes from top to bottom, right? It goes basically, it reads that piece of code, and if there's a if or loop statement, then it goes, if this happens, go there. But if then, but then if the then happens before the if, then your code is broken. So everything is pretty much logical, right? So once you start to see codes and you start to understand, you may not understand line by line, which eventually you will if you really apply yourself. But you can actually highlight a piece of code and say, "Hey, explain this to me like I'm 5." Then it will do it, which is
Yeah, like do these AI assistants know the context of the app as well? Like do
exactly,
they?
yeah. Which is something that was impossible to do. I don't know, 5 years ago. It was unheard of.
It's crazy
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
even
Hey,
like
by the way, NGO, I need both's opinion, right? So I just read this thing. If it feels like work, it's not the thing for you. What do you think about this
If it feels like
line?
work, it's not the right thing. I'll tend to agree to a certain extent. But then
same.
I'll say this. Um, even if it's your passion, you still have to work at it. Although it's not going to feel like work because it is your passion, right? So if it feels like work, it could also be work, but because that work is the work that you're doing to allow you to do that thing that you're passionate about. You know what I mean? So let's say you have a job, you're delivering pizza for Uber Eats or Lyft, or you're driving Lyft, right? It's work. but then it's not something you're gonna
100%.
do forever. It's something. It's a means to an end. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would have said
Yeah,
something
yeah, true,
very similar.
true, true.
Right? You say something similar, bro?
Yeah, I was gonna say, obviously, you know, you have all the money, you don't really want to work, you know, so
Exactly.
it's a means to the end.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely. So,
and
but let me.
even doing even
No,
doing this, I enjoy work,
right.
but to be honest, if I didn't have to do it, I wouldn't do it. But I've also got a supporter family, so I'm gonna do the work and try to make it as easy as possible.
There you go. Yeah. At the end of the
There
day,
you go.
yeah. Sorry, that's how it is, you know. And for me, I think the the best thing is to have a choice, right? To be able to choose how how you spend your time, how you dedicate, whether you have a family of young kids, and you have a wife, you have maybe maybe siblings
Oh
you're
my
taking care
God,
of.
why?
You have to sort of look at it from from altruistic point of view, right? You got to look at it. Okay, what's my purpose? What am I doing? How am I contributing? And if if you check all the boxes, hey, that's good. But now let me put a question to you guys. If you let's say if you had $10 million tomorrow, and you could do whatever you please, what would you do?
Uh, if you ask me personally, first of all, you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fund my own startup with
There you
that
go.
and try to release as soon as possible because that's the first step, right? Like if you ask this thing to any of my friend, they would say, okay, we would gonna trip on in Paris and get a girlfriend and live a luxurious life. But no, in my opinion, I think you should build assets with that money, right? Like, first of all, fund my startup, then maybe with $1 million buy a house, and with another $1 million will buy another house that will give on rent, so it will become an asset, right? And so we will utilize our money like that, not like that we're gonna just spend it blindly on luxurious. You know what I mean?
Right. What about you, bro?
4 million on
Hey, by
houses,
the way,
6 million
by
invest.
the way, I gotta go. Okay.
Say what? What'd you say, Amar?
Nice to meet you, Emma.
I gotta go. Okay, bye. I mean, we can meet tomorrow. Okay, you tomorrow gonna stream, right?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here tomorrow. All right, Amar. So, remember to continue with the research and look into Kickstarter. Do more research.
I am. Yeah, I'm doing nowadays. I'm doing deep research before, like posting deep about it. I mean, we are still posting about it in social media, but before that, I just want clarity to, like the clarity that we can actually build it,
Sure
right?
thing.
Like we can not like that we are gonna create a lot of hype on social media, and then after that, when we actually get into engineering, we don't know how to make it. That's not how it's gonna work. So yeah, we are deep into research nowadays.
Research, research, research. All right, Amar. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, buddy.
All right,
Nice to
see
meet you,
you
fella.
tomorrow, and you and the Black G.
George will do. This is game name.
Yeah.
Normally use Discord for games.
Right, right, right. All right. So the Black
Bye
G.
bye bye bye.
What would you do with the money?
I would do 4 million on houses
Hmm.
and invest the other
Nice.
half.
Okay.
Um,
Would
I'd be
you?
looking not to work, but at the same time, I'd have to do something because I think I'd be bored if I did nothing. So
That's
I'd need purpose still.
yeah. That's what I was gonna say. I said, man, you get so bored because without
Yeah,
idle hands, right? Because idle hands will just
yeah,
get you into a lot of trouble. Whether it's you develop bad habits, vices, and all of a sudden, you're reaching for freaking champagne in the morning, you know, and it's not
and any
productive at
other
all.
extracurriculars. But yeah,
Yeah, man. Because I mean, at the end of the day, right? You once you have a purpose, things fall into place. Whether you know it's through philanthropy or you take something that you're really passionate about and then you just go go all in. I don't know if you've heard the term ikigai.
Ikigai.
It's a
What is
Japanese
it?
it's a
Sounds
Japanese word.
Japanese.
It means life purpose. And
Right. I feel like I have. I
you,
feel like I've come across it before.
yeah, there's a book. There's a book out there. You can actually I think you could probably get the ebook. It's available
Yeah.
for free in a lot of these PDF download files or EPUB ebooks. The ikigai, it's a Japanese concept where in Japan, the elderly does
Balance.
they don't retire.
Mm.
Okay, retirement does not exist in Japanese.
Japanese culture.
What they do is they find purpose. Either they volunteer, right? Either they start a garden, and there's actually there's a research that was conducted. I think it was probably in the 1950s or 60s. Don't quote me on that. But what they realize is there's this city in Japan, Okinawa in Japan. It's one of the places that
Mm.
has the most centenarians on the planet. To people, they're
Right.
100, 110, 120. I think that's the cutoff point right there, probably 100, not quite 120, but close. And what they all have in common is the fact that after quote unquote retirement from an office job or from factory job or auto plant, whatever,
Yeah.
they don't just go home and start go and sit and play golf and watch TV and eat TV dinners. What they do is they have, first of all, they have a group of friends that they get together daily, either to have tea together,
Mm.
to play mahjong together, whatever games they play. They go to karaoke. You know what I mean? They take long walks.
Let mind going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know. And apparently, that's kind of been the one of some of the major factors in their longevity is the fact that they create a community. They're not isolated. And I'm pretty sure you
Mm.
experienced that in London, which I experienced that in New York as well, where most
Um,
neighbors don't even know each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny you say that. So my missus is a physiotherapist
Mm,
in the community far from us, whatever. Um, and she spends most of her day visiting people that that are isolated from their family, isolated from whoever, and these are old people. They're like maybe like 60, 70. I say 60, 60, 70 is not too old in my
right.
opinion, but because they've retired early, they retired whenever, they've stopped doing stuff,
Yeah,
and so they're just deteriorating. If you don't do something, you start losing stuff, and that's
absolutely.
what's happened. And it's, you can she says you can tell the difference between someone in their house that has stairs and someone that doesn't.
Yeah,
When the stairs go, that their muscles go. They're
atrophy.
not doing anything. Yeah, and it just accelerates. So she's met someone who's like 80 and moves more than the
The
late
60-year
60s
old.
person.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is insane.
yeah. I believe that, and I think in the West, things things are getting out of control, especially in urban areas. In major metropolitan cities. Like London or New York or what I mean, Atlanta, or if, you go to Paris or
Mhm.
these type of places. The isolation is a killer. And when it comes to
Yeah,
when it comes to doing uh the minimum, for instance, I don't know if it's like that in the United Kingdom, in the UK, but in America, a lot of people just basically, after grandma and grandpa get to a certain, age, they put them in group homes, you know what I mean? And homes for the elderly. And that's the worst thing you could do, you know what I mean? Where if you
Yeah.
go to more traditional cultures like, for instance, in India or a lot of places in Africa, and even some European countries, like I think in Italy, probably in the south, Sicily, those areas, grandma and grandpa lives in the same house. In China, it's the same thing. Grandma, grandpa, you know what I mean?
This
The auntie,
this conversation is insane. You
yeah.
know why? Because I am living this right now. So my mom lives with me.
There you
So I've been able to somehow been able to buy my parents' house.
there you
And
go.
to me and my missus, I had a little bit of an argument about my mom staying with us, and I'm like, it's got to happen because what else is she gonna
Exactly.
do?
Yo, she she
It's funny.
she
It's
gave you
funny.
life, and
Uh,
she sacrificed a lot.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So my dad's moved to Ghana. They've built a house there.
Okay.
Longest project going. So they've been built. I'm 38, but they've been building it since I was 18. So 20 years, and they finally moved in. He moved into it last year. But my mum wants to continue working, so
Okay.
she's going to stay with us for a bit and
That's
go back and forward.
that's the
Let them
that's the
live a nice life.
that's the long
And use the
game.
freedom.
Jeez, yeah. So Ghana,
Yeah,
where in Ghana?
yeah.
Kumasi or Accra?
Accra.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're like 15-minute drive from the airport.
Okay, nice. Actually, I,
Um,
I was supposed to go to Ghana for the year of the return. Um,
oh, okay.
but I ended up not making it because the whole thing, to repatriate. And then I know Nana Akufo-Addo at the time was given citizenship. So the formerly the descendants, means. So I still need to get out there. So I haven't gone out there, but
I
it,
went I
so
went in February. I took my family there. We spent 10 days within
nice.
like school holidays. It's lovely. Yeah, great
Cool,
place.
cool, cool. Would you move to Ghana? Would you live in Ghana right now?
It's something we're thinking about. Like, yeah,
Okay.
it's just I need to work, and I
Yeah,
don't know what I do out there. But I feel like if I want to, I just got to make it work and just go for it.
for sure.
Um,
Yeah, I think
yeah,
the best thing to do on the continent is entrepreneurship. You know what I mean? Especially if you grow up in the West, and different mentality, different opportunities and stuff, and
mm,
you kind of expect the same sort of access on the continent. It's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's simply not there. You know what I mean? So you gotta create something. You gotta create opportunities, and in fact, people will be looking to you to create opportunities, to create jobs, and the only way you could do that is entrepreneurship. In fact, I met this lady from Ghana. I think they were building some sort of a plant, food processing plant that create. It's basically, let's see if I can remember what it was. I believe, when you make jollof rice
Yeah,
and all the spices that it takes to actually get it
like a
that
paste, a
signature
paste,
flavor.
like tomato paste that it starts with,
Say what?
like the tomato paste that you start with.
Yeah, exactly. So I believe on top of that tomato paste, there are other things that you actually have to basically season the meat with and all do all that type of stuff, right? So I believe her
Yeah, yeah,
her
yeah.
company her company is actually creating a pack. For instance, when you buy ramen noodles, and which is
Yeah, yeah.
straight poison, by the way. Don't even eat that shit. Wh- you know, it comes with a prepackaged sort of like seasoning and pack. So that's what they're creating. They're creating a pack, so you
I
don't
do a
actually,
similar thing for jollof.
yeah, you know, which
Mhm.
which I think is cool. But I believe she studied in the States. I think she went to Harvard Business, and then she interned at Goldman Sachs, and then she went into private equity. And then I believe a couple of years ago, then she realized, okay, what am I doing in America? You know, you can't really build something substantial in America. Everything's pretty much been done unless, you know, unless you got millions to invest. So her and a
Yeah.
couple of girlfriends decided to go to, you know, return to Ghana and basically launch their startup. And they're doing pretty good right now.
Nice. Nice. That's great.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, you
It's
know,
food for thought. Food for thought.
yeah, you know. I mean, in fact, I'm on I'm on the continent right now.
Where are you?
East Coast, Kenya.
Ah, okay. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Where are you originally from then?
New
So
York.
you say New York.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And,
What takes you to Kenya then?
well, long story short, I was supposed to be in I was supposed to be in Ghana. Like I said, for the
Oh,
year,
okay.
yeah, the year of the return in 2019, right? And was it 2017?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2017. And I ended up in Zanzibar at a film festival because I was working and I was in the film industry. And
Ah,
so before going to Ghana, I ended up, you know, going to Zanzibar, and I had never been to the continent prior to that. I ended up in Zanzibar um, Film Festival and met a couple of people from Kenya. So they invited me to come to a film festival here in a film convention. So I came.
ah,
That was 2017, I believe, 2017. Then I came. I stayed here for a little bit, then I left and kept coming back. And it's, you know, since
okay.
then I've been coming back and forth, you know, and it's it's one of those things that I mean, nobody, you won't really understand it until you experience it because, you know, you know, a little bit of backstory. I mean, I've lived pretty much everywhere, and except the continent up until 2017. I had never set foot on the continent
Yeah.
until 2017, and
Mm,
you know, being in a place where everybody looks like you. There's there's no amount of money in the world that could build that, you know, that sense of community, that sense of okay, I belong. I see me and people see me. And here's the thing, right? For instance, you know, I lived in Japan. I lived in Taiwan. My ex-wife is from Taipei, Chinese. Lived in Dubai, Singapore, Hong Kong, Macau, where else? Malaysia, all
all
over
over.
Europe. Say that. Say that again.
Oh, I said all. Sounds like all over.
Yeah,
Amazing.
pretty much, except the continent. And one of the major things is,
Mm,
you know what I mean, is because you know America. Well, I guess the West in general, they're, you know, great marketers. You know, great freaking propaganda. You know, they always portrayed Africa as this dangerous place. You know what I mean? Famine. You know, da da
yeah.
da.
Yeah.
And it's bullshit.
And it's not.
You
And
know,
it's not. It's
absolutely
not.
not. Absolutely not. But you know, unbeknownst to you, you know, meaning the, you know, the general you don't realize it because you are so um you're so you know, invested into what you know and you know where you are. But
Yeah.
mind you, you know, I started traveling quite early on in life. You know, I started traveling, you know, at 18 because, you know, I was like, okay, I need to see what's out there. But still, that whole, you know, mindset that was basically always being pushed, you know, Africa as being this place that, you know, you don't touch. Meanwhile, them, I mean, they're all over Africa. pillaging and natural resources.
Yeah.
Building industry. You know what I mean? We're not talking about a couple of $100,000. We're talking about billions of dollars, right? And finally, I decided, okay, that was 2017. I mean, this is it. I
To
need to,
experience it.
yeah, I need to go see what's happening because all these places that I've lived, of course I've contributed to their economies. The place that I've lived the longest was Thailand. I lived in Thailand for 12 years.
Oh,
And the thing is, even though I lived there for that long, I never belonged. Because any Thai person will see you, even though you've been there for 10 years, and be like, oh, how do you like it here? How do you like the food? How do you like the weather? I'm like,
yeah.
dude, I'm tired of this conversation. I've been here for 10 years. What are you talking about? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And there's
And
another
Theo,
thing. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to shoot. Lovely to talk to you, man. Yeah, I've got a few bits to do tonight, but yeah, I'll
Hey,
I'll be
yeah,
back at some point.
yeah, for
Uh,
sure, for sure. Good.
Let
Hey,
you know how I
I,
get on.
yeah, I appreciate you, man. And let me know how your journey goes with the coding.
Yeah. Very raw,
All
plenty of
right, bro.
mistakes.
All right.
Yeah, nice. So, what's your name? Is it NDO?
Indio, yeah.
Yeah,
But it's
cool.
it's
Nice
actually
to meet you, mate.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's actually John, but Indio is the
Oh, okay.
yeah. All right, bro.
Theo, John.
Okay.
Cool. Nice to meet you, brother.
Take
All right.
care.
Have a good one.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
4 p.m. Be home. All right, Joe. That was a good little convo with Amar and the Black G. What's going on? So, I need to take a little break and we'll continue with Kiro. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So, what are we talking about here? We are back with Kiro. So, Kiro, once again, built from the ground up for working with agents. So, it's a multimodal chat, spec driven development app hooks. Kiro gives you the best tool for the job and a fresh development experience that still feels familiar. Right. So again, more context, less repetition. With specs, steering, and smart context management, Kiro understands the intent behind your prompts and helps you implement complex features on larger code bases. Again, this is great. So large code bases, that means your context window is going to be astronomical. Okay. Again, we got MCP. Integrate tools and data with MCP. Connect to docs, databases, APIs, and more with native MCP integration. Nice. So I'm assuming you'll be able to connect to Superbase or what's the other one? Well, let's say, PayPal or Stripe or any of these other APIs that you need to connect to. Excellent. So, with enterprise grade security and privacy, you can ship your best work with confidence. Everything you need. There you go. Autopilot includes steering documents. Okay, cool. So, you could create different structure documents, tech stack, and product, PRD. So, agent model selection. Okay, great. So you got Claude Sonnet 4. I'm imagining Opus will be there, but in the paid version, probably. Sonnet 3.7 is there. And in the meantime, these are free to use for now. So I don't know how long that's going to last, but that looks pretty good. Strap in with autopilot mode. Let Kiro automatically run large tasks on its own without needing step-by-step instructions. You stay in control, especially when running scripts or commands. Your code, your rules. Nice. So you could create rules. Excellent. There you go. Compatible with VS Code. Kira support open VSX plugins, themes in VS Code, settings. Oh, okay. There you go. So it is compatible with VS Code, so you could actually install other plugins and stuff. Show, don't tell. So image, okay. So you could drop in an image for design purposes. Witness the magic with code diffs. See code changes as they happen. Okay, approve everything. Boom. That is awesome. So Kiro, let's take Kiro for a spin, guys. Kiro. All right, so let's launch Kiro. Excuse me. So, of course, Kiro's on demand right now, guys. Kiro is exploding. So this is where we at right now. Right. So Kiro's is a little bit as overwhelmed right now. I guess the demand is pretty high. So we kind of we have to we gotta wait. I'm on the wait list. I'm on the waiting list. So let's wait and see when I gain access. There you have it, guys. Kiro is seeing unprecedented demand. So I've been added to the wait list. So this will conclude our live stream for today. Since Kiro is not available for me to use yet. So in the meantime, I'll be waiting for the approval so I can come in and take it for a spin. And of course, take you guys along for the journey. And Kiro, which is looking pretty promising. But in the meantime, it is in the meantime, it's unavailable. So again, as you can see, during the preview period, take advantage of reasonable limits at no cost. Of course, there are going to be rate limits. It's to be expected because, again, tokens are expensive. So we can't expect, a seamless experience without any rate limits. So here we go. What has changed? Kiro's pricing details. Kiro continues to remain free with reasonable limits during the preview period. Okay, of course. Okay, pricing plan, including how to count the different interactions, tasks completed through vibe coding, how to account for specifications when using different models. Based on these insights, we're reviewing our approach to better align with how developers are using and want to use Kiro. Updated pricing details for different tiers will be shared soon, and we encourage you to continue providing feedback. It helps us improve Kiro for everyone. Yeah. We go from vibe coding to viable code. Built from the ground up. More context, less repetition. I love that. Integrate tools and data with MCP. Yes. Looking forward to that. Trusted by engineers worldwide. Code with Kiro Hackathon. Let's take a look at that. All right, y'all, don't forget the voice chat is open on Discord. So if you want to join in, come on through. Right. So this is pretty much what I'm interested in when it comes to Kiro specs, because I vibe coded for the better part of 6, 7, maybe 8 months, and this is the next phase. Okay, specs. Okay, spec engineering. So this is pretty cool. So how do I import existing requirements? If your requirements or designs already exist in another system, such as Jira or Confluence, Word documents, you have two options. Use MCP integration if your requirements tool has an MCP server that supports STDIO. You can connect directly to import requirements into your spec session. Manual import, simply copy your existing requirements. Okay. Into a new file, into your repo, and open a spec chat session to say to generate a spec from it. Okay, good. So hashtag -prfaq.md, generate a spec from it. Kiro will read your requirements and generate requirements and design specs. How do I iterate on my specs? Cool. Kiro specifications are designed for continuous refinement, allowing you to update and enhance them as your project evolves. This iterative approach ensures that specifications remain synchronized with changing requirements and technical designs, providing a reliable foundation for development. Nice. Update requirements. Okay, requirements.md. Update designs. Design.md. Refine. Both the design document and the associated task list reflect your modified requirements. Update tasks. Navigate to the tasks.md and choose update tasks. This will create a new task that map to the new requirements. Okay, so you can go from vibe to spec. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do single shot. I'd be systematic about it. Okay, what if some tasks are already implemented? When working in an existing code base, you might find that some tasks in your spec are already complete because a coworker or you ended up doing it in another session. Here are two ways to handle this. Open your task.md file, click update tasks. Kiro will automatically mark completed tasks. Okay. Option 2. Let Kiro scan for you in a spec chat session. In a spec session as Kiro, check which tasks are already completed. Kiro will analyze your code base and identify implemented functionality. Kiro will automatically mark completed tasks. Thank you. This is awesome. And here, this keeps your task specs accurate. Okay, how many specs can I have in a single repo? You can have as many specs as you want in a single repo. We recommend creating multiple specs for different features for your project rather than attempting to just have a single one for your entire code base. Okay, that makes sense. For example, in an e-commerce application, you might organize your spec file like this. Okay, Kiro specs. User auth, product catalog, shopping cart, payment processing, admin dashboard. Okay. And it breaks it down into all the different components: login, sign up, password, reset, etc., etc. Product, listing, search, filtering, shopping cart, add to cart, quantity updates, and checkout. Yeah, I would probably add continue shopping to that. Payment processing, payment gateway integration, order, confirmation. And I would probably add order history in there as well. Admin dashboard, product management, and user analytics. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense. Make a lot of sense. This approach allows you to work on features independently without conflicts, maintain focused, manageable spec documents, iterate on specific functionality without affecting other areas, collaborate with team members on different features simultaneously. Awesome. Love that. Okay. Don't forget, if you come into the chat, if you come into the live stream, drop us a like. And the Discord voice channel is wide open. So if you want to talk to your guy, drop by, say hi. We also live on Kick. Okay. Just give us a follow. We're on Twitter and TikTok. So give us a follow. Do your guy a favor. Drop a like on YouTube right now. If you're in the live stream, you just tuned in. I'm just getting acquainted with Kiro, the new agent coder that takes you from vibe coding to finally going into spec engineering. A lot more precise and clean and production ready code. All right, so Kiro offers a chat panel where you can interact with your code through natural language conversation. Just tell Kiro what you need. Ask a question about your code base, request explanations for complex logic, generate new features, debug tricky issues, and automate repetitive tasks. All while Kiro maintains complete context of your projects. Again, context is so important, right? So freaking important. Yes. So it's pretty good. So you could either vibe or code with spec. Oh, I can't wait to gain access. Contextual understanding. Ask questions about your entire code base. Get explanation or request edits with full awareness of your project structure. Amazing. Smart intent detection. Vibe v spec. Let's check out Vibe v spec. Okay, vibe versus spec sessions. Okay, what is a vibe session? A vibe sessions are interactive Q&A focused sessions in Kiro that are designed for quick questions, explanations, and building projects through a more conversational approach. Again, how do we access it? There it is. Vibe. So it is great for rapid exploration and testing, building on the requirements are unclear, implementing a task. That's pretty much it. When to vibe. Okay, interactive Q&A format, vibe sessions, blah, blah, blah. Quick assistance, contextual understanding, flexible approach. Okay, what is spec session? Spec session guides you through a structured approach to complex development tasks in Kiro that formalizes the software development process. It transforms high-level ideas into detailed implementation plans with systematic execution and clear tracking. Again, this is so important right here. How to access? Of course, here. Great for thinking through features in depth. Projects needing upfront planning, building features in a structured way. Okay, when to spec? Complex development tasks. Use spec sessions for building complex features, entire applications, or significant refactoring that requires careful planning and execution, which I'm going to need for a lot of projects. Structured approach. When you need a methodical step-by-step approach to development, with clear documentation of requirements and implementation details. Great for team collaboration. So for projects where multiple team members need to understand the implementation plan and track progress against specifications. Documentation needs when you want to generate detailed documentation alongside your code implementation for future reference or knowledge sharing. Awesome. Terminal. Let's take a look. So terminal, what are we looking at? Terminal integration overview. Transform your development workflow with terminal integration instead of memorizing command syntax and switching between windows. Describe what you want to accomplish and Kano transforms your request into executable commands. Okay, that's good. Getting started. Okay, install the project dependencies. Check the git status. Okay, find all TypeScript files and search folder. Run the development server. Okay, npm run dev or whatever. npm start. Kiro translates your request into appropriate terminal commands and asks for your approval before executing. Okay, there you go. So install dependencies. I'll install the dependencies for your project. Okay, so it does understand in the context, and it knows we're using npm. I guess if we're using pnpm, or it'll be the same, or if it's a Python project, it will know what to do. Okay, how does it work? Okay, when Kiro suggests a command, you have 4 options. Modify, which is good. Edit the command before running. Cancel the execution or execute once, or run in trust. Execute in trust of similar commands in the future. Probably in the beginning, run and execute once, where you get to keep an eye on the process. You get trust commands. For security, Kiro asks for approval before running any command. You can streamline this approach by configuring which commands to trust automatically, which is good. Yeah, things that are not mission critical, of course. For instance, list, right? ls, cat, pwd, find, grep. Okay, this is pretty good. But if it means running commands that could basically break your code or run things that are susceptible to, run amok, then definitely you need a human in the loop. Trusted commands. Then you could, okay, this is the command here. You can say npm, that's a asterisk. So wildcard, trust all npm commands, git status, trust only git status, npm run, trust npm run, and any script name. Okay, nope. You can add commands to this by choosing run and trust when prompted, or by manually configuring them in settings, trusted commands. Okay, which is good. These commands can be configured on both the user level or global across all workspaces, and workspace level specific to your current project. Okay, that's what it looks like. So this is user for the specific project or workspace. This is all workspace level. Okay, using terminal context. Nice. Let's look at hooks. All right, hooks, what do we have? Agent hooks are powerful automation tools that streamline your development workflow by automatically executing predefined agent actions when specific events occur in your IDE. Okay, with hooks, you eliminate the need to manually request routine tasks and ensure consistency across your code base. I guess it's like rules, right? But they call them hooks. Agent hooks are automated triggers that execute predefined agent actions when specific events occur in your IDE. Rather than manually asking you for routine tasks to be performed, hooks set up automated responses that to events such as saving files, creating new files, and deleting files. Agent hooks transform your development workflow through intelligent automation by setting up hooks for common tasks. You can maintain consistent code quality, prevent security vulnerabilities, reduce manual overhead, standardize team processes, of course, create faster development cycles. Cool. Whether you're working on a small project or managing a large code base, agent hooks help ensure that routine tasks are handled automatically and consistently, allowing you to focus on building great app or software. Okay, how agent hooks work. The agent hook system follows a simple 3-step process. So event detection, that's number 1. The system monitors for specific events in your IDE. Prompt execution. When an event occurs, a predefined prompt is sent to the agent. Automated actions. The agent processes the prompt and performs the requested actions. Nice. Okay, setting up the hooks. Okay. Click the button to create a new hook. Define the hook workflow using the language in the input field. Press enter. Submit. Using the command palette. You can use the command palette to navigate to the hook UI. Open the command palette, Command Shift P. Okay. That's for Mac, or Control Shift P for Windows and Linux. Type Kiro. Open Kiro Hook UI. Follow the on-screen instruction to create your hook. Nice. Okay, hook types, management, best practices, example, troubleshooting. Yeah, steering. I want to look at MCPs. Yeah, once again, guys, we're going over Kiro. Kiro is the next breakthrough in agentic coding. And that being said, we're looking at the Model Context Protocol inside of Kiro. So Model Context Protocols, or MCP, extends Kiro's capabilities by connecting to specialized servers that provide additional tools and context. This guide helps you set up, configure, and use MCP servers with Kiro, which is awesome. I guess, if you're here, if you're watching, you know what MCP servers are, but we're going to go over it anyway. So MCP is a protocol that allows Kino to communicate, not just Kino, but any IDE or coding agent to communicate with external servers to access specialized tools and information. For example, the AWS Documentation MCP server provides tools to search, read, and get recommendations for AWS documentation directly within Kiro. What does that mean? And then what does it do for developers? So instead of scouring the internet and getting information concerning a specific server or API or whatever it is, or a piece of software or a piece of code, right? A lot of these models have a cutoff date. So once they've been trained, any date after deployment, they're not really aware of that. But with an MCP server, such as MCP 7, right? You can basically give the coding assistant access to the latest information information that is not available in the model's training data. So this is what this is for. So the AWS documentation MCP server will always have the latest information. So your coding assistant or agent will have access to the latest and updated documentation, the up-to-date documentation. This is why this is important. But of course, that's not just for documentation. It will allow you to connect to other valuable tools, right? So again, with MCP servers, which is what I'm talking about, you could access specialized knowledge bases and documentation. This is what we just saw with AWS. Okay, integrate with external services and APIs. That means you could connect with Supabase, you could connect with Stripe, or payment systems, or different sorts of APIs, right? So extend Kiro's capabilities with domain-specific tools. Again, awesome. Create custom tools for your specific workflow. Again, entirely possible. What do we have? So before using MCP, make sure you have the latest version of Kiro installed. Of course, this is within the context of Kiro, but you can use MCP servers in any IDE in conjunction with any coding agent. So any specific prerequisites for the MCP servers you want to use listed in each server's documentation. Good. So managing MCP servers or enabling MCP server support. After creating your configuration file, open settings with command plus comma. Okay, that's on Mac, or control plus comma, Windows or Linux. Anyway, that's a standard key command. All right, if you want Mac, you know it. If you're any application, whether you're in your browser or you're in Photoshop or Kiro or VS Code, command plus comma will bring up your settings window or page, whatever, or pop-up. Okay, and it's control plus comma in Windows and Linux. So there you search for MCP, and then you enable MCP support settings. Okay, restart, of course, to apply the changes. Using the MCP server tab, the Kiro panel includes an MCP server tab, which in fact VS Code contains a tab as well. And the lower, when you go to VS Code on the left panel, on the left hand side, where you have your plugins, if you go to plugins and you got install plugins, recommended plugins, and then right below that, if you have any MCP servers installed, if your MCP settings have been configured, you'll have a tab below recommended plugins. You'll see MCP servers, and then you'll see all your installed MCP servers. In fact, let me just show you guys real quick. I need to launch VS Code. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. So let me, real quick, let me show you what I mean. Let me switch here. VS Code. Where are ya? There we go. Okay, if you guys can see this, let me clear the chat. All right, so this is VS Code, right? So this is what I'm talking about, okay? So here, the extensions, okay? When I go into the extensions tab, here, these are all the extensions. You see installed right here. In fact, let me capture my cursor so you can actually see what I'm pointing at. Otherwise, you won't see my cursor. All right, I'm sure you guys can see my cursor now. So in VS Code, right? There we go. Here we have extensions. This is where all your plugins are. And here you'll see installed. These are all my installed extensions, okay? Got quite a few installed. In fact, 46 extensions installed, which is way too many. A lot of them I gotta get rid of them. And here, like I was saying, you see the recommended. According to what you're working on and what you have installed, it'll recommend certain things for you to install. So this is the recommended tab, okay? So right now it recommends that I install these 7 plugins or extensions, but I don't have any use for them now, but I might use them at some point. And this is what I'm talking about. So this is VS Code, okay? And this is the 3rd tab in the extensions pane. And here, once I toggle MCP servers, okay? So this is where you enable your MCP server. This is what I was talking about earlier. Context 7, I called it MCP 7, but it's actually Context 7. So Context 7 gives you access to the latest up-to-date documentation on a lot of software or APIs, any sort of information you might need. This will allow you to parse or to scrape the latest information. It'll give your coding agent access to the latest documentation, okay? Once you use this, so you actually, once you install it and you basically tell your agent, I need you to use Context 7 to get information about, let's say, React Native, okay, or what's an Expo SDK, because a lot of these old models, well, none of them are really that old anymore, but past the cutoff date, they're aware that, for instance, Expo SDK 52 is available, but the latest version is 53, and systematically they'll always install the SDK 52, not being aware that SDK 53 is available along with its up-to-date documentation. So by using Context 7, your coding agent will take that into consideration. It will use Context 7 to get the latest information. Then it'll be aware that SDK 53 is available, not to use 52 along with its dependencies. So it'll do the proper research and it'll find out, okay, this is not compatible with, once it's TensorFlow or whatever, is not compatible with SDK 53. Then it'll give you an option. If you upgrade to SDK 53, this might break, or if you don't want to break your code or a certain feature, stay in 52. But if you stay with SDK 52, you may encounter other issues. For instance, if when you're using Expo Go on your mobile phone for development, where you can preview your app, whether it's on an Android phone or whatever, I believe you can use that on Mac as well, but I don't take my word for it. And if you're developing with SDK 52 and VS Code, but you use Expo Go with SDK 53, they're not compatible, so you won't be able to view the app. It'll prompt you and say it's either you downgrade or you upgrade, whichever way. So that puts you in a position to avoid these problems by having the right context and stuff. So I got a couple more MCP servers installed here. Hugging Face. If you guys know about Hugging Face, you know what it's for. It's basically you have access to a lot of LLMs. Some of them are free. Of course, with a subscription, you get access to the best models. You could download models, you could train your own models, you could customize models, and you could download models to use to run locally, for different use cases. So that's what this is for. And GitHub, of course, GitHub allows you to back up create, different branches and do different things directly with MCP servers to your GitHub repository. So, which is really cool. So, I hope that's clear. So this is pretty much what you'll see here with MCP servers. Okay. So don't forget, guys. I see I got a couple of people in the chat. Don't forget to drop a like. Do your guy a favor. By the way, the Discord server is wide open. So if you want to talk to me, the voice channel is open. So come on down and talk to me. So let's get back to Kiro. All right. VS Code, you're out of here. See ya. All right, cool. So where are we? All right, cool. We're here. We were here. So command plus comma. Search for MCP and enable MCP support settings and restart, and you're good to go. All right. So Kiro also contained that panel I just showed you in VS Code. I can't show you Kiro right now because I'm on the waiting list. Okay, all configured MCP servers, blah blah blah, connection status indicators, quick access to server tools. To use this feature, okay, select the Kiro icon in the activity bar. Navigate to the MCP servers tab. Click any tool name to insert a placeholder prompt in the chat. Boom. This is pretty straightforward. So in a nutshell, guys, this is Kiro. Kiro is going to be the next phase in spec engineering as opposed to vibe coding. So guys, get with the program. So once again, drop us a like, and voice channels open on Discord. We're also live on Kick. So do your boy a favor, give us a follow. We're live right now. Also, we're on Twitter, X, and TikTok. So join us, guys.
Okay. I think we're live. Okay, we're live. We're live. Hello. I think we're on. Yes. Hello, welcome, friends. Welcome to this inaugural, I guess, episode of the Kiro Twitch weekly show thingy here on Twitch, YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter. We stream all over the place. Yeah. So hey, hi chat. Hello, friends. Hello, friends from Discord. My name is Darko, and I do kinds of a lot of things with Kiro. I am what they call a developer advocate, and I get to talk to all of you. You've probably seen me on Discord, and we've interacted, hopefully. So if yes, hello. Today, I have Nathan here with me, and we're going to be talking about a lot of things of Kiro. Why Kiro? How Kiro? Certain things we've done in Kiro. We want to help and answer your questions. So I have chat here, so I can go ahead and look at the chat. So feel free to drop the questions in. I'm going to try to get to all of the questions you asked. I do heavily encourage you to go and check out Discord. Discord.gg/Kiro.dev is if you want to join the Discord. There's a whole lot of people there having fun and discussing Kiro and sharing expertise and best trips and all stuff. Before we kick it off, Nathan, tell chat, who are you, what do you do, and my favorite question, what's objectively the best programming language in the world?
Well, that's a hotly debated topic, but I'll start with my name. So my name's Nathan. I'm the software manager here at Amazon, and I lead the Kiro team, and we've been working on it for about a year now, trying to get this out to people. Exactly.
Kiro has been really fun, and it's been a wild ride since the launch, and well, even before the launch, and I've seen this tremendous response to how people perceive Kiro and how they.
I mean, this is always a fun question to answer. You see what he did there is, what's the best programming language in the world? I mean, again, how do you answer this question? Again, I just talked about this earlier during the live stream, during this live stream, and somebody asked me what's the best, stack. I'm like, well, it doesn't really matter. There's not a best stack. You use the right tool for the right job. That's all. You can't really categorize things like that way. Something might work. Python might be basically the perfect tool for X, but then HTML might be the perfect way to go for Z. Or it could be React Native, or it could be Next.js, or it could be Go, it could be. It all depends. You use the right tool for the job. That's all.
Like it or don't like it and whatnot. So huge fan of. Thank you all for the feedback we've gotten. Thank you all for using it, trying Kiro out, and all those things. So I want to say hello to the chat. A couple of questions. Can we turn on subtitles? I think Twitch itself has some sort of subtitles. We don't have it natively built in here. So yeah, thank you so much. Look at the chat. Thank you. Chat, tell us where you're joining us from, please. We're both coming live from Seattle, Washington, in this wonderful little studio here. Do we have a name?
Not officially.
Not officially.
Not officially.
So chat,
we have secret names.
We have secret. So chat, the ghost behind us, this thing, we technically don't have a name. So you're more than welcome to name it, I guess. Amazing. Okay, cool. So I guess let's kick it off. Let's start off with a little behind the sort of history of Kiro. How did Kiro come to be? What was the idea? And what made you build something like Spec-driven development? Mm-hmm. What can you share?
Yeah. So for us, what we found over time, especially in my experience in my career, what I have seen is the most important thing when you're building sustainable software. Yeah. It is you need to really be intentional about the way that you're building software is you are communicating to other engineers in a language that a computer understands. So it's really about communicating with your peers, communicating with people that may be maintaining it in the future. And it is like collaborating with your coworkers. And what we wanted to do was have a development environment that really mirrored this working relationship.
Yep.
So we wanted you to be able to focus on what was the problem that you want to solve? What do you want to try to build? Breaking down, like distilling the problem, talking through how you want this to work instead of spending so much time on exactly what you want to, the mechanics of what you want to build. So thinking about the problem to solve and less about the implementation.
Yeah.
So spec-driven development allows you to really focus on that, to where you can distill the problem that you have, distill how you want the software to behave, and then the implementation comes naturally.
Right, and this has been a discussion I had with Mark Brooker. Chat, there's going to be a link to our YouTube channel where you can find a video with Mark Brooker and myself, who's a distinguished engineer here at AWS, and we talked about this whole thing of how LLMs these days are just another layer of abstraction. And one of the great examples of he gave it to me is like SQL. SQL. I think that's like, I never even thought about SQL being like a superly abstracted language, but it is, right?
Yeah.
You don't really care about the implementation, how it's working a little bit maybe, but ultimately you give it these set of instructions of what it should do, and it just does it for you, right? And this is kind of where all the stuff happens with LLMs. Now, spec-driven development specifically, right? My thoughts on that is I'm a huge fan of how it leaves me in control. Right. So when I built something in the past, like, your typical traditional vibe coding, was affected like, I would just kind of throw stuff at chat and see what happens. And then stuff happens and it's good and it's bad, whatever. Right.
Yeah.
But as I did the vibe coding thing, it slowly kind of got away from me.
Right.
Like I felt like I'm losing control. I have no idea what's being generated right now. I don't really know what happened and I can't really go back. So spec-driven development helped me kind of keep this control. So what's the story behind spec-driven development?
Right. So what we found with spec-driven development was that these AI tools, these foundational models, they're super powerful, and it unlocks much more productivity than we've ever seen before. The problem is the way that people were interacting with them did not resemble the way that we had built software before. So at Amazon, we're very intentional about having a doc-driven culture where we're working together to really understand the problem that we want to solve before we get down to implementation, because you don't want to spend a week coding and then decide like, oh, this was not the right approach at all.
Exactly.
So we wanted to make the process of working with LLMs more resemble that process that we have today, where you want to understand what you're building and why before you're spending all that effort in doing it. And now that the cycle is shorter, where you can work with an LLM in a couple hours, you can have something that might have taken you a week before, but if you're going down the wrong direction, you're still wasting a lot of effort. So we want you to have more control. We want it to be more predictable. We want it to be something where you're growing in confidence that you're moving to the right solution as you're doing it.
Yeah, exactly. And like for folks out there, like one of the things that comes from the AWS where we work is this whole writing culture, where before you go into anything, you write this big old doc. And that gets kind of translated to spec-driven development. Yeah. Now, spec-driven development is not something tremendously new. It existed in the past. People would write these specs in the past specifications, and they would build software with it manually, right? But this thing now, kind of, we're trying to educate you folks that like spec-driven development will help you distill your wishes, distill what you exactly want into more reasonable chunks. So for, like, you've all seen Kiro folks using it. When you request to create a spec, one of the first things that come out is something called a requirements doc, right? And requirements doc seems interesting, but it's absolutely nothing new, right? All software developers in the past would use like something called user stories, right? And user story is typical as a user, I want blah, 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 blah. When I blah, 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 right? It has a certain requirement to it and certain success criteria. So that's kind of the first element here. And then that's being generated by Kiro in this case, right? So helps you kind of narrow down those things. Has this form of a requirements doc evolved over time?
It has. So, and what we kind of going back to the process and the flow itself, like what we saw with a lot of the tools out there today is they solve the I need to type faster problem.
Okay.
Where vibe coding, it helps you generate code very, very quickly. Yeah. But like if you look at the whole life cycle of software development, from creation to management to evolving it, adding features over time, the hands-on keyboard phase of development is very, very small. So what we found as we were working on early stages of Kiro, there were things where we were a lot more opinionated on the process, and originally we were working on building it as a test-driven development flow where we wanted to solve this problem of guiding the LLM over implementation. And so the first idea that we had is we wanted to come up with all the tests up front, so we know like we agree what we want to build, and then we'll go to the implementation. But like we found that too rigid, and we found we're not solving a lot of the other problems in defining a new feature where with our newer version of Spec Development Flow, it helps us understand the problem that we want to solve as much as it helps us build it.
Yeah. And like, you all write tests before you write code. Is that right, chat? We all do, right? Now, well, this is a cool thing. Like, I think like approaching it from a test-driven developments first is a great idea. However, I feel like that can run into a lot of problems. Especially, I've noticed LLMs recently, they tend to over-mock things or overemphasize on mocking. And that can lead you to a rabbit hole that just like breaks a lot of things. So a spec or requirements doc is potentially a looser way of that, but still kind of giving relatively rigid instructions of what needs to happen.
We also found it brings more people into the conversation. So if the first artifact that we're building is unit tests, that is very limited in the number of people that can collaborate on that. So if you're coming up with human readable requirements, it's something where you can bring in stakeholders, you can bring in your product team, you can bring in your design team, you can bring in the engineers, you can bring in your customers. So everybody can work on these first phases together.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a huge kind of a difference here, because I've seen people already started sharing their specs. So like it's not maybe a fully shareable artifact, but I know some folks out there have started like considering building a platform where they can have a centralized hub where people will share the requirements docs. And requirements doc can actually be shared to an extent. Like, for example, if you're a company and like you want to implement auth for your specific application, you have a dedicated requirements doc for doing that. So like you can just implement that into Kiro, import it into Kiro, and then have Kiro, based on your architecture, based on your current application, generate the rest of the things, right? So, yeah, please.
Well, I was just going to say, and we really think of it as like when you have a pull request or commit, like part of the code review process and kind of going into how do we have Kiro solve more of the problems of the engineer throughout the software development lifecycle. We see a pull request or a code review as a way of encapsulating the intention around a change. So the spec itself, that can be something like it is just a very detailed description of the change that you're going to make. So we want to have a flexible system to where everybody can find a workflow that works for them. But one of the things that we have seen people do is have a spec as like a description in the pull request. So that's something where maybe you're keeping it around longer term, maybe you're not, but at a minimum, it helps to communicate why you made a change the way you did.
Exactly, and I'm gonna bring this up right now on my screen so folks can see it. So just so you know what we're talking about. I know a lot of folks here have been using Kiro, but for folks who haven't, I'm gonna show it to you how this thing looks like. So I'm gonna share this window. Let me see. Looks.
Engineers on.
We have engineers.
A couple.
From Kiro. Hey, thank you folks for building this thing. So so this thing, what you're seeing on my screen right now, is a spec actually a requirements doc. I keep calling them specs, but like
that's fine.
How would you? Is this a spec? No, is everything here a spec? I guess
everything's a spec. They're just components.
Okay, so this is one of the requirements I built even last week, where I was like building a little command line application. Now, my key part about building this thing with Kiro was I gave it. My ask was for a very limited application. Like, I didn't go ahead and tell it, build me all the bells and whistles in it. Like, I told it, I want a command line application that is built in Rust, objectively the best language in the world. And it should use Amazon Transcribe to create transcriptions from videos. That's it. Nothing else. Don't implement auth, don't implement logging, don't implement configuration files, none of it. And I told it, and it created these kind of different requirements. As you can see here, like requirement 1, a user story. As a user, I want to pass a video file and an S3 bucket name and a command line argument so that I can transcribe an audio content without manual file selection. Right? And then, of course, it went through that and it created an acceptance criteria. I think this one overall had like 5 or 6 requirements. That's it. Like, I know in the past I brought a requirements doc to it.
If you have user stories, if you have anything, you can.
Whistles in it. Like I told it, I want a command line application that is built in Rust, objectively the best language in the world.
All right, let's pause here, guys. Again, I think this is nothing new actually, and as he mentioned earlier, the specs, right, or the requirement, there's actually different components to the specs. You have the requirements, I think you have the build, and you have other 3 or 4 different components. What essentially it does, it creates a clear roadmap, right, to be able to keep track of your application during the whole process. And what I guess what we'll see later is the fact that you can actually segment those requirement files. So, for instance, the thing that I saw, the example that I saw earlier, like if you're building an e-commerce site, don't create a requirement file for the whole app. You create a requirement file, for instance, for users. That means auth, login, sign up, you know what I mean, client, user account, and whatnot. Then you create another spec file for the for whatever you're selling, you know, the store, the catalog, the inventory. You create that. That means stock levels. You create things like batch upload and different things of the sort. And then of course you have a dashboard to monitor all that, but also you have a payment system. So all these different components become sort of like Lego blocks that you can develop in parallel. And what's great about Kiro, which again I haven't really used yet because I'm on the waiting list. I should have installed it last week, but now since they have a lot of demand, they've just implemented a waiting list. So I'm on the waiting list, so I cannot actually demo it for you guys, which is why we're kind of watching the video here together. And like I was saying, just approach the build process as if you had a large puzzle that you had to build. You know what I mean? So you take it one puzzle piece at a time, or look at it as Lego blocks, where that all the blocks fit together. And the bonus with Kiro is its context, so it understands the entire code base. So whatever future features that you'd want to implement, it will be cognizant of all the other blocks, okay? If I want to insert a block between block A and B, it will know that it needs to make space on either side, or let's say block J and L. It will know, okay, so block K, is it going to be block KA1 or KA2? And so on and so forth. I mean, I'm not speaking coding language, but, you know, just to illustrate a point. So you'd have to be cognizant of these changes you would be making if you were doing this as a manual coder. But then Kiro will be able to handle all these complexities without breaking the code because it has context awareness. I don't know if that makes sense, but anyway, let's continue.
And it should use Amazon Transcribe to create transcriptions from videos. That's it. Nothing else. Don't implement auth, don't implement logging, don't implement configuration files, none of it. And I told it, and it created these kind of different requirements. As you can see here, like requirement 1, a user story. As a user, I want to pass a video file and an S3 bucket name and a command line argument so that I can transcribe an audio content without manual file selection. Right. And then, of course, it went through that and it created an acceptance criteria. I think this one overall had like 5 or 6 requirements. That's it. Like, it's a relatively simple requirement.
Yeah. And we know these are important to have. Nobody wants to write them.
Exactly, right. You can absolutely go ahead and write it yourself. Kiro will accept. I know in the past I brought a requirements doc to it.
Like if you have user stories, if you have anything, you can put it in, and we actually have that button for refine.
Refine, yeah.
That we'll help you kind of get. We have a slightly opinionated approach on. We use a format called EARS, Easy Something Requirements Syntax.
ERS?
EARS.
EARS.
Yeah. So the EARS format.
If you Google ears, you'll get ears. Ears requirements. Okay.
But easy approach to requirement syntax.
Okay.
But yeah, so we have a structured format that we found is the best approach when working with these models. They're trained well for it. They respond well for it. It's something that is easy for them to validate. So we'll help you kind of restructure it into this format. If you have another one that you prefer, you can have your requirements in the format that you like, and then kind of take design and tasks from there.
So what I've noticed is that if I give it like my own doc, like I've come up with like, hey, here's a single user story, or like not even a user story, like this is my requirement, and I try to detail it as much as I can handwritten, and says like, oh, this doesn't look like a requirements doc. Let me fix that for you, and it takes it and it converts it to something like this. Okay, so that's a good thing because it's going to be able to give this kind of a standardized way of doing these things. Okay, so. What happens after requirements? Like, by the way, so the requirements design and task list, is this an industry standard way of doing stuff? Or is this something we've kind of like...
Generally, so we found, initially we had it all in one shot, where we had a single design doc that it would give all three of these kind of components, where it was more of a... what we consider a design doc, where it'll have a couple functional, non-functional requirements. It'll have the proposed architecture change or how you're going to amend the system, and then it would have a breakdown implementation list. But the same idea that we have with Kiro as a whole is to get the best results, you really need to nudge the model as you go. So what we found is if you focused first on what you want and why, the design approach is much better.
Okay.
And then if it knows the architecture that you want, it can break down how to achieve that. And so if you do everything up front all in one go, it'll have an anchoring effect where if it builds this whole architecture and then you say, well, I didn't want that, I wanted to change my authentication, or like I wanted no throttling, everybody can use it, or whatever it might be. If you try to amend the requirements after it's gone through the whole plan, it won't make the adjustment as well as if you aligned on those upfront.
Yeah, that's fair. So, and I think this makes a lot of sense. So going to the next part is the design part, and now this is a lot more technical implementation of your requirements, right? This is where it actually goes through, like, talks about specific core components of your things, like parsers and clients and file handlers. Even defines, like in my case, it defines like specific structs for specific things here. And it kind of just defines how my application looks like. Well, actually, not how my application, how this specific feature is going to be implemented, right? And this is something we talked about in the previous live stream, is specs should not be used to create the whole application itself. You should try to use them granular to create individual.
We think of it as a proposed change to the system.
Proposed change. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Okay. I like that.
Yep.
So, and it creates this whole kind of like a much more technical thing. And what's great about this thing is you as an engineer, as a developer, can look at this and say, yes, I agree. This is how the struct should look like, or this is how my function should be. Like, I feel like this works well. And you can actually modify it, right? You can tell it to do different things, right?
And for the three phases, requirements, that's something that you would talk to somebody outside the engineering team.
Yeah.
Whether you're working directly with the CEO on a small team, a designer, you have a product team, external customer, like whoever it is that you're interfacing with to make a change, you'll talk about the requirements. And then the design is, that's kind of within the engineering team. How are we going to do this? And then task list, that might be like if you're a lead engineer talking to an intern or somebody that is less experienced, or even just two peers. How are we going to break down this work? How are we going to do it together?
Exactly. I love to look at the design doc because, again, I love to be in control. So when I see this proposed idea or design of the changes that Kiro wants to do, I like it. I'm like, okay, I understand what you're going to do. Like, it's not anything that's completely out of this world that I won't get what it's doing. So this is a big deal for me. And then I guess lastly, we go to something called a task list. And this is one of the key things that I think makes Kiro Great. It makes it slow. Like it's not like if you're used to vibe coding, it just kind of does all things in one go. It makes it relatively slow, but it keeps you in control. And task lists are here, but basically just broken down tasks from your design doc and your requirements doc that Kiro needs to execute on, right? And so what happens here with Kiro? So like if I tell Kiro, so these are all completed. If I tell Kiro run a task, what does Kiro get? Does it just get this bullet point in the list here?
So that is changing over time. It's evolving. We're constantly learning. Typically, what we'll give it is it has the full context of your spec.
Sure.
But we're going through a lot of performance optimizations to really distill what is the most important things for the model to have in order to execute its work. So you can generally think of it as today it has all three of these files. That may change over time, but really what we want to do is give Kiro exactly the context that's needed for that specific piece of work.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's really good. That's really good. And again, I think that definitely helps the way it works. Another question to this. Right now, and this may change as well. So when I go ahead and create a new spec, when I tell it, implement whatever feature, right? Does it take the previous specs into context, or does it at least look up the design docs from them, or something that it's aware that this is the way things were implemented, or does it just look at the source code and just guesses?
So it doesn't unless you ask it to.
Okay.
You can create if one spec is influenced by another. In the chat, when you're asking it to create a new spec, you can reference a file. You can also reference files within the spec docs.
Okay.
So if there's something where if you have a specific requirement, you say like, hey, I want it to be influenced by this other system. Just tell the agent.
Oh, okay, that's fair. So I want to address a couple of questions here. So chat, I'm looking at the other different screen here. So I see Sail Wanderer says one spec for feature. Ooh, yeah, exactly. That's one of the kind of the better practices. It's going to make it a lot more stable, a lot more consistent when you build stuff. So I'm going to give you an example here. So this application, again, I think I can even run it maybe. Let's see. I have a little video somewhere in, I don't know, movies. Oh, I'm not showing my screen. Yes, that's why. I think I can do it from here. So let me show you this application. So you can do a thing, CD, movies. I have some videos here. And I will do, I don't know, this one. And I will do pre-stoop. Okay, so it doesn't know where it is. CD, workspace, repos, not pre-stoop, space. Okay. So this application here, cargo run dash. The name of the file is this. No, it's movies, this. And then I just need to give it a bucket name. And bucket name is going to be AWS.co videos. This thing is going to go ahead and compile the application. It's going to go and run stuff. It's a relatively simple application, nothing to it, but it doesn't do. I have to pass all the stuff as a command line parameters.
Sure.
A feature here would be adding a configuration file, right? So instead of just telling it outright in the beginning to do it, what I like to do is give it a specific spec just for that, right? So I'm going to cancel this one out. Close this.
Doing such a good job.
I know, man. I'm also live streaming from this laptop, so just so you know, I don't want to kill the stream. But in the spec here, so I can tell it, I want a new feature. Is this a good way to do a prompt?
Sure. Yeah.
I want a new feature that will implement a configuration file for my current application. In the config file, I want to store the AWS S3 bucket. Right? Super simple, but let's give it a shot. And I know chat is waiting for this thing to fail now. So it's going to say, please try again, but let's give it a shot. Okay. So, but you will see now it goes ahead and starts generating requirements. And this will be a brand new set of requirements. Yeah. Here a doc will be. And hopefully it's a simple enough requirement that it won't generate like tens of tasks, right? So, but that's the whole point. Simple, ask it a single thing, like how many requirements we have? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 requirements, right? Does this match my criteria? Storing using TOML. Sure, it chose the TOML. Configuration validation, startup. Yeah, like all of these things that I want. I don't know if it's going to implement unit test because it loves to implement unit test.
So we won't talk about it at this point.
Yeah, it won't. Okay, yeah. So move to design phase. And then it's going to go ahead and start creating that design doc. In a second, the thing is, okay, let me first examine your current code base. So it was smart enough to go ahead and realized, yeah, let me look at how does it look like right now, so it can design the feature specifically. Before even looking at before creating the requirements doc, it didn't look at my code.
Right.
It was just kind of like, based on my prompt, here's what I think you should do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then looks at my code, opens up the design doc, and starts generating it. Okay. And when making changes to it, so for example, it's doing this right now. If I go back to requirements and manually make changes to this and hit save, can I ask it again to create a design doc based on my changes?
Sure. So you can click refine and it'll update. Or what we really recommend is you can edit that manually, but it's a lot easier to just ask the agent. Just say like, hey, I have this new requirement. I didn't think about this. And that's part of the workflow that we expect is in the same way that if you're designing software old-fashioned way, we'll go through the design and we'll think, oh, shoot, we didn't think about this edge case, or we didn't think about this use case. Right. And so we want to go up and update it. So you can ask the agent, it'll update all three of the phases if you have it, to where even if you have the test list planned, there's always going to be stuff that comes up.
But your suggestion is don't do it manually because
you can if you want.
Okay.
But so if you update the design manually, you can ask for it to sync it across the other ones, or you can just do it yourself.
Okay, pretty cool. Okay, so it has generated a design doc here. What's great about it, it looked at my file structure and realized that I do like a bunch of modules for my application, so it decided to create modules as well. So it's following my best practices to it, even though I don't have it outlined. So it just kind of looked at my code and decided it's going to.
Right. So once again, guys, as you can see, a requirement document is created. Okay. Anytime you want to actually create a new, or you want to implement a new feature, requirements document is created, and it asks you to review the document. And it won't proceed until you actually review the document and accept, or if you want to make changes, if you want to iterate. This is the point where you go and iterate and say, no, change this or continue. Then it goes to the design document. The design document is going to basically deal with what components are necessary to actually build that feature. And as you can see, Kiro is smart enough to know, oh, before I build the design document, let me scan the code base and see what exactly I'm working with, to see the context. And I think that's one of the great features that a lot of vibe coding didn't implement that way. Of course, you still could do it, but you had to do it manually. You had to make sure you set up the checks and balances, whether through memory and augment code or through rules like cursor rules or client rules or rule code rules and whatnot, but it was not as explicit. And all this, not a single line of code has been written. So right now it's just all pre-planning, and this is why you make sure you spend the time to write the requirement documents and the design documents. And there's one more document that's going to be written, but anyway, we'll talk about it once we get there. So let's continue.
It's a relatively simple implementation. I'm going to go ahead and see what the tasks list is going to be here. So now it's going to go ahead and generate the tasks. And I think it should be a relatively simple implementation. I'm going to let it do it. Hope for the best. While we talk about something else. So I just want to see the task generated here. Again, this makes it so great. And the way I execute tasks, and this is something that was shown to me the last time by David, is I usually used to click the button, run task, but I actually just tell Kiro. I can just tell run my tasks now, and it does it. So I did notice that it tends to stop there for a while. So it's like, okay, I'm done. And like on the third task, I'm like, oh, please continue, thank you.
Right.
So, and is it arbitrary? I don't know, but I remember it stopping at certain points.
At some points, it doesn't try to go too far without asking for confirmation.
And I appreciate that.
I prefer to click the buttons, but everybody's got their own workflow.
Okay. So finalize task list, perfect. Configuration model structure, configuration data structures. Now, these are all simple tasks. Like when it says implement a configuration model structure, literally is going to create a bunch of structs in my code, and that's it. Just stop there. Beautiful. Super simple task. I'm pretty much sure it's going to be able to do that. Okay, high volume of stuff. Perfect. Retry. Let's go. You can do it. you can do it. Let me check, has already been defined for the feature. You know what? We're good. We don't have to do that. Start task. So it's going to go and start executing this task, and we're going to come back to it later on as it starts doing stuff, because we don't want to keep on looking at it. Okay, so let me try to go back to the chat. Oh my God, chat! So many questions. Thank you all for. Oh my God, 1,000 people here. Look at that. There's a wait list for Kiro, Mr. Samson King. Sailor Wonder says Task MD is my favorite file. We all do love thing. I love the showcase interfaces. Yeah, the design of the application is pretty nice. I do love the way that you built it, the whole sidebar. Why not a plugin?
So what we wanted to do was the plugin versus application debate went on for quite a while. But in the end, we think that the world around agentic development is going to evolve very, very quickly, and we just couldn't offer the experience that we wanted in a plugin itself. We do think that the way that you interact with these agents, while it's probably 90% code, 10% agent right now, over time that's going to change. Things like that, the spec workflow where it has everything tightly integrated, and things like agent hooks where we're able to listen to file changes. There's a lot of features like that just wouldn't have been possible in an extension. So as we continue to evolve the experience, we wanted to make sure that we had the flexibility to provide the best possible experience for customers.
I agree. And I think one of the features was like notifications, right? That was one of the things that I was told, like, you can do notifications with a plugin. So yeah, that's why it's a fork of code open source. I see somebody's making fun of me here, so make sure you don't go over your daily quota limit. Hey, I'm in the same box as you all are, just so you know. But that's the whole thing. Like we've introduced some of these updates to the service to just make sure that folks using it out there can have a good experience. Right?
Sure. So I will say we have been absolutely blown away by how many people have installed Kiro. Like we thought that this was something that we enjoyed using it internally. We were excited about it. We had the developer community internally in Amazon growing very quickly. But the reception that we've gotten from customers has exceeded all of our expectations. So we've had to make some changes to make sure that the people that are using it have the best experience that we can offer. And we're working on expanding it to more customers as quickly as we possibly can.
Exactly. So you have folks in the chat, and if you're on Discord, you may have noticed there's like an announcement and like an update stuff that we've done before. So there's been some changes to Kiro, both in the application itself and also the documentation. Is that basically just making sure that for all of you that are using it can have a great experience, right? So stand by. We know it. We know. And folks like Nathan and his team are working on it hard. So I'm super happy. Is there something like is there something you can share with us? Share with me what you've done to make it better now? Is there something?
So we have been focused on performance and efficiency as much as we can to be able to remove things like lift that limit, let more people download it. Our cache efficiency has improved pretty dramatically. The load that we're putting on the system that supports our models, that's improved pretty dramatically. It's only been out for a week, but we've we're preparing our second release in order to improve efficiency. So we're making progress very, very fast, and we hope to be able to lift those limits soon. I can't get into any specifics now because it's a constantly evolving situation.
And you folks know software development, you can't really commit to any specific time, so fully understood. But I'm happy it's happening. I'm happy the way this is doing it. Also, chat, we've taken your feedback quite directly, right? There's been a lot of folks on Discord and a lot of folks kind of reaching out through social media, telling us about features and pricing and all those things. We've taken a lot of that stuff. You may know this. There's a bunch of new stuff in the FAQ about the pricing. We want to make sure that we do you justice. So while the product is in preview, we do have what's the official word we use? It's generous, substantial. We have a specific quota limit you have, and as the tool exits out of preview, we don't know when. Those things are going to kind of align to certain things. So please do let us know. Please keep telling us what you want from the service. Please keep telling us feedbacks and updates. I think there's over 500 GitHub issues these days. I don't even want to look. Too many. I remember a couple of days ago it was 435, so I'm sure there's more than 500. But keep those issues coming in. Keep those suggestions coming in. We want to make sure to, gives you a good product, right? So, okay.
We've been really impressed by some of the quality and the detail and the feedback and some of the issues.
Yeah.
We've been blown away.
Yeah, exactly. A question here: when can we update on Linux? We're aware of that, right? Aware of the Linux update issue, so please do stand by. Awesome. Couple of questions here. Yeah, thank you so much for like all of the stuff with loving it. Somebody's asking how to fix the terminal command run hang. I'm assuming you're saying this when it comes to the shell integration, when you are running the command and it doesn't really realize that there's an output to it. Make sure your shell integration is enabled. So that's one of the things that kind of used to happen in the past, where shell integration wasn't enabled. So if you do Command-Shift-P, command palette, yeah, and type just shell integration, you should enable it. That should potentially fix it. Another thing is, if you have a very overly complex ZSH file or a bashrc file, that can cause issues. So please bear that in mind. Yeah. I've seen that happen where
there's a million flavors of shells, and we're trying to support as many as we can. We have seen issues with a couple. PowerShell 10K, Power Level 10K is one where there's just a lot of different things that we have to sort through for integration.
And we have Damien saying 810 issues in GitHub. My God, that's amazing. That's amazing. So somebody even says, wish it could be a plugin for other IDs as opposed to using VS Code. Again, we talked a second ago why it was not a plugin, why it was a whole thing, because a lot of the features like listening for file changes, notifications, and a whole lot requires it to be its own application. So it's based on code open source. As a Vim user myself, I do wish it was a Vim thing, but I get it. Awesome. Okay, so let's look at stuff you've built. I know you built a bunch of stuff, and Nathan was showing me a couple of cool things he's built with Kiro over the last long time, and I want to discuss like how has this changed the way you build stuff, or how you approach software development, or how you approach pet projects, if most things.
Sure.
So go ahead and share your screen, and I'll put it up on the screen. So
see if I can get this.
Folks, about the pricing and stuff, like I really don't know. Like that's something I really don't know. So please keep on checking Kiro.dev. As we're working through all the feedback, all of the ways we want to make sure it works for you, the information is going to be there. Also, join us on Discord, discord.gg/Kiro.dev. I'm gonna chat. Can somebody post a link to Discord? discord.gg/Kiro.dev so people can easily join. Okay, so does that work?
Yes. Here.
You can just do the whole screen. I'll put it up when you want. So let's see. Thank you, both of you. Appreciate it. Okay, cool. So what are we having here? What is that?
Yeah, so this is something that I was using. So I manage the Kiro team. I'm not in the day-to-day development, but
Sure.
I do want to use the product and see how it works. And I do have a long career as an engineer before I was leading the Kiro team. So wanted it to stay in touch, keep building things. And I used this site to just experiment with some little projects that we could use to see how spec-driven development was working and how I can use Kiro to continue to learn and grow and kind of explore new things. So a couple different projects here. One of them, like I have 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl. They're 12, 13, and 15, and they want to start to learn a little bit more about software development.
Okay.
So one of the things that I was working on with them is this 2048 game. And so everybody basically knows how 2048 works. You have numbers, you combine them. As you combine them, you multiply up the blocks until you get to a 2048 block.
Yeah.
One of the things that we were looking at is, so we used Kiro and we used the spec to build this game itself. One of the things that I wanted to understand is like, I basically know how the rules work, but it's like tiles appear somewhere and it's like, how does that system work? So I was trying to understand the rules and understand how do you actually win this game? Because I'm like, if you kind of go in the same direction, that usually works pretty well. But like, I asked Kiro, can you implement me an auto solver?
Okay.
So like walking through with my son, we went from like his first question is like, well, it's 2048. And his second question, how is this built? And Kiro's explaining like, this is built in TypeScript. It's a React app. He's like, what's TypeScript? And then so you can never ask too many questions of Kiro. And then we're looking at an auto solver. And so this will just kind of go through the game itself, and it'll solve it for you. And so I wanted to understand, like, how do you actually beat this game, and like what is the right strategy? What's the right techniques? So we went from we went from what is TypeScript to talking about different heuristics to here. Let me open the file.
That's a lot of specs here. I'm looking at it like that's been a big thing. Okay.
So this was something that I helped Kiro build. Let me see. Actually, instead of me trying to find it,
ask Kiro. Yeah.
Does the auto solver in 2048 work?
So while that's happening, I just want to address a couple of comments here. Live45 says, do you guys care about having good autocomplete? I feel like last most IDs. Autocomplete is kind of a OS VS Code thing, like the Code OSS thing. So when it comes to specific languages, you may want to install specific LSPs. So it's accessible to most plugins. I'm going to use a big old asterisk. Most plugins work there, and you could just get your LSP and it should be better. So that's kind of the beauty of this platform, because you can modify it to your own content, to your own heart's content.
And we do have autocomplete built into Kiro, but most of the focus has been, there are a lot of solutions out there for online autocomplete. We wanted to make sure that we're giving the best experience for the spec-driven development workflow, because that is the piece that's novel. That is what we want to bring that's different than what everybody's seen.
Exactly. Okay, that's really cool. Yeah, and again, it has you can do Command I, you can do all kinds of autocomplete. I don't know what kind of autocomplete you're talking about. Is that autocomplete or the traditional autocomplete? Okay. Carbonize is asking AI generated commit messages when? Now. Agentic hooks, my friend. So one of the things that I've realized is that you can create agentic hooks to do specific tasks for you, and those tasks could be commit messages, right? It can actually even run command. It can run commands for you, right? Sure. So you can create a agentic hook that you can say, like, I don't know, be a little bit more creative because it watches files. You can have a specific file being saved, or you can create a file called commit.md and make a change into it. And anytime you make a change, it takes the latest Git and makes the Git, those things. So you can do all of those fun things with agentic hooks.
Yeah, and another thing you can also use is this agent steering. So agent steering. We have all these.
Zoom in, Command +1 sequence. Thanks so much.
We'll close this. So talking about how we implemented this auto solver. So it uses all these different heuristics to figure out what is the right move to make, and it has weights. I could try to read all this, but like if I'm going to explain this to a 10-year-old, that's not going to go well.
Sure.
So you can ask Kiro; it'll explain everything for you. Going back to, can I auto commit things with these steering documents? These steering documents can be anything.
Okay.
So we will let you, if you say, Kiro steering, you can generate steering docs.
Right.
We'll have a tech structure and product that kind of describes your repo. But if I come to, we'll say product. Here, it'll just tell the agent a little bit of a description of what your package is like, how it's structured, just to help give it an understanding as it's doing any kind of work. These files are anything that you want to inform the agent as you're going through your workflow. So if you want to have a workflow where every time Kiro makes a change, like one of the things that I like to do is tell it, if you make a change, commit the change every single turn. Every time I give you a prompt, summarize the changes that you made, make that a informative commit message, and even I want you to include the prompt that I sent you as part of the commit message, and then so you can build your own workflow using either hooks or steering.
Yeah, that's really good. I think steering docs, folks. If you have not checked steering docs, because it's not the first thing that pops up, definitely don't sleep on steering docs. It's such an amazing thing. You're adding additional context or guidance how Kiro should act. Are you getting paged?
It's okay.
That's okay. You can go.
No, it's okay. My team's on it.
Okay. It's a production thing. So steering docs are kind of this whole thing where you give additional instruction to Kiro depending on the project type. there's no way currently to do global steering docs, right? It's only per project in this case.
Not right now.
Right, yeah. So per project steering docs, but you can kind of copy steering docs from other things. I've seen people kind of build out their own steering docs and keep kind of migrating them over for new projects. So it helps definitely steer the way Kiro works. In this case, like you can tell it every time there's a commit or a series of commits, or you feel like you've finished the task, make a commit, generate the message to it, and it should be able to do that. So many things. I've expanded my Kiro usage so much with those steering docs that I just love it. Okay, so
Right, at this point, let's take a look at steering docs. In fact, I kind of glossed over that particular doc, but I think now, hearing what they're talking about, I think I need to pay more close attention to this particular segment here. So steering. So what is steering? Okay, steering gives Kiro persistent knowledge about your project through markdown files. Okay, I think I was already doing that with augment code. Okay, so it is a .kiro. So that's a invisible file. Okay, steering. Okay, instead of explaining your conventions and every chat, steering files ensure Kiro consistently follows your established patterns, libraries, and standards. Okay, so this is it's just a different name, but it's actually rules. If you've used Klein or rule code, they have what they call Klein rules or cursor rules. I think this is what this is, but it's just under a different name. Steering. All right, let's look at the key benefits. Key benefits are consistent code generation. You know, every component, API endpoint, or test follows your team's established pattern of end conventions. Okay, so reduced repetition. Indeed. No need to explain project standards in each conversation. Kiro remembers your preferences. There you go. So these are the rules or slash preferences slash steerings or steer, whatever. Team alignment. All developers work with the same standards, whether they're new to the project or seasoned contributors. Excellent. Scalable project knowledge, documentation that grows with your code base, capturing decisions and patterns as your project evolves. Excellent. So Kiro automatically creates 3 foundational files that establish core project context. So product overview, that's the product.md, that's a markdown file, defines your product's purpose, target users, key features, and business objectives. This helps Kiro understand the why behind technical decisions and suggest solutions aligned with your product goals, rather. Technology stack. Okay, that's pretty good. So tech stack, tech.md, again, a markdown file. Okay, so it documents your chosen framework, whether it's, React or, Go or whatever, Rust and whatnot, libraries, development tools, and technical constraints. When Kiro suggests implementation, it will prefer your established stack over alternatives, which is great because then it keeps things consistent, right? So consistency is key there. Great. So these foundation files are included in every interaction by default, forming the baseline of Kiro's project understanding. Okay, so how do we create custom steering files? Extend Kiro's understanding with specialized guidance tailored to your project's unique needs. Okay, number 1, you navigate to the steering section of the Kiro panel. Click the plus button to create a new MD file, markdown file. Choose a descriptive file name, example API standard. Write your guidance using standard markdown syntax. Okay, use natural language to describe your requirements, then select the refine button and Kiro will format it, or which is cool. This is really good. This is actually a good feature to have right here. So it'll refine it for you in case it's not formatted properly. Okay, so inclusion modes. Steering files can be configured to local um, at different times based on your needs. This flexibility helps optimize performance and ensures relevant context is available when needed. Excellent. Configure inclusion modes by adding uh, front matter to the top of your steering files. The front matter uses YAML syntax and must be placed at the very beginning of the file, enclosed by triple dashes. Okay, I see. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. These files are located in every Keynote interaction automatically. Use this mode for core standards that should influence all code generation and suggestions. Examples include your technology stack, coding conventions, and fundamental architectural principles. Best for projects with wide standards, technology preferences, security policies, and coding conventions that apply universally. Okay, conditional inclusion. So inclusion, of course, you have the dashes here, inclusion file match pattern, components, okay, asterisk, .tsx. Okay. Files are automatically included only when working with files that match the specified pattern. This keeps context relevant and reduces noise by loading specialized guidance only when needed. Common patterns. Okay, .tsx, that's a React JSX file. App API, okay, API routes. Test file, okay. Component, source guidelines, markdown, documentation files. Okay, best for domain specific standards like component patterns, okay, API design rules, testing approaches, or deployment procedures that only apply to certain file types. Manual inclusion, okay, you specify steering file in the file name, of course, usage, okay, troubleshooting guides, file reference, etc., etc. So, okay, let's go to best practices. Keep files focused, one domain per file, API design, testing, or deployment, so you don't mix and match. Okay, use clear names, for instance, API REST conventions.amd, REST API standards, test unit, okay, unit test approaches, component, of course, for component standards. Include context, explain why decisions were made, not just what the standards are. Provide examples, use code snippets and before after comparison to demonstrate standards. This is pretty elaborate. Security first. Never include API keys, password, or sensitive data. Steering files are a part of your code base. So, yeah, this is very important, guys. Security first. Keep your API keys safe. .env file, okay? Put them in the environment file. Not in any of these files. So maintain regularly. Review during sprint planning and architecture changes. Test the references after restructuring. Test steering changes like code changes require reviews. Okay, so let's look at the common steering file strategies. Okay, so what are we looking at here? API standards, API standards.md, define REST conventions, error response format, authentication flows, and version strategies. Include endpoint running patterns, HTTP status code usage, and request response examples. All right, testing approach, testing dash standards.md, establish unit test patterns, integration test strategies, mocking approaches, and coverage expectations. Document preferred testing libraries, assertion styles, and test file organization, which is very important. Always remain organized, right? So code style, so code conventions. We're looking at specific naming patterns, of course, to keep things well organized. File organization, import ordering, and architectural decisions include examples of preferred code structures, component patterns, and anti patterns to avoid. Okay. Security guidelines. Securitypolicies.md, document authentication requirements, data validation rules, input sanitization standards, and vulnerability prevention measures include secure coding practices specific to your application. Awesome. And then we go to deployment process. Okay. What do we have? Outline build procedures, environment configurations, deployment steps, and rollback strategies include CI/CD, pipeline details, and environment-specific requirements, which is, again, this is going to be one of those things, one of the game-changing features, okay? So at every step of the way, you're able to document everything, to also to steer the agent into a standardized way of doing things, because otherwise it's all piecemeal. It's all basically it's a patchwork. And vibe coding had the propensity to do that. That has the tendency to do that, to actually mismatch different things, and you may end up with HTML code snippets into a React Native or a Node.js, you know what I mean, code base, and which is unacceptable. But this right here, so you steer, you create rules, you steer your agent into a specific workflow. This is awesome. Let's continue.
A question here. Kiro doesn't have Microsoft extension like Microsoft Live Share. Oh yeah, the Live Share feature is a feature of VS Code that people can live share. I don't know if this is a limitation of code open source, but we heard you. All of these features and things you're missing, please do let us know and drop them in either on Discord or better yet, the GitHub issue. So we're trying to kind of address this. By the way, there's a bunch of folks in chat trying to capture all their messages. Thank you. What else did I want to talk about? I wanted to talk to you about. We talk about that. So yes, building stuff. You have this AI playground. You built 2048. You had this whole thing. I have a question for you, and this is something that I personally love to use. Is when I build stuff with agents, with coding assistants, I love to learn. Right? Like if I just tell it to build a thing, doesn't just feel right. Like I need to get something out of it. I need to have this satisfaction of me of actually learning something. What are some of the ways, have you seen this people kind of like, as they're having Kiro build stuff about, like how do they learn? Is there a practice people use, like create some document or whatnot?
Yeah, so for me, like with all these projects, the goal is to learn. The goal is to explore. So like one of the things that I wanted to do is, I've played video games forever. I've never had the experience of actually building them myself. Okay. So there's a few games in here, but one of them I can go through is Sky Defense. And this was all built with spec-driven development. So I have like my Sky Defense spec here, where I wanted to build a 2D vertical scrolling shooter. I didn't have any experience with Phaser, 3D.js. There's a lot of different frameworks. I've heard of them. I haven't had a chance to use them. So I wanted to take an opportunity to say, like, there's all these games that I was influenced by. I want to try to build something and just explore it. So I put this together. The pixel art is not my forte. So we'll apologize for that, but essentially it's something that just wanted to see, like, how does things like collision detection work? How do you build the logic of games? Like, how do you have state management to where I can come in here and I can refresh the screen, and I've unlocked level 2 where that was blocked before. It's keeping my high scores. learning things like how to optimize asset pooling and all of these things that I'd kind of heard about before, but like I have questions, and Kiro's helping me understand that as I'm building. So one of the things that I ran into trouble with is a way to improve the performance of games is to use sprites, where you're using one file that has many different images on it. So one of the things
also called a sprite sheet.
A sprite sheet, yeah. So I was having problems with getting the sprite sheet laid out just right and understanding like, okay, where do I need to position everything on the grid? So it's something that Kiro helped me solve that by I can load my sprite sheet in here. I can kind of debug the grid. And there's a lot of industry tools for this kind of stuff. I don't know any of that. So I'm helping. I'm using Kiro to help me build that solution. So like one of the things I wanted to be able to do is
can you zoom in? Does this support?
Zoom into this? Yeah. So I wanted to be able to come up here and say, take a look at how this sprite sheet grid was laid out, and be able to like control with my keyboard and kind of see how the sprite will behave in game. So stuff like this, where it's like you're able to build very, very focused tools, where it's like something like this, I would have never taken the time to build my own sprite debugger. But it was something that I wanted to kind of understand the mechanics of how it works. And instead of just like spending all day Googling things, I can just build it, and I can kind of explore a very, very focused tool to my specific problem that I had at hand.
Yeah. I like it. I think that's kind of one of the futures we're having right now, is that developers, people tech savvy, even people who are not that tech savvy, can go ahead and start building tools for themselves, right? Like as you said, you would never build that. Like, my little command line transcription utility, I would probably never build that, because I can just go and upload it to a bucket and do a bunch of clicks. Yeah. But I realized I can spend a couple of hours on it and just kind of like work with Kiro to help me build stuff. Yeah. I learned a couple of things. Yeah. And I built a little application that's just kind of like now part of my toolkit, right?
You might have used something where it's like it's a behemoth application that has 500 features, and this is one of them. But like I'm able to build a very, very focused application for my specific problem, and that lets me solve the problem at hand with something that just wouldn't have been feasible to build before.
I love it. Question here from Idea Geek. He's asking, great playground, Nathan. Can we get the specs? Is this public? I mean, they can actually.
It's not public yet. That is something that I do want to open it up. So I will probably share it soon.
Yeah, I'm always ashamed of my code, so I also am very. I'm not saying you're ashamed of your code, but still sharing a lot of your code can be like, I don't really know. It's. I do encourage you folks, when you build something and you have really cool. If you build something really cool with Kiro, share the spec. Well, maybe not. Well, you can share the whole spec with the team, right? It's kind of a cool thing that helps people maybe build the same thing you've done, but also kind of modify it, work on it. And imagine this future where people have a repo, like my repo has my specs on them, and they can just kind of iterate on it. When they do a fork, if you use Kiro, you can just kind of iterate on those specs, which is kind of a real cool thing. Excellent. Love that. Love all of those things. So let me figure this one out. I want to show you, chat, something. I want to show you, what do I want to show? I want to show you my project that I built recently, and you can actually see the specs there. So one moment, please. My little my GitHub account. There we go. Where's my repos? Is it public? It should be public. It is. Okay. So I'm going to drop a link in the chat so you can see my application. And like I mentioned, one of the things that happens here with this is that Kiro specs remain in it, of course, unless you get to ignore them. In my case, there are Kiro specs. If you want to see the way I built my application, I built it using two specs. Basically, one change was the baseline, and the other change was implementation of a progress bar. And it's great. It's all there. You can see it. You can follow along. So for folks out there that are building spec sharing websites, there you go. A question: is there swag and can we get purchase? There's no swag to purchase just yet. I do have a nice little Kiro shirt. It's a little small, tiny Kiro. Yeah. We have Kiro mugs and stickers. But TBD. We do want to get you some stuff there. Well, I do see folks here from my part of the world. Hello, Keen Diri. Okay, so a little bit more about Kiro. So you probably used coding assistants in the past. There was a question somewhere. I can't figure out where to scroll. But somebody mentioned how many things of Kiro were built with Kiro.
A lot more over time.
Yeah.
So, and that was when we knew that we were on the right direction, where early on it was something where we had the ideas like the test-driven development. The feedback that I got from the team was that like this wasn't making our lives better as engineers. So at that point we knew like, let's take a different approach. Let's evolve. Let's make sure that this is better. As we refined to the spec experience we have now, it became a tool where it's like we would not be successful trying to deliver this if you took the tool away.
Yeah.
So you mentioned notifications before.
Okay.
Like that was one of the features that that would not have been possible without Kiro and without the tools that we have with spec-driven development. That was a feature that we have internal testers. We had given it to a private community to give us feedback on what we can change, what we can improve. One of the things that we heard was Kiro is great. There's times where if it's doing a lot of work, if it's generating the spec, there's times where like I want to flip over, I want to check email, check Slack, whatever it is, and then come back when Kiro needs my attention.
Yeah.
But there wasn't any way to know like, is it waiting for me or can I keep going? So with push notifications, the challenge is Kiro is an Electron app, so it has a lot of different threads that are going on that in order to make notifications work, we have to do message passing between those threads. There's Windows, there's Linux, there's Mac. Every single platform implements notifications different. It was the kind of thing that we would love to respond to this feedback. We would love to add this feature, but like for us, we were getting close to launch. It was too much risk to even explore what that might look like. Because we didn't have anybody that had that cross-platform notification experience that were an expert in that like very narrow domain. So one of the things, we had somebody on the team that was like, I really want to get this done. I really want to respond to that feedback. So they were able to, in the matter of a day, talk to Kiro, refine their requirements, work on a spec, and then they were able to have a working solution that same day. So there was something where, as a team, we were able to say like, okay, we see this, it's working. We need to clean up the code a little bit. We'll refine this. We'll make some changes to make it a little bit more robust, but like fundamentally it's working. So it fundamentally changes the decision for me as an engineering leader to say like, I've seen this, I know it's working. I know that we've managed the risk and we really understand the scope of how long it's going to take us to ship this. And we know that we can give a good experience. So that's something that without Kiro, we would have said no to. But with Kiro, we're able to deliver a feature and we're able to deliver it much faster.
Yeah, it is definitely part of that. Like those, especially if you scope down your feature requirements, it is such a seamless way of getting those things in. And again, thanks to the spec feature, I feel very confident in what it's doing. Right, it doesn't really get out of control. So wonderful, amazing. So Chad, just so you know, we're going to be doing this live stream. We still need to figure out what the exact cadence is, what time it is, but it's going to be a weekly show where we do on Twitch and all of our platforms. We're going to have folks like Nathan here joining us from the team, kind of talking a little bit behind the scenes stuff. We're going to have some folks who are also senior principal developers. We can talk about all kinds of ways they use this stuff, but also we're going to be coding things. So any suggestions about live streaming, any suggestions about things you would love to see on this kind of show, discord.gg/kiro.dev. Leave them there. You can tag me in it. We're going to create a live streaming channel so we can have a little bit more kind of a streamlining of that. But do tag me in your suggestions and ideas on Discord. I would love to hear them. I thank you for sharing Discord links, chat. You're the best. Just putting it on screen. Amazing. So I guess we're slowly coming into a wrap up. I want to hear you've been using Kiro longer than anybody out there. Your tips and tricks for the chat. Give me your top 3 tips when it comes to using Kiro for building software or building on top of existing software.
It is not at all productive. But one of my favorite features is to use steering files to give Kiro a different personality. So you can tell it, like, I want you to talk to me like this. I want you to take on this persona. Maybe it's a video game character. It's the kind of thing that it just makes the coding experience a little bit more fun. Not helpful at all, but like I enjoy it.
Okay.
The other thing is, like, if there's anything that you don't know how to do, if you don't understand steering, you don't understand specs, hooks, like you even fundamentally, you're like, what is this thing for? Just ask the agent. If you're having problems with MCP, like anything you need help configuring, you need help setting it up, Kiro understands its features. It understands how to configure everything. The answer to almost every question is just ask.
Okay, just ask like that. So one of the things I like to do when I work with Kiro is I tell it up front, hey, don't generate any code, just answer my question. Because at times when I have a question, like, I don't know, how do you handle NUMA in Rust? And it's, oh, here's the code. Like, no, I don't care about the code. Tell me how it's worked. Like, I don't want you to go ahead and start writing my files. So giving it a little of a prompt before of like, just tell me, just talk to me about it, is just a great way of doing it. I will give you one tip I love to do, is that when I finish my building session, when I finish my my specs, my tasks, I tell it everything we've done today. Give me a summary of it in a build.md file. Or build _ current date MD file. The reason is just I love to kind of archive those so I know exactly what happened. So if I didn't realize something during the Kiro spec driven development, or I maybe missed a step, or I didn't fully understand the code, I have this build _ date file, and where I look at it and I have a little bit
like
more
a delivery log.
Like a delivery log. And then like I look over it and I look at the code and I don't really understand what something is. And I'm like, okay, in this file, there's this specific implementation you're running. Tell me more about it and take note of it in the build log. It helps me so much. Again, I need to feel confident about my code, and this kind of keeps me definitely in the loop. So amazing. Well, chat, thank you so much for a lot of questions. There's one more question here about asking, where is it, about hooks. Okay, if there are hook examples, please share them. Now, there's a lot of great examples already built into the application, like about document generation and other stuff. However, I've seen excellent examples. I don't have them with me, but I've seen them. People talk about them. Is combining hooks with MCP servers. Let's say you make a change, you make a commit, right? One of the things that I've seen is like somebody, every time you make a Git commit, update a Jira ticket, right? Yeah. Or every time you make a Git commit, migrate my database or something. I don't know, be careful. But combining MCP servers with hooks is incredibly powerful. So it's not just for documentation generation, it can do so much more. So I have a stupid hook. Every time I make a commit, it turns on the light in my room.
There you go.
I have a Home Assistant MCP server, so every time I make a commit, it just turns on a green light. Hey, it's the little things. But do suggest your agentic hook ideas on Discord. There's a whole best practices channel on Discord where people share their best practices. Definitely go and drop them there. It's a treasure trove of cool things you can find out.
There's a good question here. I can.
Which one? Let me find you. What would
that one?
What would you use, vibe mode versus spec mode?
Okay, so for spec mode, that's really if you want to build something new, if you want to change your application, if you want to build a new feature, like the real heavy lifting happens in spec mode. What we see vibe mode for, if you need to ideate, if you want to explore, if you want to ask questions, if you want to debug. Vibe mode is great for that. Okay. So if you're running into a problem with your application, if you have a stack trace, just dump the stack trace in there. It doesn't need any context, just give it the error message. It'll deal with it. So like if you're trying to explore a code base and if you're asking questions, we kind of see it as more of that is the exploration, the debugging, the learning mode. And then spec is for the heavy lifting for the building. Okay,
I like that. I do definitely, that's the case. Vibe coding is definitely for exploration, trying to stuff out. I love it. When I kind of like trying to build something, well, not build, when I'm trying to explore something like can this work? Vibe mode works really great. Excellent. Thank you for the question, Mephi Maxi. So one of the things I want to do before we drop off is this. Look at that. It has completed task one. It has done a bunch of tests. So let me just go back here. So task one has been completed. You can see here that it's basically done a bunch of changes to my main RS file. I'm going to assume here, where is it? It's created all the files needed. It created main RS. So it has made changes to this. It seems to be successful, and it's ready to take on another task. Look at that. That's as we were talking, it was building. Glorious, glorious. Perfect. Chat. I have one thing to ask you. If you're watching this on Twitch or YouTube or LinkedIn or Twitter, first of all, I want to ask the chat mods to drop the links to all of those platforms. So Twitter, Twitch, Discord, YouTube. If you like this content, if you like what we're doing here, drop us a follow, a subscribe, a like, whatever the thing is, because we're going to try to do a lot more of these as we go along. We do appreciate it. I think our Twitch channel this morning had 150 followers, so I don't know if we beat it, but it's great if we have. I am blown away by the support, by the amount of people here in chat, and by the questions. Really, really good. We're going to be seeing you here on these platforms in the future. And thank you so much for using Kiro, for checking out, and please do let us know any feedback you have. We have your questions here. We have all the stuff. We're going to try to answer them as much as we can. I'll see you all on Discord later on, and I'm going to have to let Nathan go here to answer all of his pages. Go back and make the service work. Chat, bye.
All right, so that was the presentation by the Kiro team. So what do you guys think? I mean, it's in fact they deserve a follow. Let's go. I think Kiro is going to be a game changer. I mean, I don't have access yet, so I'm on the waiting list. So I'm just waiting to have access so I can take it for a spin. But so far, I mean, it's looking really promising with the spec engineering feature. So I'm looking forward to take it for a spin and to build some amazing projects, or even refactor some of my old projects. So there's lots of projects in the pipeline that I'm releasing, that I'm deploying. So they're in different states of development. So deployment is probably one of the most, I guess, scrutinized aspects of any project, because you want to make sure security is on point. You got to be, you got to audit, got to make sure your files are secure. There are no holes, no security holes in your application, especially with applications that are going to contain, a paywall. They're going to be behind a paywall, and when you're handling payment information, you got to make sure that your clients' credit card information or whatnot, payment information are secure, and so on and so forth. So I'm actually looking forward to take Kiro for a spin. So what do you guys think? Is Kiro something you'd like to use, or one of the tools you'd like to implement into your arsenal? So Discord voice channel is wide open. So if you want to talk to me, if you have any questions, come on in, or drop a question in the chat. So chat, we are here. So let's explore some more of Kiro. Be right back. All right, let's talk a little bit more about Kiro. All right, so I've got some videos here that we're going to take a look at and dive into Kiro a little bit more because I'm really fascinated with what Kiro can offer. Well, the documentation looks amazing, but I haven't really taken it for a spin yet. So I am definitely looking forward to getting out there and basically, try it out. So let's take a look.
As an engineer, I love making systems that scale and are highly resilient. I'm always chasing the next thing that's going to help people build their software more easily. I'm David Janicek. I'm a senior principal engineer. I've worked on pioneering functions as a service by building Lambda and operations-free databases with NoSQL by building DynamoDB. Today, I'm excited to introduce the next big thing that's going to make the lives of developers all over the world that much easier. Introducing Kiro. Kiro is an AI-powered IDE that helps you do your best work by turning ideas into production-grade code with spec-driven development. You start from a spec, and then it helps break that down into a design, tasks, and then it just executes on that task. I find that the spec really focuses it on coming up with what matters instead of wasting time with backtracking and having to course correct it. Kiro handles complex projects and tasks through spec-driven development versus just prompting along the way. It helps it guide it and do the complex reasoning up front. Whenever I'm working on something, I always notice things around me that are broken or could make my life easier or to make the customer experience better. But I don't always have time to go chase every one of these things down. With Kiro, I find that I can go on way more side quests than before because it's just so easy to think of something and have it implement it kind of while you're doing something else. This side quest was me making a tutorial for people to understand concepts in NoSQL. I wanted to show people a real working application here of an image tagging site, a meme site. Before Kiro, it probably took me a week. This time it took me about 90 minutes. It also built it with a lot more polish than I would have had time for as just a little side project. It's just impressive. I use it every day, no matter what development task I'm working on. I just love how flexible and freeform it is. This is very magical technology. I never thought we would have anything like this.
Kiro is more than just code. I didn't have to think too hard about making this work.
It splitted the whole work into manageable steps.
It will change the way you look at working with LLMs, and you won't be able to use other tools after.
Developers are going to use Kiro every day to get even more done than they could possibly have thought before. I think the possibilities with Kiro are limitless.
So this is what's possible with Kiro, guys. Kiro is going to be amazing, but again, I don't have access yet, so I'm actually waiting patiently, rather impatiently. Actually, they deserve a follow. I haven't followed them yet, so let's do that. And okay, Beyond Prompts, the future of AI assisted development. So that was published 9 days ago. Let's look at this.
Hi, this is Kiro, the new agentic IDE that works alongside you from concept to production. Let me give you a tour of some of the features of Kiro. First, we'll click on that ghost hand icon on the left-hand side. Now I'll click the Generate Steering Docs button. This will help Kiro better understand the application when we prompt it later. Now that the docs are created, you can find them in the Kiro steering folder. These files describe a serverless full-stack web app that we're using with a Next.js and a AWS backend. Let me show you one of our most powerful features, Spec. I'll ask Kiro to add a new way to sign into our app using Google. Kiro is going to help us code this up and give us a step-by-step process so it gets it right. The Spec feature generated this requirements document as its first step in helping us create this feature. It has user stories and acceptance criteria. I'll review it and add another criteria to improve the way sign-out is handled. For this next step, Kiro generated this in-depth design document. It includes a mermaid diagram, infrastructure changes, and configurations. This looks good to me. We'll continue on. Finally, we're presented with a task list. Kiro has broken up this feature into smaller parts that it can complete one by one. I really like this feature because I can interactively have Kiro complete a task at a time, and I can verify or make changes if needed afterwards. I'm going to have it start on these tasks, I'll queue a few, and I'll check it along the way. This will take a short while. While it works, I'll set everything up inside the Google Cloud Console outside this video. It's been a few moments, we're now in task 5, and it's updating the Prisma update to include the Google account. Great, it's now completed all the tasks. I did a few updates during each task to make sure everything was working, and now let's take a look at the output. Here's the application. It has this new sign in with Google button. All the backend and infrastructure has been completed because of Kiro. If we test the login, it looks good. This next feature is really helpful. It's called Agent Hooks. To get started, I'll click the little ghost icon on the left-hand side, and then I'll click the little plus arrow next to Agent Hooks. I want this hook to create tests anytime I save a component if they're not already there. So I'm going to describe this in the prompt on file save, add a few basic tests if not already created for each component. And then I'm going to click this enter icon. Kiro is going to create this hook for me, and it'll be listening in that background for that file save. So I'm going to see it now inside the .kiro folder, this new hooks, and then I can give it a try. So I'm going to go into one of my components, and I'm just going to add a quick comment to it and make sure it works. So I'm going to type in test comment here, and then I'm going to open up the task list, and you can see it running already in the background here, and it'll start creating the tests. This will just take a few moments. Here's the new test, the Google sign-in button test. I'll look through it, created several of them, looks really good. Kiro does more than just development with specs and agent hooks. We also support native MCP and vibe coding. With Kiro, you can go from concept to production and beyond. Go ahead and give it a try. It's free during preview.
There you go. Kiro, guys. Kiro is actually in preview mode. I guess in preview mode is going to be completely free. However, they've experienced quite a bit of an influx of users, and they had to put the kibosh on it. So right now it's just in the waiting list. So I'm on the waiting list, so I'm just waiting to have access. So in the meantime, we're just gonna dive in. Just gonna dive into Kiro and see what's going on. So this is a live stream that was published 9 days ago. So let's check it out.
Okay, I think, are we live? We're live. Hey, look at that. Hello, friends, and welcome to AI Coding with Friends. We are here to introduce you to something super brand new, something amazing, something purple, something spooky. We're going to talk today. We're going to code. We're going to draw on a piece of paper, and we're going to introduce you to Kiro. Before we get to Kiro, let's first of all start with ourselves. Well, I have a guest here, David.
Hello.
David, tell them, who are you? What do you do? Usually I say, where do you come from? But you're here, so.
I'm here in Seattle.
And what was your first text edit, code editor? Yeah.
First code editor. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my name is David Janacek. I'm a senior principal engineer. I do a lot of coding. But I suppose it all started with, I think it was in just, it was QBasic. I guess I might have been coding in Notepad. That's a very possible thing that I was typing into.
Absolutely. I like Windows Notepad, right? Like a standard Windows.
Yeah,
OG right there, coding in Notepad. Yeah. That's crazy.
DOS or something.
Edit.com. Edit.com was the best thing. Okay, so hey, thank you, David. My name is Darko. I'm what they call these days a developer advocate. I come from a long line of system administrators. So I used to carry around the screwdriver and rack and stack servers, and look at me in the cloud now. So both David and I are going to talk to you today all about Kiro. We're going to show it to you a little bit. How does it all work? What does it do? Why we built it, and how you can benefit from it as well. We're going to also share some news, some hackathon information, some Discord stuff, so you all can all come and join and chat to us. Okay, so first of all, let me go ahead and share a screen here. So I'm going to go on Kiro.dev, and I am going to do the following. I think this should work. So share screen. Yes, you can do it. Let's do this. Boom, boom. Share this window. Okay, cool. So friends, this is Kiro. Kiro is an AI ID for prototype to production. You will see we tend to use this word a lot, that it kind of gets you basically from a small level project to whatever the size project you have. So, from your vibe coding sessions to actual productions. It is available right now. You can go download it on Kiro.dev. But let's go ahead and start with David. Why did we launch Kiro? What's Kiro all about, and what makes it different from a plethora of other coding assistants out there?
Well, developers like me, we love vibe coding.
We do.
And because it's just easy to get going, it's easy to steer things around. But I find that I want to have that vibe coding experience beyond just prototyping, beyond just small features. And so Kiro, through spec-driven development, where instead of just prompts that I come back and steer it, make big design decisions 20 minutes in, I kind of work with it through prompting and discussion to get to a spec. And then from that spec, it generates the rest. It generates the code, it generates documentation, the test, extensive tests, all the way, everything that you would need to production. And I think this spec-driven development approach keeps it on task, it keeps it from wandering off, and it keeps me from having to backtrack a long time later.
That is fair. Now, so let's, before I actually kind of started working with Kiro and all of these discussions we had, I didn't really know what spec-driven development was, right? So explain to them,
Sure.
What is spec-driven development and why should we care?
Well, spec-driven development is a new thing.
It's a new thing, okay.
That's right.
Sounds very ancient, but okay.
No, it's new. No, I mean, it's, I think, over time we've gotten new developer tools. Like I said, I was using maybe Notepad in writing QBasic and things like that. And then we kind of started getting autocomplete in IDEs that would help suggest things that would generate code for you. Generate the boilerplate if you said, well, I'm writing a bean, and it would write the rest of the getters and setters for you. And so now we're at this, with Gen AI, we've been able to get an even more powerful thing where it will take and discuss concepts with you and implement things that you've never implemented before. But spec-driven development is a new flow. It's not just autocomplete. It's not just running errands to do tasks for you. It helps you frame the whole project and come up with what the project should be. Right. So with specs, the way that they work is that you start prompting, say, here's a thing I want to build or a new feature I want to add with some specificity, and then it generates a spec, the requirements. So it's this requirements file, and this describes the whole thing, the user stories. Essentially, it's user stories. How will your customers interact with it? From there, once you discuss and refine, you can refine it directly in the spec file, or you can refine it by just discussing with Kiro. Once you do that, it generates a design. And with that design says, okay, here's how we're actually going to do it. And you can shape it there. You can say, well, actually, I want this framework or that framework or this platform or that platform. And then that's great. Once you decide, get all that nailed down, then it comes up with a plan, and it breaks it down into tasks with subtasks. And it just goes through those one by one, marking them off, and getting it done.
Yeah. I think that's the beautiful thing, and we chatted about this before the live stream. Is that one of the great things about having something called like a spec is that when you vibe code, when you go ahead and just kind of chat along with things, it gets you there really, really fast, right? But you lose this history. You lose this kind of you lose track of what you asked it to do unless you go ahead and scroll stuff, and it feels like there's no good structure to it. Right. With spec-driven development, with a requirements doc, with a design doc, it all is there. And my biggest problem with coding assistants is when I sense I lost control.
Oh, sure.
Right? You're like, okay, I'm gonna build this incredible thing, and you open up your chat thing, and you're there, and all of a sudden, you lost it. I have no idea what changed. I'm like.
Yeah, I went and did some things that you thought you said, oh, it's really important that we do this thing. Yeah. But then later on, when it's doing a different thing, it'll be like, gone.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, what was that? Where I had done work. I had given input into this editor, and that input is now gone.
Exactly.
And that's just frustrating.
Exactly.
It's like, let's keep that important, but you don't need every little, oh, hey, how do I run this git command? Well, you know, that's also in the history. So you have to figure out how to distill the important parts of that chat. And we found that with this spec flow, this new spec flow, that we can distill that up front, do that discussion up front and save those into a well-defined set of artifacts, specs.
And, you know, Kiro doesn't have just spec-driven development. It has, you know, you can do your vibe coding absolutely here. It's all there, right? It has a couple other things, of course. Some of the table stakes. It has MCP support, of course. It has something multimodal development. I think that's been also kind of table stakes.
Paste in screenshots and say, hey, I don't like this. Let's fix that for me.
Exactly. Has something called agentic hooks, which we're going to be talking about in a second. But you know what? Let's go ahead and look at it, right?
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to show us something?
Yeah.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen right now, and I'm going to go ahead and we're going to have David here join us. He's going to go ahead and share his screen and see how the whole spec-driven development works. By the way, I want to say hello to the folks in chat here. Oh my God, we have Chris here in the chat. Hello. We have Al Harris. Hey, here for the specs. AJ's here, of course. Hi, yes. What a flex, right? Indeed. Cameo, you're vibing so hard. And also, hey, Danielle. Hello, friends. Hello. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So you can go ahead and just share your screen. You can do the entire screen. There we go. Yeah. Good, beautiful. Let me know when you're ready to present. Good? Okay. I'm going to ask you to zoom in this.
I'm going to zoom way in. Okay.
Let's zoom in and make this quite obvious what's going on. Thank you. Can you maybe full screen it just so we don't have the little Mac thing here? You can hide this thing. There we go. And that's great. And you can do the whole little green button. There you go. And here's the pro tip I teach people. 3-finger swipe. You know this?
No. Oh my goodness.
You can change screens like that.
I didn't set up my screens right then. Well, this is great.
That's okay.
Great.
Okay. What is this?
What are we looking at?
Okay.
We're looking at Kiro.
Okay.
It's very great. So what we're looking at is an app that I built. So I spend a lot of time going on sort of side quests. I have these infinite number of things that I think about that I could do. I wish I had time to do this thing or this thing. Long time ago, when I was working on a NoSQL database, building a NoSQL, it was kind of pioneering NoSQL a bit. We were finding that we needed to explain to people how to do indexing. And so what I did back then was I made an image tagging app. And that people could learn from, that people could go to, teach people how to do indexes, conditional writes, queries, all those kind of NoSQL-y things that were kind of new concepts. And so I made an image tagging app a while ago. I decided when I was kind of picked up Kiro to rebuild that. Say that took me a while back then. I didn't put much polish on it either. So it took me a while and it wasn't very good quality. So now I decided to do that with Kiro and see how that goes. And so what I did was I started with a spec. And so that was this meme tagging site. All I said was that here, let's be able to
let's look at the whole thing, because I would definitely love to see how does this whole spec look like here.
I didn't do that.
That's okay. Okay, so this is a new thing we have here. Like, first of all, chat, you may notice that this looks incredibly like VS Code. Guess what? And it is going to give you all the benefits of VS Code. All of the plugins work. Just everything you're used to, it's all here. This little thing that we're seeing here is slightly different than what you're used to. You see this requirements.md, but also there's a bunch of different tabs in this requirements and in this tab. So, but the requirements doc here.
Yeah, so it starts with the requirement. What I did was I was in spec mode here. I just said, I don't remember where my original prompt is. It doesn't really matter. I said I want to make a meme tagging site. And what it did was it generated these requirements. And it just says, okay, this is basically, it came up with a bunch of things that you might want to do. I kind of described the stack that I wanted to do, and it says all these user stories. When a user provides a URL of the image, I want to generate a unique identifier. I think all these little minutia of it that are actually kind of important to capture. I also told it I wanted to, this time it was going to be much better than the last time I wrote this image tagging app. I wanted to use AI to automatically come up with the tags. I don't want to just have to type every single one in. Fantastic. So I'm like, this time, let's add that little bit of a challenge to it. And so that's what this section is about. I wanted to be able to search for them, all these things. And then I also said, it also was helping me come up with
stuff. Yeah. So that's kind of it's great because you don't have to necessarily write this whole thing.
No, I wrote like 3 sentences.
Exactly.
And it's like, oh, here's what you want for that.
You could, if you want, create a whole requirements MD file. It's a markdown file in your directory. So, go for it. But Kiro actually helps you write this, right? So it helps you do these things. And for folks out there who have maybe not been too deep into the world of software development, especially as like hobby coders or like, just your own little personal projects, use.
Right, this is pretty cool. The requirement files, right? I've never really written the requirement files manually. Even with vibe coding, all you got to do is basically you could go to ChatGPT or Perplexity or Gemini or whatever or DeepSeek, and you just prompt it. Just say, this is the project. This is what I need to do. Write a requirements file in markdown format, downloadable markdown format for me, and it does it for you. And that's pretty much it, so you don't actually have to write this file by yourself. And now with an added bonus that Kiro actually writes it and enhances it for you, so which is awesome.
User stories are something where you explain what the user story in your application is, right? So like in this case, as a system administrator, I want comprehensive monitoring of the application so that I can ensure it's running correctly and troubleshoot issues. So basically, this is one of the things I, as a user, as a sysadmin, want out of this application. Once this requirement doc is created, what's next?
Well, then I say, let's move on. It says, okay, let's move on to the next step. As long as I agree, like we kind of go back and forth, I refine it, I discuss with Kiro, say, I don't want this, I do want this. Then we come to the next file, which is, I guess I could have just clicked up top.
That's fine. But there's a dot Kiro.
There's a .Kiro directory. I'll just show you where that is. There's no magic to this stuff. It's all up here in your specs here. And so the next meme tagging site, then it says, let's come up with a design. There we go. And so that is a design for it. It says it's going to be web-based thing. It describes the architecture.
Mermaid.js diagrams.
Yeah,
look at that.
Yeah. It just, I don't normally spend the time to do this kind of thing. For real stuff, I suppose I do. But this also saves me all that time. Gives me a great starting point, so I can refine it from here.
See, local development uses a local stack. Shout out to local stack.
Yeah, because this is really important. Exactly. I thought it was important. I actually just added that as a requirement. I said, it said what it was planning on doing. And I said, actually, you know what? I'm going to want to run this locally on my laptop pretty much. I'm not going to run a local AI image recognition service on my laptop, but I will run everything else. I want my own database. I want my own file store for the images locally so that I can just isolate everything and not have to be so tied to everything. So I added that requirement, and it came up with it. Okay, great. This is what the local thing will look like. Fantastic. Front end components, back end components. Describe all the APIs that it was going to implement. Describe the kind of models, the data models. That's what we're looking at here. This is saying what the back end database records are going to look like. For tags. Described the database schema for the NoSQL database. It described unit testing. This is a really important part. I didn't have to be very specific about this. I love how thorough it is in what it says. We're going to need to have really good tests, and that helps. The tests help several things. It helps make sure it got done the right way. It helps maintain, just like tests always do. But it also helps Kiro as it goes understand where it needs to fix something. So it's kind of a nice way for that loop where it's building to go.
What is going to do? I need to move us slightly because I feel like you're out of frame. You need to be there. That's good. Okay. So keep talking. So absolutely.
No, that's
fine. So, but this is a living document. You can change this. You can modify it, right? Okay.
I can change it by just asking it to change something, or I can just modify the actual. Ultimately, it's just this file.
It's a markup.
Markup file. So I can just change that. But
nice. Okay.
So that's great. So once I have the design and we want to go back and forth and agree on this is how I want this to work, then we're into the next file. Actually, that's why I could click up here. It's like requirements, design, now task list.
Task list,
And it's going to break it down into steps. Let's set up the project, the infrastructure first. Let's set up this, in this case, I'm using CDK. It gets into all the details of what it's actually going to go do step by step. And I find that this is really helpful because it keeps it focused. So not only did we agree up front, and so I don't have to steer it and undo stuff that is done. It also keeps it from wandering off. where I find other things kind of tend to wander off sometimes and just do refactoring that I didn't want it to do right now. It's like, why are you bothering with that? And then it's all these things waste time and everything. And so this is great that it just stays focused, doing one task at a time. And it knows that the tasks will build on each other. And I can say, do this one, or I can just say, go through all of the tasks one at a time.
Okay, give me a second. I think people are saying that your microphone is a little, is that Matt, is he a little bit too, let's see your microphone, just a second.
Yeah.
It's not muted. It's okay. His audio is coming from, it's a lav mic, so both of us should be coming from the audio here. So I'm gonna tap his microphone, Matt, and everybody just
cover your ears.
Did you hear that tap or no? So okay, maybe Matt, you are the problem. I don't know. But yeah, it's people are saying it's okay. Didn't hear the tap.
Didn't hear the tap. That's interesting. I might be talking through your mic.
Yes, give me.
But can I just keep going, or I guess no.
I don't know. Give me a second. I'm gonna go and check to see here.
Okay.
So muted, not muted. I'm just checking if stuff is muted here. You are not muted.
No.
Come on here. So we're gonna check this out right now. We have a wonderful Tirzo joining us here to check. Yeah, okay, no tap on his microphone. So we're trying to see. Could be StreamYard. 1 second. Yes.
Ooh. Chat. No, the problem was me. Laptop microphone. So first of all, shout outs to Apple and their quality of microphones.
Pretty good pickup.
Yeah, so I think you should hear us now properly, right?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Check 1 2.
Check
I won't
1 2.
tap the mic because I think I can see the bar moving pretty well.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I think we're okay now.
Thank you, Matt, for
thank you, Matt, and thank you, Chat, also. By the way, yeah. Okay. Whoa. Yeah. See, way. Yeah. That's kind of worse. Is it worse?
Is it worse?
Okay. How is it worse? Or is it just too loud? I'm legit. Tell us in the chat if it's okay. It should be okay. We done tests with this thing. Oh, we had some static in between. Sorry, y'all. No. You are not damper. It's a little worse and staticky. Oh.
Staticky, was that just what? Oh, now it's remains staticky.
Yeah, it's staticky. Okay, so we're trying to check this one out right now. So give us 1 second. Something's rubbing against the mic and causing static. Could be my beard, but I don't think so.
It's possible.
Yeah, we're trying to figure this one out. Also, shout outs to Hey Ganesh, it's been a while. Ghost in the sound system, indeed.
That's right.
Indeed. Okay, so we're gonna do some microphone changes right now. So give us a second while we figure this one out. Go back to the Mac microphone. Man, I am. I'm wondering if I have a better microphone here to kind of show. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to the previous mic just for a second, and then we're gonna go ahead and.
So, David, keep on talking until we fix this.
Sure. I mean, ultimately, this is ultimately what the output of it was.
Okay.
These are my rabbits. These are my pet rabbits.
Okay.
Well, this is a wild rabbit that I saw in Japan.
Okay.
This is Gandalf the Gray because he's gray. This is Lilu here.
Okay.
And this is Laszlo. So and I decided, because I needed some things that I could actually show here. So I decided, like, okay, I'll just tag my pet rabbits. And these are some rabbits from this island in Japan that has just a lot of.
I heard about that.
Thousands of wild rabbits. Anyway, took those pictures, but yeah.
Okay.
So this is what it is ultimately. Like, users can tag, they can upload. I guess I could show you just the flow of this thing. I'll just re-upload this one. Copy image address. Let's upload one. Yeah. Kind of put that in there.
Okay.
Type whatever the title, but I could add tags myself, but I could also, now this is the new awesome feature, analyze
with AI. Is this sending it off to like some sort of a service out there? Like
that's right.
Yeah.
It's going kind of through my backend service to an image recognition service, text extraction service.
Yep.
And it said, yeah, there's a rabbit in there.
That's right. Okay, sure. Okay.
Cool. Upload. And so then it just finishes uploading, and there it is. All done. Now I'll just delete it because this was just junk.
But so here's the thing. Like, you could have done this through like your typical vibe coding, right? That's not a problem. But when it comes to having additional control here, like being able to, come back and add requirements to it, or like, so for example, you built this application, you finish your vibe coding session, right?
Yeah.
And then you go back and like, oh, I want to add this other thing to it.
Well, let's talk about that, because that's a great example. Because we are on Twitch, and I figure there are a lot of people out there who are degenerates, that I needed to actually add authentication, because I didn't want to add authentication at first because I thought it would be fun and open, but I'm like, okay, well, I don't want anybody doing anything here on Twitch. So I said, I created a new spec. In this case, I didn't add to the existing spec, I just created a new one. And I said, I want to add Auth0.
Okay.
Auth0 is it's a service out there that helps you do auth.
Okay.
I guess. And I said, let's do that so that it protects all the uploading and tagging and all those APIs. And it just comes up with user stories. And so this said, okay, as a site owner, I want to do these things, like all these, like, it came up with the design for it. Oh, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna be replacing we're replacing microphones right now. Here's you can come into the camera. We're off camera. You don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
So Auth0. We have Auth0.
Yeah. So it just basically said, he came up with the all that. You knew that I would have to do some, and it broke down into tasks, and it knew that I would have to do some work myself to in Auth0. I would have to go to Auth0 and do some setup. And so it actually wrote me a file that said one of its tasks was to give me an instructions file that told me how to go do that. And it was great. It's fantastic. So it did all that, and it was done. So it's this, you can see here in the specs, there are a bunch of, there's the original spec. And I think this is an interesting thing. There's the original spec, but I think we're going to still see a lot of how people decide to use these. Because I find that I kind of create a spec for each new significant feature I'm adding, but I still have the spec that describes the overall project.
So that was going to be my follow-up question here. So when it comes to specs here, how encompassing the spec should be, right? Is it a single spec per one application, or is it a spec per feature, or is it even a spec per, I don't know, a feature of a feature or something like that? Like how granular do you think?
You know, I don't know. I think we're going to see a lot of just people trying stuff out and using it. I'll show you what I've done that I found successful. I had a spec for, actually there was a fix that OpenTelemetry wasn't working, so I wanted to really spend some time troubleshooting it. So while it was doing that, it wrote me some debug scripts that I could run to test different things out. I wanted to do a bit of a refactor. I don't remember what that was. I added deletion. I didn't add deletion at first, so a couple days ago I added that. I needed to migrate it upgrade it to Node 22. And so that was like, that's a big change. That it actually requires a lot of steps. So that kind of thing. I think that's like we'll see how people use it in the end, but I find each significant feature, I just add a new spec.
See, I feel like this is a whole thing now, where if,
Oh, and actually, while I mentioned, sorry to interrupt. While we're talking, I could just start a new feature.
Let's start a new feature.
While we're chatting.
While David is doing that, I'm going to stand on my little soapbox here and talk about, screen off. Okay, let me get the screen off. So, a little thing about specs here. What I foresee this, and David, listen as I'm talking. I want your expert opinion on this one. Is that I feel like
give it back. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
I feel like we're going to be coming into a point where people are going to start sharing specs. So, like for example, for a given feature, if you want to implement a feature to your specific application, here's a good spec for it, right?
Yeah.
And some of them will be pretty much portable, right? Like of course, if there are some incredible specifics to an application, sure, maybe that won't work. But even just a requirements doc could be ported between two people. Like if you want to implement Auth0 to your application, here's the requirement doc, because the requirement doc doesn't really care what the stack is. It cares about the user stories, right?
That's true. The user stories are like, get a little more specific to the APIs of the application. It could be a starting point.
Yeah.
And these like particularly shareable cross-project things where it's like starting a new project. I found those to be really useful as hooks, as agent steering.
Okay.
So there's a section here called agent steering. And,
so what is that?
We haven't talked about, let's just open one up while this is going. By the way, what I kicked off, here, what we're scrolling through is I said, while we're signed in, just right in if you remember in the app, it just says kind of my initials here.
Right.
Let's display the user's birthday date.
Okay, sure, okay, fine, I guess.
Yeah, and then if it is their birthday, we'll tell them that it's their birthday.
Okay.
This is an homage to a very famous skit on YouTube where there's all this consternation about adding a birthday date to a web page and how difficult that is. Shout out to Kazam, because that has stayed with me for as long as that video has been out. It's so fun. So we're going to add the birthday date. It was really hard in the video to add the birthday date to the page. And so let's add it here. So that's what this prompt is. That's what it's doing right now.
Okay.
It's just going through, coming up with a spec to do that. Oh, it's actually figured out the requirements already.
Okay.
So let's actually take a look. It just says, I mean, we can skim this. We're going to add the birthday date for signed in users, which is only me.
Exactly. Okay. But so it's a typical user story, right? As a signed-in user,
that's right.
Okay.
And then it'll provide, do a visual thing. Great. So let's just say move on to design, and it'll just keep going. So fantastic.
Awesome.
So anyway, while this is going,
okay. So, comments here like, do you think you know what it takes to tell the user it's their birthday? Exactly. Well,
exactly. I see people have seen this Kazam. It is incredible.
Well, it says Kazam Ben, so I'm not sure if that's.
I think you're right. Hello, Ben.
Amazing. Is that really Kazam Ben?
That
Oh my
is,
god.
yeah.
Oh my god. Shout outs, man. Should we switch? Can we switch the microphones? Okay. So chat. Bear with us. We're switching microphones.
How do we sound now, David?
How about now?
How about now?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear us now?
Good.
There's a slight delay here. With between us and what's going to happen in the chat. But let us know if you hear us well. You sound like Darko. I do sound like Darko. That's pretty good. I hope so.
Good.
But let us know.
Hopefully that's not
static.
me you were talking to. Hopefully they were talking to Darko.
You need to lose a lot more hair and grow a beard, just so you know. Okay, so this is happening, and you click the button that says "Move on to design phase," and this generated the design doc right now, right? So the design doc here, and specifically, now design doc is a stack specific thing. Like it's kind of harder to move this around.
Oh, sure.
But because you will see here the actual component structures and you potentially some data flow and even some like interfaces.
Yeah, code snippets. This is like kind of how it's gonna do all this. Update, test, how it's gonna test it, all that.
Okay, good.
So let's I don't know. I'll vibe design it.
Vibe design it. Okay.
Looks good to me.
Looks good to me, and ship it. So now what's gonna happen is gonna go ahead and create some tasks here. And again, the fact that you can go back to this and you can modify it.
Oh yeah.
Can you re-trigger an existing spec? Like, so for example, I would love to try this. So like, once this thing is implemented, like you say, oh, by the way, no, use the ISO.
ISO timestamps. Yeah.
Chat, what's the ISO number for the div format? ISO 2701. I don't know. Chat is gonna tell us, but that ISO number, like, would it be able to kind of update this, or is that a new spec here? 8601.
I could add it to the spec and say, hey, go through those tasks, and like I can say regenerate the tasks. That's kind of hidden as I'm zoomed in here. Update tasks, and it'll kind of regenerate the tasks if we add it. But I'm just gonna say like, actually, let's. I guess it's gonna give me a little summary, but I'm just gonna say, okay, go ahead and implement all the tasks. I think I could just hit a button, but sometimes I like talking to it.
Okay, of course.
Okay, so it's just going to run through, and so this will be kind of just doing it. Last time I added this feature last night. I had a fancy version of it that blows a bunch of confetti. Took it an extra 10 minutes, so I'm not having the confetti part. But I can cooking show this if we have to. But let's just let this go. This will go for a while.
I mean, the thing with coding assistants, it's the adventure. It's not the destination.
Yes.
It's the adventure that gets there. So we kind of hope that it's kind of successfully out. Does its thing. So
I mean, it's been pretty good. I mean, pretty reliable.
One of the things that I found that like since coding assistants came to be, and like my job is to talk to people, demo stuff, has been the absolute inconsistency of being able to show stuff on screen.
Oh, sure.
Because I never know. I just
adventures in non-determinism.
Exactly. So but so as they're doing this, we want to get to the steering docs in a second. But I want to. So you've been using this product for a while right now. We've been testing it internally for like
a couple months, few
couple
months.
months. And you've been using these kind of coding assistants as well inside of like a production team. Can you give us maybe some insight in how people in developer teams and production teams use, now maybe not spec-driven development yet, but like coding assistants? How does that all kind of pan out in a team setting?
Well, it's sharing the specs. It's like all that. The specs that is the plan of record from the past and the future.
Yeah.
So the specs are checked into source code, source control, and shared. So that's part of it. So are the steering, which we'll talk about later. So that's all checked in. It's a nice way to share development practices. We actually have for our larger teams, we have some steering files. Steering files just kind of tell it, oh, by the way, reminder, this is my technology stack. This is how I do observability. You can share those even with broader teams, because maybe you have several teams, adjacent teams nearby who also have a similar tool set, internal tool set, whatever. And so you can share those steering files. For the specs, how do teams, now you said, how am I seeing people use it?
Right.
Well, I mean, there's a funny story about this actually, because so over the last couple months, I've been using it a bunch, and I would find, so if this were happening during my day job, I would probably tab away and do something else at the same time, right? This would be behind the screen. And I would every now and then come back to it, and it said it was like waiting for my approval to run some command. And now the command approval has gotten like really nice now. So I don't have to do that as much. It's more streamlined now. But still, I'll tab away and do something. And so I needed, it wasn't managing my attention at the time. It wasn't popping up a notification to say, hey, waiting for you to do something. I'm done with this. You need to hit the button next. So I would come back 20 minutes later and it's like, oh, it was waiting on for me. I felt bad because it was blocked. It was blocked. And so I wish I could have unblocked it. So I said, okay, hey, Kiro team, what can you do here? And they said, well, we have a lot of features on our backlog that we're working on. We know we want to add notifications, but we think it's going to take about a solid week to get that done. Because notifications, I've never done this before, but notifications on desktop apps, it's multi-platform. You have to write it for the same thing 3 times. It involves a lot of inter-process communication, message passing. It's actually kind of complicated to send up, to get the maybe not the birthday date, we're going to get that done here, but maybe to get notifications is a little harder. And so, so once Kiro got to the point where the Kiro team was building with Kiro, then it became such that they could do spec-driven development to build Kiro. And so they decided, well, let's write a spec that says we want to have notifications in Kiro. This is what Kiro is, and this is, so it wasn't modifying its like own instance of the code, right? Obviously, but yeah, it was. So it implemented in like a couple days end to end. Maybe it was less than that. I don't remember. I think it was 2 weeks to 2 days. Some absurd compression of time. And they just wouldn't have had time to do this. So that's what I'm seeing teams like get to is in their production systems, their production applications, is to be able to get things done that are just deeper on the backlog that they can in practice get to.
And that's kind of the whole thing. I love it. But at the same time, you still feel in control. One of the things that I don't like to kind of let it go in autopilot and do its own thing. However, because of the spec file here, I always can come back to it and say like, oh, it has done exactly these things. Like I know it has executed task number 2, create the birthday indicator component, and I can kind of like double check it into the code. It's not like it just goes and explodes a bunch of files.
Every time I click on the diff and like this is, well, I guess this is a create of the new file.
Right, exactly.
Man, this is really hard to do.
I know.
Zoomed in.
I know. But it actually like you can see that it's kind of like as it's kind of progressing down through the task, you see how you see exactly what it's done.
Yeah, see, this is what and I can see task 2, it just finished this, and this is what it did. So I know it's about to get on to 3 now.
Right.
It's going to implement the data model.
Exactly. Can you revert? Like, is it like, for example, if you don't like it, can you
I don't want to do it right now. I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah, of course. So you can
undo changes. Yeah. I actually also wrote a thing. I found that, actually, I don't think I have this hook or steering enabled right now, but I find that I like it after each task. This is just a personal preference. I say, add everything that's pending and do a git commit. Actually, see if maybe it is doing that. I don't remember. Let's see how we get status. How are we doing right now? No, it did. Well, maybe.
Yeah, it is. User birthday display. There's a spec.
It's fixed layout at top. No, that's what I did before. So it is not actually. It's no. So I must have that off right now. But I found that was a nice kind of steering reminder. Say, hey, every time you complete a task, just do a commit with a nice message. I've had that on for other projects that I like a lot.
Okay. Before we continue, before we talk about steering docs, there's a question here from Matt. Can you go into any details why we forked VS Code instead of just using a plugin?
I think I don't know all of the details about this, but I do know that we wanted to have there are some things that you have to do.
Yeah, you can do it with a plugin.
Yeah. So a lot especially we get into some of the more multimodal things, they just actually can't be implemented as a plugin.
Exactly. Like the plugin system of VS Code is incredibly powerful. However, it can't do everything. So like this whole fork.
You can still use other VS Code plugins. Like
I
still use other VS Code plugins alongside it, so that it's not like it's that disruptive.
Exactly. So it still gives you the same experience as like a VS Code thing. Yeah. But this is the same story I've heard. Just like the limitations of the plugin system of what a plugin can do for you as a developer is rather limited compared to like having its own dedicated fork.
Yeah, and you'll see me fumbling around a little. It is VS Code interface, but you'll see me fumbling around with shortcuts a little bit because I hadn't been using VS Code before this. I had been using more IntelliJ and a little Emacs.
I just want
here and there.
Let's not get into the Emacs thing. I do have something tattooed.
Well, I do that also. I do Vim also. Yeah.
but I am shout outs to I see Nathan here. Is Nathan, when is a Vim version of Kiro coming out?
Yeah. Let's put it in.
Yes.
That's a very powerful, extensible thing.
Exactly.
We might be able to do that native as a plugin, maybe.
Fork NeoVim, make it.
Might not need to fork it. That has a lot of a lot of stuff that you can build into that without having to fork. So maybe
Vim plugins are way more superior than VS Code plugins. I'm just saying. Okay. So a question here from Damo Gallagher. Is Kiro planning to stay up with date with Visual Studio Code improvements? By the way, folks, we have a couple of people in chat here. I'm sure they can potentially answer, but I'm going to assume yes. I mean, it's following, it's a fork, but I think it's using the open source version of code.
That's right. There's a thing that underpins VS Code. I forget what it's called.
Okay.
That's ultimately what we're up to date with. It's not literally, it's the thing underneath VS Code. I don't know the terminology for this. I need to learn this.
Yeah. Something, our friends from Microsoft have this whole thing underneath so
I forget what it's called. Maybe somebody in the chat will know.
Somebody in the chat will know. But yes, absolutely, it's gonna be work. That's fine. Shake 808 says desktop notification came to mind for something that can be done easily via plugins. Oh, and we talked about that. A plugin can't notify you. So there you go. I didn't know that. So thank you, Jake.
Oh, I see. So that could have been
done in a plugin, right? So like there you go.
Wow, that's surprising. But yeah, great. Well, good thing it wasn't.
I mean, here's the thing, like because from what I found, VS Code runs in Electron as the framework, and maybe plugins can't send something through. Could be. Yeah. So
they're right. They're kind of in their own kind of contained spots. It makes sense. I mean, it's hard to be able to make a plugin that can do anything. Like to make a framework for a plugin that can do anything. I worked on framework teams that built like the web service frameworks that all of AWS and Amazon run on, and. Yeah, there's always a tension of we want it to work, and our team is accountable for it always working, but people want infinite extension points, and it's really hard to provide that to kind of like access to the internal. So I empathize with that plugins can only do so much because that's what it's like to own a framework.
I know.
So it makes sense.
Okay, so chat, I want to share something with you all. Since this is a new, by the way, Kiro is free. While in preview, it's free. Kiro, I will drop a link in the chat. Kiro.dev. It's let me do the thing. I will drop a link in the chat so you can go out go and check and download Kiro right now. It's available for all major platforms for free. You can use it. You can log in with whatever way, shape, or form you want. Builder ID, I think Google, GitHub, whatever. All of those kind of social logins are available there. And you can also participate in something else. So I'm gonna get a link. Okay. We have a hackathon. Yes. So I'm going to spin up a thing here. Kiro Dev Post. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen for a second here. Share screen. I'm going to use allow. Share entire screen. Yes, there we go. That's the one. Okay, friends, look at this. There is a Code with Kiro hackathon. So basically, it's a challenge for you folks out there to go and build something with Kiro. We have a grand total of $100,000 in prizes. You should definitely go and check out the fine print who can participate because there's a whole thing out there. Okay. But basically, it's something that we want you to go ahead and build something with Kiro. Productivity tools, games, meme tagging applications, educational, whatever, right? We want you to submit to us a 3-minute video of that demo. We want you to kind of Like we want to see how you built this using, vibe coding, used agent hooks, use Spec to code. We want to see you use all these features. Provide a URL to this thing, like an open source repo or something, and tell us also what you're submitting. You can basically, and also include a write-up how you've used Kiro for this. First place, $30,000. Second place, $15,000. Third place, $10,000. I mean, come on. I mean, it's there's so many cool things out there you can go and build. Go and check this one out. I'll drop this link in the chat as well. Deadline is August 25th, which gives you a month and 10 days to have all of this thing. We have all your 38 participants. We just launched. So
we're adding the birthday date in 20 minutes. So I can't imagine what you'll get done in a month
exactly,
and a half.
Yeah.
A
So
month and 10 days.
If he manages to add the birthday date, I mean, maybe you win all the $100,000 for this one. So
I don't think I'm allowed. It's fine print. That's a fine print. Fine print.
True. So Kiro.devpost.com. I'm going to pop this link in the chat. You should definitely go and give this thing a look because we want you to do it. And by the way, as you're doing this, feel free to both tag David and myself on social media. You can find us on LinkedIn's and I don't know what kind of other sites.
Blue Sky, whatever.
Blue Skies, yeah, the Butterfly website. And definitely go and check it out. And we would love to see what you build. Definitely. Now, what I would love to see, David, is I would love to see this thing called the steering dock.
Oh, right.
Have we came up with the name steering dock, or is that a thing that existed in the past? Because
I don't know.
Because I know Cursor, shout out to Cursor, they use something called rules.
Yeah, there's some similar concepts.
It's similar. Is it the same thing as rules, or like is it slightly different?
I don't know. You teed this up as a question for me. I'm gonna have to give that question back to you. Do you know?
Yes. Well, yes. It's Cursor rules are basically just big old context files that tells certain things, how it can do it. It's just additional context into
LLM. We're seeing IDEs in vibe coding kind of notice that some of these things are really helpful to have that kind of common reminders about like, okay, here's the world that we live in for this particular thing. So similar concept, I guess. Yeah.
So do you want to show us the steering docs so we can see them? I'm gonna bring your screen up.
Sure. it's still rolling, so I don't mess with it, but I'll pull them up.
I think you can pull them up. Right? So while David is doing that, I'm gonna do actually I'm gonna remove the chat. I'm gonna do the thing that we all need to do. New product comes out.
Oh yeah, got it.
New sticker goes on the laptop. So as David is pulling up his thing here, the steering docs, I'm gonna go ahead and try to peel this. Because we need these things. Oh, this is a beautiful sticker. Isn't this a beautiful sticker? I love these little things. So it's gonna go over here right between Datadog and No Starch Press.
Very nice.
There we go.
Oh well. Oh, this is a big moment. I see. Yeah.
It's a big moment, my friends. Look at that.
Yeah. Wow. Looks good. Looks
good.
Yep.
Can I make it shine? Look at that. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
A couple questions here. Al Harris says, "How do we get all that sticker?" I mean, Al, I don't know, man. You need to know a guy to know a guy.
I suppose that's true. Yeah.
I think we can hook you up. Okay.
So this is a steering dock. I mean, it's so actually. You know what? I think I actually didn't even write these. So if I could delete these right now. If I delete, but it's messy. I don't want to mess with it.
Yeah.
It would say, do you want to just generate them?
Okay.
So I just click generate steering docs, and it just then it spends the time. It puts a little bit of effort into. Let me just scan everything that you already have. Because like, how do you bring spec-driven development to something you already have? Well, it's helpful for it to go through and learn about what you have.
Yes,
That's why steering docs it generated these. It's like it separated them into the structure of the code and how maybe I think how unit tests are run.
Right.
Here's the directory structure. Here's where to find the React app. Here's where to find the infrastructure as code, the backend API implementation, all that stuff. It's just useful for it to know up front. The product, it says, okay, here's what from all the code, all the readmes, it says, here's what I think this thing's about. It actually looks at the, also looks at the spec files if you have them. And yeah, comes up with the tech, here's the stack that they seem to be using, the services that they pick. Because what you don't want to have happen is you write a new spec that adds a little bit more functionality, and it picks a totally different universe of framework, right? That would be unfortunate. So this
helps. One of the 17
million
million Node.js frameworks. Right?
Exactly. So this keeps it focused. So that's what all steering is. That's pretty simple.
And from what I see here, steering is specifically kind of targeted towards project level. Right? These are not global steering docs, right? They could be, right?
In fact, that's how I removed them from this. But my larger team has some steering that we just now add by default to all of our projects.
Yes.
So it actually isn't, or even company-wide, to say, hey, this is the observability stack we're using as a company. So actually we do, and then we have a way of sharing that. So it's a really, you can actually have other plugins add steering. So anyway, so yeah, it's a really nice way of bootstrapping things and being on the same page so that you're not just at the whim of random non-determinism to decide what you want to use for a particular project if you're trying to stay somewhat cohesive as a team or a company.
And this is the thing, like, you know, when this whole LLM thing started, and you know, we talked about prompt engineering.
Yeah.
And what's happening right now, of course, we have prompts, but prompt generation is getting so much more sophisticated.
That's right.
So what we're trying to do here, and I'm going to steal this quote from somebody. Somebody put it online. Somebody called it context engineering.
Oh, sure.
Where you start to kind of engineer your way with a bunch of context files, with steering docs, with whatever things you need to do. So your LLM, so your coding assistant, Kiro, can do a really good job at building your stuff.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it's like, it's actually just letting me, I'm lazy. I'm a lazy person. And I think this has made me a pretty good programmer over the years. That laziness, that's sort of been what I chase. I've been chasing how I can be, what it really means. It's a funny way of saying it, but really I want to make my life easier and easier and be able to get more and more done. And so that's why I've chased after this thing all my whole career of how can I make it easier for myself and other programmers? So like there was this, I was having to operate systems and you need to stand up a database to help you operate that system. Well, then you have to do a database ops and that's tedious. So that's why I kind of chased after NoSQL. How do we make database ops just go away? That with serverless, that with API gateways, that with observability. And so this is so great that it is helping you just remove that. So now we have vibe coding. And so now you just prompt and that gets a lot done just from a prompt, but I'm lazy. And I'd have to write a really big prompt every time. Yeah, exactly. I'd have to say, well, I have to add all this stuff to the prompt. Oh, I forgot to say, don't forget that I'm using open telemetry. And if I forgot to say that in my prompt, it might, so exactly. I agree with you completely.
So let's do this. I think I want to go ahead and I want to bring up my Kiro because we haven't done this yet. So share my screen. Share, you allow. Do I want to do a specific screen? You know what? Let's see. Can I do this? Okay. Chat, you should be able to see my thing. Let's see. There's a thing. Okay. No, not that. Yes. Okay. You can see my Kiro. Okay. So I've opened up a project here. So, and my project is literally a little Rust application I built in the past. And I have no steering docs here. So on the left-hand side here, little ghost, no steering docs. See there. So if I go ahead and click generate steering docs, it's going to go ahead and, as David said, you're going to look through my project, look through my README file, look through my code. And based on this repository, it's going to generate the steering doc. Now, could I write it myself? Absolutely. Do I write my context files? No, I do not. Even with other tools where I have a bunch of system prompts that I use constantly, I go to an LLM and ask it to generate me a system prompt for specific things. Because it will do it faster. I will tweak it and all those things. So as a key, looks at the constants, looks at my files. Now it looks at my whole project here, and it gets all, like, even the source code, not just the README files. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, figuring it all out.
Okay,
explore everything.
Create product MD. Okay. Shook is a command line tool for uploading files of any size to Amazon S3 buckets. Okay. Upload files, target users, core workflow, user runs, That's it. Interesting. So this is just about the product. So it's one steering file for the product.
Okay.
It's creating another steering product for the tech.
It's nice and compact. These statements are nice and compact for the LLM to consume without using a lot of space.
Exactly.
Memory.
So tech says, it says Rust 2021, it uses Tokayo, it uses Davis SDK, Clap, Anyhow, Serde, Indicative, all of these things it's using, the build system. Even
Look at that.
Things it can use.
Yeah, that's nice for it to remind it, here's how I'm running this, because it's going to need to do it all the time, so it's good for it not to have to figure that out every time.
Exactly. And lastly, it's created a file called structure, and this just creates a little tree here that it shows me like how my files look like. The core modules explain which file is what. And again, your LLM can figure this one out as it's going, but it doesn't have to, right? Because it has all of these things in the structure. It doesn't have to go ahead and read the whole main RS file and whatnot, but it has all of these things kind of condensed into these things, and that's it. Now I can add custom things here. I can add a new document in here, like I don't know, let's say
Observability stack. Well, I guess you and I can have that for a command line, but whatever.
Well, you know what? Let's do something like this. Infrastructure, right? So I can add rules here. Oh, look at this little comment here. Is this a comment? Would this be a folks in the chat, especially folks who built Kiro? Is this meant to be a comment? Can I comment my steering docs like this, or this is just for the looks? This looks like a big old HTML comment. I don't know.
I'm watching it. We'll see if they say anything.
So I can say here for infrastructure, actually just infrastructure to deployment. And I'm going to do this because of Chris here. Always use Terraform for infrastructure on AWS.
Great.
So
you could have also prompted it to write the steering doc.
Yeah, of course.
This is nice that you, but you can also
do the stuff for yourself,
by hand.
Right?
Yep, exactly.
You know,
nice.
I don't know. I can say build custom modules. Use the what's the
I'm a CDK person, I'm afraid.
Same, but I'm trying to figure out there's a specific Terraform name for a thing. It's not the AWS module, it's the AWS.
Let me look it up.
It's the AWS, oh my God.
Module, registry, plugin.
It's a plugin?
Provider?
Is it a plugin? Provider, that's the word. Yeah, okay.
First try.
Use the official AWS provider, right? And say this. And now this is, again, use this part of my whole thing, right? And if I go ahead here and tell it, let's do a little vibe coding. I think it's going to be fine.
Sure.
If I just go into the vibe coding and say like, I need to be able to run deploy.sh and it should create the necessary infrastructure in my account.
Oh, nice.
So hopefully because it knows this, it's going to use Terraform. Right. It should be able to understand that this is all about Terraform.
Yeah.
It shouldn't go ahead and pick like.
This is for like deploying the command line tool to like make it available to others.
It just uploads to an S3 bucket. But if I want to create an S3 bucket, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna go ahead here. It's gonna say.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Yeah.
And it says it's gonna create a Terraform infrastructure.
Exactly. So based on the whole thing.
Yeah, that's great.
Beautiful.
Right.
Super love it. I think it's such a great feature. Now this is nothing revolutionary, but it offers you a convenient way for an existing project, existing thing you were doing, to have it here, but chat. If I chmod +X deploy, sure, why not? It's always safe. Okay, it's fine. Okay, yeah, that's okay. I was like, what is this? Some warning? No, it's fine. But chat. Look at this here. So I'm going to show you a little Kiro./steering. This is where the steering docs exist. So if you want to go ahead, you can go and commit them into your repository.
That's how I do it. Yeah,
and you can share them. Somebody.
Yeah, once again, for those of you who've used Cursor, right? And I'm sure you've used Cursor rules. So this is pretty much the equivalent. The steering files in Kiro are the equivalent of Cursor rules or Klein or rule code rules. It's basically a document that tells the coding agents to use a specific set of instructions, so you don't have to, every single chat, you don't have to reiterate. You don't have to tell them, well, do this, do that. It knows. It has the context and it understands that for every single action that it's going to take, it has to refer to to those rules. Therefore, steering in Kiro, which is pretty cool. So I haven't really had a chance to use Kiro yet, as I mentioned. So we will get a chance to actually take it for a spin as soon as I get access, because it's still on the waiting. I'm still on the waiting list. So I'll just wait and get my hands on it and come up with some really, really nice stuff so I can share with you guys. Let's get back to the video.
Chat asked, like, is steering sharing going to be part of this demo? Well, here it is. Yeah. Now, we can give you our steering docs, but let's be honest, steering docs is going to be beneficial for your project. Yeah. I'm sure somebody out there right now, as we're talking, is going to go ahead and create a website called steering.dev or something like that.
Sure.
Go ahead and register that domain, steering.dev, and somebody's going to make a collection of all the steering docs people collect, right?
Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah. Sure.
So hey.
Yeah,
I
it seems
don't
like that kind of that bootstrapping, and we don't know how they'll be used yet. Like, if I have a tool, I might want to help other people use it, so I'll write steering so that people can use my tool well too.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I can see that. So this project is a command line.
It's a command line tool.
Now, since you have it open, if you want, we haven't talked about hooks yet.
We haven't talked about hooks. Yes.
And there's my kind of favorite example of hooks is with, we can use this at different places if this doesn't work out. But when I write command line tools, I wrote one the other day. I wrote a website scraper because I wanted to be able to, not scraper, but a link checker.
You're the one that's scraping,
Yeah, no. It was a link checker. I found some internal sites inside of like company that were broken. And I was like, well, that's weird. Those shouldn't be broken. What other links are broken? And so that kind of led me onto a side quest. But I didn't have time for the side quest, but with Kiro, I did have time for the side quest. So I said, write a broken link finder. And what I found with this is it's run by the command line. Every time I added a new command line parameter, like only do it this many per second, use Selenium for these URLs, that type of thing, I could prompt it to say, hey, go update the README now, so that to give me an example of that. So what I did was I wrote a hook. A hook is something that runs, it triggers when you save a file or when you manually run it, or there are a few different events like that, but mainly like I use them for saving files. So when I save the file, there's always in a command line application, there's one file that kind of parses all the inputs and everything. I said, every time I update that file, I want you to look at it and then update my README with really good examples on how to, all those command line examples, descriptions of that and everything. Just a human readable user guide for the command line.
We can do this. We can absolutely do this here. So I'm going to show you. So this thing is finished.
Oh yeah, we were in the middle of something.
But no, we finished it.
Oh, good.
It's good. It created all the Terraform files. Now, I don't know Terraform that much, but I'm sure it's fine. So main TF, we have a HashiCorp, AWS, the official thing. Okay, the random thing generates.
Oh yeah, this is the Terraform.
So it created all those things. I mean, I don't know. Fine. Oh, it even created custom modules. Look at that. I told it to create custom modules, and it created custom modules from the buckets.
These are created in the bucket. Yeah.
It didn't necessarily have to do it like this.
And added server-side encryption. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Excellent.
Good practice.
Good practice. So, but let's talk about hooks. So, when you go to hooks here, you can create an agent hook when an event occurs. Prompt is sent to the agent. Something happens, right?
Yeah.
And my cynical developer in me, like, well, we had that back in 1997, right? A file is triggered, you go and do a thing.
Yeah, make files.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, that's true. However, for events for things that are natural language heavy, creation of generation of documents, generation of code, this is incredibly useful, right? So let's do the same example here. So let's in my little command line application, every time I add a new command line parameter, update the README file with an example usage.
Yeah,
right.
Should be enough. Yeah.
So click on this, and it's actually not gonna just use that. It's gonna use that thing to generate a big old hook.
Yeah,
right?
A plan, yeah.
Yeah, so you will see here, it's going to go ahead and generate a little hook because it uses also my streaming docs for that. Hook has been created successfully, and if I go back to my hooks, open up here, monitors main RS for new command line parameters, and updates README file with the example usage.
You turned it into a more precise specification for what you said, and it found the file.
It found the file. Let's see here, it's main RS. I pointed at a screen because of course. So, and then there's this entire instruction for the Kiro agent. A new command line parameter has been added to SRC main RS. Please analyze the changes and update README MD file with appropriate example usage, right? So if I go here and let's see, I don't even know what kind of parameter can we add here. So I have I'm going to do an about or something. What kind of parameter? Let's add something silly. Let's.
What about like birthday? Birthday? Yeah, I mean whatever you want.
Sure, let's do it.
You're adding.
Add another command parameter that will ask the user about their birth.
Oh, you're going to go full on. Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, I usually go for it. And we don't want to block on it.
About the user and store that thing, store that date in the config file.
Sure. I usually use hooks. there are steering
Yes.
and there are hooks. They do
Right.
fairly similar things if you think about it.
Yes.
Like, it's all about making sure we take care of things. Like, oh, if I update the API definition here, I want to also update it in here and here. So I find I use hooks mostly when I'm taking for things that when I'm taking the
You're
wheel.
doing stuff, yes.
It's sort of like hooks. I mean, I think we're going to see how people use hooks over time. But I've found hooks to be really useful for basically things that I don't want to forget to do when I'm doing it.
Yes.
So like if I'm going to update the file and take the steering wheel, if you will, then when I save it, it will go kick off those other things. Often for this specific use case, if it's doing the vibe coding, it probably would update the README on its own.
Probably, yes.
And especially if I put it in steering.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
anyway, it's just there are kind of a few different approaches to workflows, and I like that flexibility.
Exactly.
And we've added a few because everybody has a different workflow, especially because everybody's figuring out what the right workflow is. That's kind of what Kiro is a new workflow.
Yeah.
And so I like the flexibility.
Exactly. I agree. And that's kind of the whole thing, right? Now, as you said, if I went here into my main RS file and just did like a bunch of changes, right? If I done this stuff here and hit save.
Yeah, exactly.
It detects that save and it does something with it. Now, actually, I'm actually considering this thing here. It's been a while since I wrote this application. I think actually it made a mistake because my parameters are
in a different file.
I'm actually trying to see if they're in a different file. I don't even know. So it's been a while. I use claps. Okay, so it's in a util here. That's a function.
That's where it added this update birthday.
Yeah, but I'm like looking. Is it? Where's my command line parameters? Is it clap?
Well, here's an arguments parse.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. So it is. Yeah. Oh, it's just using that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. But
I see. I guess Rust is a little different. Where does it actually grab out? So in this case, I guess it would be your config class that you'd probably want to.
Yeah. So I'm wondering where does it pick it up for? I usually don't keep my argument parsing in main RS.
Yeah, right. Makes sense. Arguments.birthdays. Oh, that's where.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I know this. Check for config here. See, that's the whole.
It might be. So when I have it factored like this, I generally have it trigger off. If there's a config class, that ultimately it's the config class, like the configuration class that's what I trigger off of because that's the source of truth. The argument parsing is just like the means to that end.
Exactly. Yeah, it's actually doing something different. I don't think I even have a config class.
I see. Okay.
I'm just raw parsing.
Got it.
Things here.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I should mention that if we want to jump off of hooks,
let's jump off and do something else.
It just finished. It's scrolling all of its victory lap right now.
Okay, so we're gonna bring back David's thing. I'm gonna look at chat here. There's been so many messages here, chat. I wasn't.
So actually, hooks are pretty interesting. Hooks are very similar to steering. I guess the hooks could be used in conjunction with steering, where hooks will be more specific, more targeted tasks, and steering could be more general, general directions, general steps that the LLM will take or the agents will take to follow your lead. It'll be interesting to actually use those in conjunction with each other. Interesting concept.
Able to follow. So, oh my God, so many things. Global steering docs. Mr. Almeida, hey. Let's see. Let's see who are the.
I'm just scrolling the victory lap.
Yeah. See that you're doing stuff.
It's like it's done. It said task 1, 2, 3, birthday model, birthday container, everything.
Yeah.
And I'll start it up. I mentioned I have a local test mode. So I'll just do npm run dev. I could ask it how to do that, but that's first running locally. But actually, I'm doing this, but it's not going to do anything because I don't log in locally. So this isn't actually going to do anything particularly. Well, what do you know? It's not even going to work. It realized that. So actually, I'm going to ignore this for a second. But it might be a local dev issue. I'll just do npm run. Oh yeah, this is deploy front end. I'll do that. This might break production, but while I'm
AJ says the best prompt is fix bugs, no mistakes. That's yes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, that's what I'm gonna have it do. Yep, sure enough, it said okay. I'll just tell it like I'll just say when I run npm. I guess probably anything deploy, run deploy front end. front end, I get errors. All right, well, it'll have it do it. Yeah, it's probably could just ask it more generally.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it didn't run the tests. Because this is, what is this? This is a mock implementation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, failed to compile. I don't even know what the problem is.
No.
Comparison appears to be unintentional because there's type and one that have no overlap. Is this a test? Oh, it's a test that fails, no? Is that a... No, it's not a test.
No, I guess it's not.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let me check errors you're getting by first reading the updated files running the deploy commands. Okay, so it's going to...
I guess I could have been nicer to it and given it this, but it'll figure it out.
Faraday says it's copy-paste driven development. You know what?
Yeah.
I mean, we've been doing that for a while, my friend. It's you know...
Oh, it is a mock implementation, spy on mock implementation.
Okay.
I don't know if there's a skip tests, but this is kind of how it's nice to show the actual when it doesn't go, because ultimately, like, it's a collaborative thing.
Yep.
I'm actually impressed that it got through all the tasks. Like, that was that's pretty great. I don't mean impressed that it was like, that's what I was used to that happening when I ran it the other day, but this is, so now it's just a matter of getting through the bugs.
Through the bugs. I mean, that's kind of one of those ways it works, and you know, we are still some means off where you can just kind of let it do its thing and, you know, just have a finished product, especially when we get into deeper complexity. But I think the fact that you can dissect approaches to your software development by using these specific feature-based specs limits the impact of your changes, right?
That's right. Yeah, this is a pretty narrow thing.
And you have very tight control over what Kiro is attempting to do, right? It is attempting to add the user's birthday in the thing.
That's right.
And then, like, if you really don't want it, you can just roll all that back and just be done with it and try something else.
Yeah.
I have this friend, and huge vibe coder, like, and loves to use Python, and which we'll talk about that one time. But loves to use Python and just everything in a single file. Just everything in a single file, and just vibe codes the whole file, and which is great, but like 15 sessions in, that's a monster, right?
Yeah, it gets a little out of control.
That's a monster.
Just like when somebody tries to, if some coworker of theirs were trying to maintain that thing, that would be a little irritating. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like, he told me, like, when they do it in when they collaborate, they work on that, this other person keeps adding to it.
Yeah.
And then you get this app.py that's like a megabyte inside.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
And it's like there's no history, there's no context, there's none of that, and that gets really unwieldy really fast.
Yeah. So I like that. Yeah, exactly. It's more contained this way. And yeah, it's just pretty convenient.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, AI is not gonna take my job. Yeah, man. We all need to be here and fix those bugs. And I think
this is the side quest thing. This is where, like, I just get more done because of this. These are things that were on the list. Just take that example of the Kiro team building Kiro with a spec. They for those who joined after I told the story, the Kiro team, I was letting them know that, you know, hey, I really like this, but I want it to pop up a notification on my computer when it's waiting for me, because I hate blocking some progress, being the one it's waiting on. And so they were able to, it was actually a task that was so low on the list, the priority list, compared to the other things they were working on, that they said, Dave, we're not going to be able to get to that. We'll get to it later, but it's going to be a while. But then they said, well, actually, maybe we could get to it if we have Kiro write a spec for it. So they built Kiro with Kiro and got it done in, I think, a couple days or something like that, which it was just too far down on the list. So it's getting so much more done because of this kind of productivity gain.
And so for me, and I said this a few times, my biggest problem is, like, I feel like losing control, right? When I code sometimes with this, and I felt, for me, it felt always like cheating. Like, I'm intelligent to do something, and I'm like, oh, just do it, and I just don't care what the code is, and hopefully it works. But now, because I have a little bit more control here, I understand like that I can go back and see what exactly was done and how it was structured. I can steer it. I can kind of challenge it. It feels a little bit more closer to me than it was without this. So I think this feature alone.
That's right. Yeah, I just found that, like, without a spec and that kind of framing and changing the workflow kind of more in a more collaborative way with the tool, I found it would just kind of it would wander off and start implementing things that it's like, yes, that is a thing that we could implement, but it's not what I want right now. It's not a priority at all. And so it would kind of wander off, and because without that agreement, and I find that these spec-driven development is that
That's pretty cool, actually. You use the tool to build itself or to build certain other features. And I think that's what true agentic coding will be all about. Yeah, kudos, guys.
That agreement of what it is we're working on. And so it actually wanders off less. I have to backtrack less.
Yeah.
Great. So see, this is the flow that I really like when it gets in. It's running the build itself. And it's going to notice, okay, did this work? I don't know. It's going to figure that out.
Something's running. I don't know.
It's still working.
It's still working. Okay. So for me, Node is superior than Python.
TypeScript. Node is Wild West.
Asterisk.
For me, I mean, everybody has their own opinions. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
For me, the biggest challenge with Node is like the whole development environment of it is the complexity of different versions of Node and NPM and NPX. And like, if you ask me now, go ahead and start a Node project, do it now. There's gonna be problems, right? I always struggle with like getting the correct versions. Something doesn't work, and this whole thing. Sure. So maybe it's something to do with that. Maybe when it runs commands in its own little shell environment, it's a little different. I see, Chris, as you take that back.
I did actually steer. There's one thing that I changed actually yesterday with steering is that I was getting some conflicts, some node conflicts, because it was actually using some things that were for the CDK. It's a command line that happens to also be Node. It was using my system installed CDK for that. And I had to say, oh, actually, there's a way you can run NPX, which actually scopes it to your own local environment managed by a VM and everything. Then I just said, okay, for all the commands you run, we're going to be doing that. And so that was just one line of steering, and it just removed all of those things. Oh, it looks like it finished it.
Success.
Figured it out. It got into like fix its own bugs mode.
And Faraday effect is actually saying it didn't show any of the code. There actually is a button Faraday effect that you can click that says follow, and it's going to actually take you through like all the code. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can show diff. I mean, here, sorry, here's the diffs. You click on that diff button. This is the change that it did at that moment. Yeah, get user initials. I guess what did it do? Deleted that? All right, sure, whatever. Why not? Yeah, I don't know. It's okay. So it looks like it's there. Let's see. Which page am I in? Yeah, there we go. Let's see.
Did you deploy?
Yeah, I did. I went straight to prod. Whoa, okay, look at it. The user's birthday date's there.
Look at that. Hey, look at that success. Oh my God.
His birthday's yesterday. Click to celebrate. Wait, what did I right click? That was a misclick. Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Boom. That way the user knows that it's their birthday.
Oh my God. Wow. So Fred says it worked, but it deleted the test. So classic. I mean, hey,
did it delete the test?
I don't know
about that. I don't think so. It might have. Did it? No, it edited the test. It didn't delete it. Let's see. What did it do? Let's keep me honest. No, it was over mocking. Okay. You know, frankly, like if I were to be doing more of this, I would be also steering it more on how it does the test. I appreciate that it writes the tests so that it can get it to a point that it actually works. Yeah. But I find sometimes, I mean, this is actually the model doing its work more than anything, is that it will do tests that I think are a little nonsensical. Like, they're fine. They just they do verify that the thing is going to happen, but it's kind of like, if you mock the hell out of the system, it's just like, okay, what are you really testing? You're just testing, the test just says that the code does that the code says to do. I prefer writing more simulators for the back end that actually respond as the back end will to the front end and all that stuff. But oh, beautiful! It's beautiful.
I've seen this. I wish. What's the name of the person who had that YouTube video?
Ben.
Ben. I wish Ben was here. Ben, you will be proud of us.
Yeah.
Chris says, "Are you mocking me?" We are mocking everybody here, especially these tests here. You know, this is something I found with LLMs these days. When you do coding with them, they sometimes tend to over-index on testing. Like,
oh, sure.
Really do a lot of tests, and sometimes like unnecessary tests.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a good thing that you can kind of steer it in a certain direction.
But at the same time, it's funny because like there are tests that I'm glad it does it, because then it'll find its own just bugs.
Yes.
They're necessary for it to verify its own work, its own output. I've actually found some in terms of this loop of. I don't know why it didn't catch. It should have caught that at build time. So I actually don't know why it didn't try running the build at the end.
Yeah.
But for other types of things, I find that with MCP plugins that I've seen people do, like adding MCP tools to it, you can do things like have it see your screen. So like, it's all about letting it do its own thing without waiting for you to try it. If you can get that loop going in your development flow, that's perfect. And I've seen for some web-based types of things where you can have with an MCP tool, be able to see what's on your screen or what's in a web browser.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it'll spin it up, do some actual UI tests and see its own problem and then go back and fix it without asking you to do any of those steps in between.
Well, Farley asked exactly as that. Can you just put your old website in Kira and have it do UI testing without an MCP? No, right?
Yeah,
it needs something.
MCP server.
I forgot what the name of the MCP server.
I don't remember.
Selenium or something like that exists probably.
Exactly.
There's a bunch of them that exist out there, and you can use them. I think actually I can even show you. I can show you.
Why don't you take over? Yeah,
I'm going to take over for a second.
Good, yeah, and I'll switch to the version of it that has confetti animations.
Give me just a second. I just want to make sure that I don't spill the tea on my MCPs because I have a little API key here, my friends, that I want to show you. So sharing my screen, share allow. Let's do the window, this window. Okay. So MCP server configuration is quite simple. It's like your typical MCP.json. I think we all used to this specific way of doing it. And it's, again, MCP server is just table stakes these days, but you can add your multiple MCP servers here. Like I have the AWS Labs documentation, I have the crate docs, and I have the Neon thing. What's great about this thing here is that it supports anything from like your Docker MCP servers to your typical NPM executed, what is it called? MCP servers, like using NPX, but it also supports just binaries, right? Like just in this case, crate docs is literally a Rust binary running on my computer. So it supports all of those things, and it works with them, no matter whether you're vibe coding or whether you are just using spec-driven development. So it's able to do that, and it's just a kind of a thing that comes with the editor, with Kiro itself. So. But it's there, it's for you, and you can start using all of these things. Now, is the Kiro support only STDIO in this case, or do you know it does support HTTPS streaming?
I assume. I mean, it's just part of the config. I haven't tried. I haven't tried a remote. Did I try a remote MCP?
I've not tried remote MCPs. I'm sure. Like Nathan or somebody in the chat, Al, maybe can tell us. Do we support remote MCP servers in this case? I know some other tools don't, but just quite interested. Is that a supported thing here? Also, okay. Let's try something else out. And I know this is not a killer feature, but I'm gonna do something. So,
you're gonna write some
We're gonna draw something.
multimodal.
Multimodal development. Chat. What is multimodal development? Multimodal development is that you can give it pictures, images, screenshots, whatever, something that's not text, and it's able to do stuff based off of that. So if I draw a little box here, give me a second. I'm drawing boxes on paper. That's one box. That's another box. That's another box. I'm going to say API gateway.
And
I'm going to say that. Trust me, I have horrible handwriting, chat. Lambda, and let's do DDB, right? And let's do, I don't know, S3, and let's do SNS.
Wow. Okay.
So API gateway here.
Okay. Yep. I'm just going to call those things.
There's a little user here that goes here, and I will just say upload.
Okay.
And I'm going to say image watermark.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So a little new. This is a new website you're making.
It's a new website.
Or API, rather.
We've designed the website, friends.
New API.
It's It's horrible. I'll show you on screenshot. It's horrible. So I'm going to take my phone. I'm going to take a picture of this whole thing here. Look at that. Look at that. Boom. Okay. I'm sending myself this picture right now, and I'm going to dump it into Kiro. And we're going to see exactly what it does. So let's do the dance. Attach item, send item, $1 billion ID on a napkin. Exactly, right? So next time you go to a bar, draw your architecture diagrams. And let's...
And you can throw the camera out of my screen if you want for a second.
Oh, yes, let me do that.
While you're doing that part. So while you're doing the upload, which maybe take over whenever you want to start showing something. But this is minor. What I did is yesterday I did the birthday date, where this time I added to the requirements to say also make it animate some confetti on screen.
Okay.
It just took it an extra like 10 minutes because it was using some other dependency, and I didn't want to have it do that for this kind of live cooking show. I just wanted to show you the result because it's fun. So when I click on the birthday, it says it actually shoots
Happy birthday.
But it shoots the confetti. Let's see that again. Let's see that again. It's amazing. So good. It's just some React library that was doing that. But it took it longer, so I didn't want to do that for the live version. But anyway, okay, that's it. End of story.
Also, Comic Sans.
The payoff is massive. I said to
Did you tell Comic Sans?
I either said Comic Sans or a fun font, but I might have said Comic Sans. Yeah.
So give me a second.
Okay,
I'm going to do watermark. I'm creating a little empty directory here. And let me take over with the screen share. Not Kiro. Where's my thing? Share. Let's do this. I'm going to close my mcp.json so you don't see my things here. I'm going to open up a new folder. So actually, I'm going to close this folder. I'm going to open up a new folder. The error you're seeing is I have an MCP server called create docs. For some reason, when there's no folder open, it just complains. I have no idea why. That's probably because I haven't configured it correctly.
Yeah.
Open folder. I have a little thing here called Kiro watermark. Okay, so it's an empty directory. There's nothing here. Like it's literally just blank. There's my MCP servers, not even hooks, no steering, none. Okay, so I know why it's complete. Ignore me. Opening up chat. Actually, you know what? Not even that. I'm going to go ahead and attach an image.
There you go.
Downloads. I don't know where I put that image. There it is. Okay.
I'm sure it's right. There we go.
Chat.
Didn't even have to rotate it.
Feast your eyes on this. I know. I absolutely know.
It's beautiful.
You all know what this is. I don't. First of all, I don't know how to hold a pen. Ignore me. Upload API gateway level, all of these things, right? And I'm going to say, please write me infrastructure code in Terraform for this application. Ignore the Lambda code for now. I just want.
It's nice.
On the scaffolding.
Keep it focused on
Keep
that.
it focused
Great.
on that, right? Let's see what Kiro says.
Probably didn't even have to say Terraform.
I have no idea.
Because of your steering.
Well, there's no steering dock.
Oh, you loaded a fresh one. Okay.
Looking at the architecture, I can see serverless applications with API gateway Lambda, what appears to be 3 data sources, S3,
How
RDS.
did it understand your
Oh,
handwriting?
actually, it didn't read. It's RDS. There's no RDS.
Yeah.
It kind of.
I mean, I'm looking at this and it looks like RDS.
I know.
I don't know.
I'm gonna cancel. It's not RDS. It's
SNS. I
It's
think it's the one?
SNS. Yeah.
It looks like it looks.
SNS.
I can see where it.
There you go.
I also have. I have very bad handwriting. This is so.
I've intentionally done this. I usually write it really beautiful.
Oh, good. Oh, that's
no, it's just bad. Yeah. So and it didn't understand. It didn't even comment on my image watermark thing here. So I think it understood what it wants me to do, but we will see. Okay, let me open SNS instead of this.
Yeah, great.
There you go.
Great.
But it will.
Oh, it's just going for it.
Yeah, it's just going for it. Like, look at it. Main TF is here. Variables are here. All of these things are just going. Like, it's just booking. It started to do some RDS scaling, but it's gonna skip that.
Oh yeah, right.
But yeah, it's a neat way to do it, especially if you're okay, here's what I want to do. I have this whole thing. Please, here's my application. You know what? Create me Spec.
Yeah.
Spec doc, right?
It's a really nice way to do multimodal.
Yeah.
There's another way.
Okay.
Another use for multimodal that I like to do. I could show it right now too, unless you want to see the end of it.
I'm going to show it at the end it will chug along through this. So I'm going to switch to David's thing here.
Sure.
Okay. Even AI can't read there for Darko side writing. Nobody can. You know, I was in elementary school. I was kicked out from class because of my bad handwriting ones.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
I had to write
harsh.
a test, and my teacher went like, "What is this?" Out. So
yeah. I could just practice, I guess. Wow. So what I like to do is if I want to have it move around a UI element, and this is what we were saying with some MCP tools do automate this a bit for you. But what I do, since I don't have that, I don't know for now, I just kind of take a screenshot.
Right.
I'll copy the image. I'll go back over to Kiro and say, actually, let's start a new session just for fun, I guess, whatever, it doesn't matter. And I'll say, can you move the, I don't know, what do I want to do? The navigation to be left aligned.
Okay.
That might confuse it. What do I mean by that? Yeah, left aligned.
Okay.
And just paste it.
Yeah.
Because it sees this is what I'm talking about. Like, I guess I probably could have been less specific. I could just said move the home, and it's gonna it's looking around. Since it's a little easier for it because it has that structure steering doc that it had generated up front. It's generated that steering, that structure MD. Remember, that's the thing that's telling it. If I click on it, oh, got away from me. click on the structure. I don't know. Maybe, oh, it's probably because my Windows, so like too many things open.
Yeah.
Close all that stuff. Structure. Oh, no, actually, I might have found a bug. Okay.
So I'm calling here from Gaming Professor. Does each message here count as against the limit to the account? I know there's some sort of quirkiness to the way, I'm not sure about this specific tool, but I know tools like don't treat specific messages as like amount of tokens. I don't know, like, but this would specifically count as a message because I stopped it, I sent another message. That's it, right? So like it would count to the limits for sure, right? In this case, but I'm going to leave Nathan and other folks here to maybe talk a little bit more on that if we have a little bit more nuanced messaging than I just kind of splurred out here. But okay, so
I just deployed again. Yeah. Oh, is it another bug? No, it's not another bug. Okay, great. Okay, so it's deploying. Sorry,
still making
going back and forth. No, oh, is it making changes?
No, is it? No,
it was done. It said, okay, I moved it over to the left, and it described. I mean, it's nice and it does. I like this. This is to me is just the right amount of verbosity. Yes. It tells me what it's up to. I didn't read. It's like say my thinking out loud for this part, but I was looking. Okay, yep, it's moving header to left. Yep. Restructured the header. That is about what I wanted. Okay, great. So now I guess I can go and just do a refresh, and we'll see where it moved it. Yeah, boom,
boom.
So the multimodal, I just take instead of having to describe every little nuance of what I wanted to do or find the code and say, in this file, do the thing, just take a screenshot, say the thing that you want to have it do, and it'll just move things around, resize. I've seen it, I think somebody on the Kiro team showed me that I could just kind of take a screenshot of some other like a website with a style that I like, and it'll say restyle my site to look like this. It's pretty amazing, the kind of multimodal aspects, the things that you can do with multimodal.
Take a screenshot, print it on a piece of paper, make some notes on it, send it over. You know, hey. But also, like, I find this like I worked in the past with a lot of like web designers, and they would give you like Photoshop mockups on the website.
Take those, right?
Yeah. You take those. Like you work with a designer, they give you a mockup of a website. Here's what I want it to look like. You can modify the colors, change stuff, and it's able to kind of deduce these things from this. So
amazing.
Shenanigans. Love it. Like even for yourself, if you want to mock a website, open up your favorite tool, Figma, Canva, Photoshop, Photopea, whatever, and you make it look like you want it to look. You tell it this, but with Tailwind CSS.
Oh, sure.
And that's it. Yeah. So big fan of that. Big fan of that. Okay, have we missed a couple of features of this? I'm looking at Kiro, like, is there something we missed? We talked about steering docs, we talked about agent hook, we talked about specs, we talked about MCP servers. We never talked about model support. So currently, if you go ahead, there's
you can
two
take
models.
over. Yeah, you can take over. That's mine.
So let me go back to my thing. This is still actually it's finished actually. So let me screen share. I have to do this whole dance every time. Every time. Nope, not that one. Where is Kiro? This is
threw off your train of thought there. Okay.
So it finished. Let me see what it has done here. So there's main TF. I see API gateways, Lambda functions. It chose Python for some reason.
Need more because you didn't have any steering.
I didn't have steering, exactly.
This is the power of steering also, and Spec. You're vibing this. This is exactly why Specs.
Exactly.
I don't know if that was on purpose or not.
It wasn't, but there you go.
That's it. That's why. Because you're like, oh, it came back and it did this stuff that, I didn't actually want that. Specs get that concentration up front before you tab away and work on something else, and it goes down a long journey, and you're like, oh, actually go undo everything you did.
Exactly.
Right? This is exactly why I like the Spec flow.
Exactly.
It's beautiful.
My next steering doc is going to be write all of my functions in objectively the best programming language in the world.
Okay.
I know.
Interesting.
Few people know what I'm talking about.
What is your favorite programming language?
I don't know. It has something to do with crabs. So, by the way, I've been writing Lambda functions for 10 years now. And to this day, it's the easiest language to write Lambda functions in is in Rust.
Sure.
And like, I will say this because it's the easiest thing to package up and deploy, because unlike some other languages, it's just a binary and that's it. Everything is in a binary and done. So
that's pretty nice.
And it's fast. So, okay, so I wanted to show something here. Besides just doing all of its things, it has model support. So there's currently only two models available, Claude 4.0 and Claude 3.7 Sonnet. So all of these models available. You can choose between the two. Would you choose the other one? Sonnet 3.7 is slightly faster than 4.0, so like there's that. There's also this thing, adding context. Like you can do a little bit more than just your whole thing. You can kind of, during vibe coding, you can purposely set specific context things, like contents of the terminal or like problems in the current file, a URL, right? You can add it specifically.
Oh, I could have given it that.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
didn't even know about that.
Well, so if you would give it the URL, I don't know if you would like, I think it would.
Oh, it wouldn't have been signed in as me, for sure.
Yeah.
And that's only my birthday date.
Exactly. So like, you know, you can do the whole like docs and gits and whatnot. So there's a bunch of stuff you can add to this thing, like independently of everything else. So
Great.
that's just, again,
It's all about having all the different ways to fit your vibe code flow.
exactly. Of course, when Make Changes has all these diffs here. I want to see how the revert works. So if I hit revert. Okay, so
it's a different revert. I was hitting just the one change, whereas there's also this big, like when it's done with a thing, there's the big revert thing. That's nice.
So the revert here, what happened? What happens with revert?
I guess it did the revert. Here, that was a diff. So I guess if you go back to the main,
okay,
yes, it's gone.
So yes. So the revert here was before my cancel, right?
Yep.
And that was the revert here. But if I do this one, this one,
under that's
and there's
gone.
nothing, gone.
Yeah.
All of it's gone.
Yeah.
Which is kind of really great, right? For especially when I want to do stuff. It's just great. By the way, one little trick on hooks. And this is something that, I don't know, maybe you want to do it or maybe not. I find some people asking about this.
Okay.
So we have agent hooks when you say like, when a file is changed. Right?
Yes, right.
But you can also do the following. When I make commits to my Git repo, update the README file.
Oh, okay.
So,
so this is when you're really officially done with a task.
Exactly. Yeah. So
you don't have to type. It'll figure it out.
Exactly.
You don't have to fix the. I am so sloppy in my accuracy of typing when I'm typing to an LLM is I just don't care.
How do you think it is going to do this?
How will it do that? I don't know. I mean, is it going to create a hook or is it just going to
create a hook?
Okay.
But how is it going to know I made a commit?
Like a pre-commit?
Actually, it's going to just look for a git logs head. That's it.
Oh, okay.
So it's smart enough to
understand.
understand
I see. It's trigger off of the git logs head. That's neat.
It's still using just file changes.
You're saying, I see.
But it's going to look for file save.
I see. That's where it's going to trigger off of. Okay.
Exactly.
Nice.
So it's smart enough to understand that, like, oh, okay. It doesn't have any ways for it to determine have you run the git commit command, but it will know because the git logs file head file is going to be having some changes.
Nice. Like I say, whenever I say, hey, whenever I update this steering file, then I want you to do this thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. It just kind of figures out which file to watch.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, amazing. Okay, chat. You know what? It's been great. See a lot of stuff here. Nathan says there are generous limits to the public preview, so you shouldn't need to worry about individual messages. Yeah, please go ahead and try this out. Go ham on it. See what you can build. See what Kiro can help you folks build. I'm going to go ahead and give you another link here in the chat. We also, like all the cool kids out there, we have a Discord. So if you want to go and chat with people like us, people like a bunch of here in chat, because I realize you're also there, join us on Discord. There's a whole thing where people share stuff, what they built with Kiro, questions, comments, ideas, feedback, yell at us. Please do that.
Yeah, tell us everything you see in there.
Yeah.
Like this is a preview so that we can learn what you want. So please, like the Discord is a great place to stay so connected to the people who are actually working on it. So please jump in there. Let us know what you want to see. Let us know what you're liking so we don't remove it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let us know. Like, give us feedback in there. You're going to be talking to real people.
Yeah, exactly. And I see Daryl here says, interested to see how this is going to be used, Cloud Code versus when it's no specific ID required. I understand. That's why I like something like Cloud Code or Q Developer CLI. But give this a shot.
Yeah.
It has a lot of bells and whistles there that could be incredibly useful. So, and I do see a lot of other coding assistant developers kind of jump on the spec-driven.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't call it spec-driven development. They have some other names for it, but it's usually the same, kind of like just planning. I think planning.
Spec's pretty good. So yeah, people jump. This is a new way of. It's a new way of coding. It's a new workflow.
Yeah.
It works really well. It kind of just keeps things on task. I find, I'll point my QCLI at it, at those the steering files, it can understand it, it can figure it out. So yeah, using multiple tools together is a pretty common flow. I find myself spending more and more time in Kiro, but there are a lot of, I use different tools together, just like everybody.
Yeah, amazing. So chat, that's the link to the Discord. Here's the link to Kiro.dev. This is something you also need to go and check out. That's where you can find all the docs, you can find all the downloads. It's there, it's free during the preview. Additionally, I want you to go ahead and check out and potentially, win some money. There's the hackathon happening on DevPost. $100,000 total prizes. I think $30,000 is for the first prize. Build something in Kiro, share it with us how you built it, show it to us, all those things, and we have a bunch of great judges that are going to be doing those things. I think we covered everything here. Folks, next week on the 22nd, that is Tuesday, yes. Next week on the 22nd, come back here, twitch.tv/Kiro.dev and YouTube.c/Kiro.dev. Here, there's going to be another live stream, a slightly longer one. We're going to have a couple of guests. We're going to have folks who built Kiro, as well as Claire Ligor joining us to talk about a little bit more on, the future of Spec-driven development. We're going to build some stuff. We're going to look at some code. We're going to see what works. So I challenge you now to go ahead and try Kiro, test it out, work with it. Next Tuesday, 22nd of July, come back on this live stream and yell at us. Tell us what you liked, tell us what you didn't like. We would love to hear your experiences in the next week because, hey, we want to make this product great. We want to make this product useful. We want you to be able to build cool stuff with it, right? So
yeah, very exciting.
Amazing. Any last words? Not last words. Any final? No, that's. Any thoughts before we shut down the live stream?
Sure. No, I mean, gosh, I'll spend the next 25 minutes with final thoughts. So no, I think I've been chasing after the thing that will continue to make my life as a programmer easier and easier, make me faster and faster. And for you all, like I've been working on these kinds of services that are from NoSQL to serverless. I'm always chasing the next big thing that's going to save all that time, whether it's building or operating. And in all phases of the development lifecycle, I've been focusing on operations so much that I'm excited now that we're getting more of that build side. And so think of whatever side quests that you just didn't have time for at the moment, just kick it off, create a spec, get that going in the background while you're doing something else. So just go out. I think this is the next big thing. I think it is the next big thing that's going to help you just get so much more done, so much faster. So get out there and try it and see what you can build.
Side quest coding, the next big thing. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thanks, David.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for having
me on your show.
Thank you. Chat, next week, Tuesday, 22nd of July, here, 9 a.m. Pacific. Join us. Let's do some more fun. You have some fun with coding. If I see you this week in New York City, if you run into me by any chance, let me know. I'll give you a sticker. So amazing. Thank you so much, friends. I don't have an outro here video, so I'm going to have to ask our video team to give us a nice little outro video for next week. I'm going to play you a 10-second clip of whatever thing, Kiro. Chat, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the questions. Thank you for all the comments. Kiro.dev. See you all next week. Bye. Let's trust.
So there you have it, guys. Kiro. So there's a hackathon going on. So I think I might participate. I might sign up. So what do you guys think? So deadline August 25th, 2025. Okay. I think I might give it a shot. What do you guys think? All right. And there you go. Here's the site, guys. So if you want to participate, it's basically devpost.com. Actually, you might want to go to devpost or kiro.devpost.com. And there you could find the button, join hackathon. And there's some pretty kick-ass prizes. First prize is $30,000. Second prize is $15K. Third prize is $10,000. And then you have extra prizes for best productivity, best game, best educational lab, best wild card. These are all $5,000 each. And then you have most innovative use of Kiro. That's $2,000. Influencer judge's choice. That's $1,000. And post prizes, you got social blitz prize, $200, and then bonus blog post, $100. So I mean, it's worth the shot. What do you got to lose, right? So there it is, right there. Kiro Hackathon. Check it out. All right, so I guess I'm gonna call it a day, guys. It's been 6 hours and 22 minutes, and I'm getting a little tired. So once again, we were looking at Kiro, and what exactly am I going to do with it? So I'm just waiting to get accepted. I'm on the waiting list. So let's see what's up, and possibly join a hackathon, and then take it from there. I'll keep you guys posted. So once again, we're transitioning, guys. We're transitioning from vibe coding to spec coding. Spec engineering. So let me know what you think in the comment. Don't forget the Discord server is always there. You can, if you want to talk to me, the voice channel is always open. But in the meantime, you can join the Discord server. Here's the QR code. Bam. You can scan it, and or you can use the link in the description. We are always live on YouTube and Kick. Also, you can just give us a follow on Twitter, X, and of course, TikTok. So this is your guy and Dio. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.